Okay, it says here we're live. As always, no one ever knows if that's legit. Let me make sure if everybody can hear me, and then I'm going to go on our opening spiel. People are going to be like, why aren't you in your normal space? Why is the background different? Folks, let me know if you can hear me. If you can't, say so in the chat. Okay, people are saying they hear me. Excellent. Hello and welcome, my gentle and, of course, very modern apes. I am exhausted. I just got done complaining feverishly to Will for the entire 5 minutes early that I was here because my life has been off the wall busy. I was gone. I was out of the country for 2 weeks at the beginning of May, which a couple of people emailed me. Well, I forgot to tell you this, but a couple of people emailed me and they were like, where's the presentation for May? Why didn't we get a conversation for May? And I realized because we pushed this to the 1st, May ended up being the month that we skipped, not June. So we were always supposed to have a gap month because I'm going to be in Borneo for the month of June, well, from the 3rd to the 30th, so like most of the month of June. So we'd always planned to have a break sort of scheduled in, but then because of what happened immediately after I got back from France, which was I got horribly sick, awful laryngitis, I was coughing up all sorts of ungodly colors. It was miserable. That laid me up for a little bit, and I had to skip Skep Talk, and I had to punt our original meeting. Luckily, even though we couldn't meet last Wednesday, we were able to squeeze this in right before I leave, which I'm leaving on this next upcoming Wednesday. So I'm psyched to be here. I'm glad we're going to get it in. I am also at my parents' house because I'm flying out of ORD, or Chicago, I should say, for Borneo. So I am staying with my parents because they're in a closer area to not, I guess, dox them. So I'm here, not with my normal setup. So you're going to see me horribly lit for this one. But luckily, I am not the reason. Looking at my mug is not the reason anybody is here. It's for the conversation. So I think we'll be okay there. Okay, with all of that out of the way, all of the reasons why things are crazy, welcome. This is our, gosh, is this like the 6th or 7th one of these things? We've been going for half a year now. This is a series that Will and I have sort of endeavored to take on together where I am teaching evolution, both to him and to anybody who is interested. This is meant to be a sort of 101 course, if you will. It's adapted from the university course that I used to teach when I was not trying to write my dissertation about evolutionary theory. And like I said, it's adapted from what I taught, which was primarily human evolution. So I've had to do quite a bit of work here in this big middle chunk to learn myself about a lot of topics that I didn't previously understand, which is why today we're going to be going to town on mammal evolution. Not the evolution within the order, but the evolution, within the class, but the evolution of the class. So I'm psyched to talk about that. You'll notice on the schedule, it says we're also doing tetrapods and multicellularity today. We are not, for 2 reasons that I'm sure we'll get into here in a moment. But first, I want to give my lovely guest, Will, an opportunity to introduce himself, because I sort of didn't this time. Will, introduce yourself to who might not know who you are.
Yeah, hey everyone, Will Duffy here, best known as the creator of The Final Experiment, which is where I took flat earthers to Antarctica and convinced many, many flat earthers finally that we live on a globe. I've been really enjoying this series with Erica, learning evolution. I'm learning it for the first time. I rejected it without understanding it, and that's what flat earthers do. They reject the globe without understanding it. Felt a bit hypocritical. That's the genesis of this series. I've been loving it, and I hope everyone else is enjoying it as much as I am.
Sweet. Yeah, Will is coming originally from a young Earth creationist perspective. That is something that as we sort of worked through this, he's become more agnostic on as far as the age of the Earth goes. And I believe he's working with a couple of people to dive deeper in a couple of topics: soft tissue, radiometric dating, mineral deposition, and things like that in the background, because I know you said you were going to get around to the limestone stuff as well. And hopefully we'll be able to sort of touch on some of those conversations as they happen, where they are relevant. As for evolution, we've got a ways to go on that. And, you know, I'm very excited to get to what is actually my area of expertise, which is human evolution, and a topic that I think is particularly relevant for evolution in general. It is perhaps the most relevant of all of the lineages, and one that a lot of ink has been spent and spilled over. So as I said, today we're talking about mammal evolution, and I've got a PowerPoint for you on mammal evolution, the evolution of the class, from these sort of mammal-like reptiles, or stem synapsids, I guess is what we would call them. It wouldn't be stem synapsids, but reptile-looking things from the Permian. But first, we do have to talk about something else. Last time, Will came back with, in his response, because at the beginning of all of these, he sort of recaps what he agreed with and what he disagreed with from the previous lecture. And so the previous lecture, we did bird evolution from non-avian dinosaurs. And his recap was thus on the lecture prior to that, which was cetacean, so on whale evolution. And there was a lot of stuff in that presentation that I took issue with. I did probably a poor job hiding it. And I said, as at the beginning of, or sort of at the beginning of the last lecture, that I would spend a little bit of time here at the beginning today talking about and deconstructing those objections. Some of them came from Will. I think it's fair to say most of them came from Carl Werner and your readings of Carl Werner's works. And so what we're going to do now is I dropped up a little PowerPoint presentation because I'm a visual learner myself. And I'm going to explain, hopefully make my case to you why I don't think his objections are compelling. And so if that's okay with you, we're going to hop to that. Cool.
Awesome. Let's do it.
Let me check chat real quick. I should let chat know we do take super chats. We're trying, in theory, to not take us, 5 hours today, as we normally do. We're trying to keep it a little bit shorter. But what I will say is we will get to all super chats that are $5 or above. You can ask a question of me. You can ask a question of Will. If it is polite, on topic, and appropriate, it's going to get asked, and we'll do our best to answer it. The money that we receive from super chats at the end of this entire thing is going to go to two specific charities, nonprofits that Will and I, have selected. Mine is for literacy, and Will's is to help victims of human trafficking. Exodus Road. So without further ado, because it looks like things are going okay, I'm going to jump into my little PowerPoint here. It's not as flashy as it normally is, but I'm going to do my best. So I've called this Cetacean Evolution Addressing Criticisms. If you're new here, this part might not be so fun for you because there are a lot of callbacks to a previous episode that we did, but I'm going to do my best to sort of explain as I go and make sure that this makes sense, at least a little bit, to somebody who's mildly familiar with this topic. So why are we covering whales again? This was 2 episodes ago. Why are we back on whales? So Will's previous objections to whale or cetacean evolution primarily came from the work of Dr. Carl Werner, and as I say here on my slide, that deserves attention. Dr. Carl Werner is a physician who has authored several creationist books. This is the Grand Experiment series. I do have all of the books, 3 in hard copy and 2 on Kindle, one of which concerns several chapters, sub-chapters on cetacean evolution or whale evolution. Now, Dr. Werner, pictured here, argues that most or all of the paleontological evidence for evolution is either intentionally fraudulent or inappropriate conjecture. Now, as far as I know, I don't think he's saying that there's fraud happening with this cetacean stuff. At least he doesn't voice that in the Grand Experiment, but I do know for certain that he voices this with regard to human evolution. And I did have a PowerPoint that I sent to Will sort of way ahead of time for when we cover Lucy or Australopithecus afarensis and Dr. Werner's thoughts on that, because I think it's pretty inappropriate as a criticism. Now, full disclosure and transparency here at the beginning, I don't find any of Dr. Werner's arguments compelling. I've read all of his books cover to cover. I've not gone back through and annotate. I'm sort of in the process of going back through a second time and annotating them, as well as emailing every single one of the people that he interviews. For this reason, I'm not all the way through even the first of these volumes, but I've emailed about 15, maybe 20 authors, or interviewees so far, and there has been a fairly unanimous picture that's been painted for me that I'm going to talk a little bit about here in a moment. I do think I'm of the opinion that Dr. Werner is intentionally dishonest consistently across these books, and this is an opinion that has been voiced by, I can't put a percentage to it, but certainly over half of the interviewed scientists that I reached out to. Several viewers of this series reached out to concur with that idea. They emailed Will and I, but I am dreadfully behind on my emails. I was barely able to get this done in time, so I have not emailed all of these people back, but many, at least 2 or 3, I think, people voiced a similar concern. And I believe I've included 1 or 2 of those objections here, or at least I'm treading some of that same ground. So that does not mean that Dr. Werner is inherently wrong, though, right? Even if I find his arguments or his style to be quite dishonest, that doesn't mean necessarily that the arguments that he's pitching are wrong. We have to actually take those at face value, or at least I would like to take them at face value and investigate them. So let's review just for a minute before we actually tackle his arguments, because I think it's super duper important. This is something that I've heard Will say in other appearances here on YouTube. One most recently with Dr. Chris Thompson over on Chris Thompson's channel. Science has to be testable. For it to be science, it needs to be testable, and the idea needs to be falsifiable. Ideally, you are setting up your predictions in excruciating detail prior, so that you know whether or not the data that you get, whether you're collecting data by prospecting fossils or running lab experiments or blasting light into space, you know what you should see if you are correct, or rather if your idea is supported, and you also know what kind of data you should see if you are incorrect, if your hypothesis should be rejected. So in the case of evolutionary theory with whales, evolutionary theory very clearly predicts that if whales evolved from land mammals, as has been vaguely pitched since Darwin, we should see land mammal connections in the anatomy and in the genetics of living cetaceans, so living whales and dolphins. We should also see the emergence of the characteristics that make them distinct show up in the fossil record over geologic time. So for me, just as like a brief reviewer here as a primer, some of the best support of whale evolution is multi-pronged. One, in living cetaceans, when we look to the critters that are alive with us today, this directly observable stuff, modern whales and dolphins all have the genes for living on land. And when I say they have the genes for living on land, I mean they have essentially all of them. They've got the genes for smelling above water, they've got the genes for growing legs, they've got the genes for growing a full coat of hair, but most of these genes are turned off. And sometimes when they're turned back on, you end up with really interesting situations like with Haruka here, a dolphin from Japan who grew hind flippers complete with bones inside the flippers. Genetically, whales or cetaceans are closest to hippopotamuses. So hippopotamuses, we all are aware of these guys. They're semi-aquatic mammals that live mostly in Africa. And the first proposed whale transitionals, like from the fossil record, led very similar lives to hippos as evidenced by their bone density, which is something that we went over when we talked about cetaceans. I think that's significant because if whales and hippos share a last common ancestor in the relatively recent past, we would expect, I think, given the current aquatic lifestyles that both of them lead, that common ancestor to have characteristics of both. So the fact that it's got, Hyas at least has the bone density that looks very similar to hippopotamuses, and we see the cetacean pattern acquired over time is significant. The fossil record also displays the emergence of all of the whale characteristics over about 10 million years. The two most striking, I think, are the inner ears and the ankle. So modern whales have this fascinating connection to their proposed land-living or terrestrial counterparts in both of these characteristics. First, the inner ears that modern whales have are found in progressively more terrestrial mammals as we move downwards through the geologic column to the proposed split between hippos and whales to the last common ancestor of the two of them. This is significant because the inner ear of modern cetaceans, which is depicted here, I'm highlighting it with my cursor or rapidly circling with the dolphin here. This is only found in living cetaceans today. And when I say this inner ear is only found, specifically this structure that I'm running my cursor over rapidly now, the involucrum, is only found in cetaceans. There's not a single other living mammal today that has an inner ear like this. And the purpose of the involucrum is it's this thickened wall of bone that helps them conduct sound better underwater. That makes sense. It makes sense that whales would have a characteristic unique to them that is related to their unique style of living, which is completely marine, really rare for a mammal. And of course, we find this involucrum, this single characteristic of the inner ear, in every single proposed cetacean relative, like close cetacean relative, and nothing else. Not a single fossil through the arguably hundreds of thousands that we found over the years. We don't find an involucrum-bearing inner ear or tympanic bone. So here we're looking at the involucrum of a dolphin on the right and the involucrum of Pachycetus here on the left, Pachycetus being a land-dwelling mammal from India and Pakistan. And there's that thick involucrum highlighted by my cursor and also labeled, and the thick involucrum in the dolphin. But in addition, we also see those land-living characteristics persist in our fossil whales. So the fossil record displays the emergence of those whale characteristics over time. So we see the involucrum show up early and persist all the way to the present, but also the earliest land-living whales, their closest living relatives today would be hippopotamuses, who are artiodactyls or even-toed mammals. And so what that means is that this earliest whale relative who was land-living, something like Indohyus or Pachycetus, had the very specific, only found in artiodactyls characteristic, this double pulley astragalus or ankle bone. And the reason why this astragalus is double pulleyed and why that aids modern even-toed mammals is because it helps them run super, super fast and keep their limbs stable. They don't bust anything up. So this double pulley feature is unique today to even-toed hoofed mammals, and yet it is also found in virtually every single archaeocete, including Basilosaurus, which I think strikingly is accepted by everybody, creationists and the conventional science alike, as a whale. So why does something that everybody agree is a whale have the ankle bones of a deer? That's interesting, and that's fascinating because these guys could never leave the water, at least in the case of Basilosaurus. So the fossil record here is very full. Those two characteristics link us on either side. The involucrum stretches back to the first terrestrial ancestor, and the involucrum reaches back to the first terrestrial ancestor, and the astragalus reaches forward to our archaeocetes. That's the summary of whale evolution. Briefly, if you want to go watch like the long stuff, you can go spend 5 hours doing that. I would love it. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe while you're there. There are 4 major objections from creationists, such as Dr. Carl Werner and from Will as well. And I think at first glance, these are all fair, but we're going to dig into them a little bit, and I'm going to explain, hopefully, why they're not. The first is this question about how whales could evolve from hippos if hippos appear much later in the fossil record. And I'm going to show Dr. Werner's quote on that here in a moment, which is why it's phrased the way that it is here. And Dr. Werner also says, if modern hippos are herbivorous, where's the transition to carnivory in the cetacean fossil record? If cetaceans evolved from, they're all carnivorous today, or at least primarily carnivorous all through the fossil record as well, where's that transition in the teeth, in the jaws, inferred for the gut, things like that? 2, Pachycetus and Ambulocetus are tied to whales on the basis of those inner ears. However, Dr. Werner might argue aspects of the inner ear, such as the auditory bulla and Pachycetus, are actually more similar to land mammals than they are to cetaceans. Likewise, Ambulocetus has eyes on the top of its head, more like a crocodile, which is found in no modern whales. Werner phrases this sort of like, why are we actually saying that these are whale relatives at all? Like, what is it about these guys that makes us think cetacean? Number 3, Rhodocetus has fins and a tail fluke that were speculated for it. And that is the specific word that one of Dr. Werner's interviewees, Phil Gingrich, used, is that he speculated that it had fins and a tail fluke. This was later found to not be the case when additional material was found, but that was overstepping in the first place. And Dr. Werner would say, why rather than way is Rhodocetus considered a whale relative at all? And lastly, Basilosaurus should not be considered an ancestor of modern whales because it lived at the same time as some neocetes, or like modern whale forms. Like, if the ancestor and the descendant live at the same time, why would we propose that the ancestor gave rise to the descendant at all? All fair objections at face value. Let's go through them. Number 1, our hippo question and our herbivory transitional question here. So, hippos are the closest group to cetaceans genetically. This is non-controversial, right? The very first proposal of this was like 2 decades ago. And as we've continued to sequence genome after genome, because the technology has gotten so much cheaper, this has held. Today, in living critters, whales, cetaceans, their closest living relatives are hippopotamuses. But no one is proposing that this means cetaceans evolved from hippos. Like, no one. This is the same as the genetic similarity between humans and chimpanzees. There's nobody out there saying humans evolved from chimps. Humans and chimpanzees are just one another's closest living relatives because when compared to everything else on the planet, we share the most DNA with each other. And within species, within populations, within family trees, more similarity necessitates, without exception, closer degrees of relatedness. So in both cases, geneticists are proposing that the 2 groups share a recent common ancestor that was not identical to either group. So the common ancestor between humans and chimps wasn't a chimp, and it wasn't a human. Likewise, the ancestor of hippos and cetaceans wasn't a hippo, and it wasn't a whale. But Dr. Werner does not seem to understand this. And I think that's really strange because it's cited directly in the papers that he cites as his source. So this is a screenshot that I took from the Grand Experiment Volume 1, where he says, the fossil layers show that hippos did not live before whales. If hippos were not living before whales, how could they evolve into whales? That is unambiguous. He is saying here that scientists are saying hippos are the ancestor of whales, and that's ludicrous because hippos weren't found fossil-wise as showing up before whales. At times, even evolution scientists express frustration with these contradictory line of evidence. And then he cites here Dr. Daryl Domning, who I emailed. Now, here's specifically the footnote for what he's citing for this claim that scientists are saying that hippos evolved from whales. Citation 8 here. Here it is. The whale's tail searching for the land-loving ancestors of marine mammals. Here's 3 different quotes that I pulled from this paper that are letting us know that, or excuse me, 2 quotes and then a diagram to show that no one is proposing that hippos are the ancestor of whales, that whales evolved from hippos. And this is the source that he's using to say that that's what science says. So the first is, it would also suggest the ancestor of whales and hippos may have ventured into the water more than 55 million years ago. So that's the ancestor of both of them, not hippos ventured into the water more than 55 million years ago. And then down here, the Whippo, or Whippomorpha being the clade for the 2 of them, lineage may have developed a watery lifestyle even before the hippos and whale branches diverged. Biologists have noted that both groups share particularly aquatic adaptations, such as the ability to nurse and communicate underwater. That's important because both of those relate directly to this phylogenetic tree, which shows hippopotamuses and whales as living creatures that share a common ancestor, not that one evolved from the other. And I specifically found this upper left-hand quote here is the one that Dr. Werner cites in the page prior to the one that I have a picture of over here. So I find that concerning because he's misunderstood what his own primary source is saying. And I think anytime that happens, that should immediately send up a red flag for anything like further that a person you're engaging with says, because it suggests to me that he's not reading very carefully. So further, I emailed Daryl Domning, the guy that he quotes here over on the right. And I was basically like, hey, are you aware of anybody ever saying that whales evolved from hippos? Because he quotes him here. He quotes Dr. Domning saying, to a paleontologist, this is nonsense because whales have been around in the fossil record about 5 times as long as hippos have. Hippos were very late on the scene, at which time whales had already been around for tens of millions of years. And to associate those two really is an absurdity to anyone who takes the fossil record seriously. What he's talking about here is the idea that Dr. Werner is proposing. He's saying it's absurd to propose that whales evolved from hippos because it is, because no one's saying that, right? I just showed you the primary source showing that to be the case. So Dr. Domning emailed me back and he was like, whales did not evolve from hippos, and nobody's saying whales evolved from hippos. I found an interesting little bit here too, him discussing a related topic on BioLogos, which is a theistic evolutionist blog where people can have conversations about science. And he has this little personal note in talking about manatee and Sirenian evolution, where he talks about how he's a Christian. He's a lifelong practicing Christian. He's dismayed to see evolution being a stumbling block that divides fellow Christians against one another. I included this because I concur with this statement. I agree, and I find that relevant in sort of a roundabout way to our conversation here. So in sum, it is absurd to say that whales evolved from hippos, but no one is saying that. So it was inappropriate for Dr. Werner to propose that to be the case. So what about the transition to carnivory? Indohyus is an herbivorous critter, like most other artiodactyls today. So even if we put Werner's idea here aside and say, okay, well, science is proposing that cetaceans evolved from an artiodactyl. Well, most artiodactyls today, like little hoofed Indohyus up here, highlighted by my cursor, don't eat meat, right? They're herbivorous. That means that we should see from something like Indohyus, if we're going to use Indohyus as our stand-in ancestor here, we should see the emergence of all of the tools to process meat, like those that we see in cetaceans and cetacean relatives, proposed cetacean relatives, show up in the fossil record. Fair enough. But this isn't unprecedented, right? Within bears, pandas made the switch to herbivory from carnivory. And within other artiodactyls, pigs or suids also made the transition to omnivory. And indeed, some of their teeth are really, really sharp. And they're really, really good at tearing up meat, which they eat sometimes, as you can see in this hog scavenging down here to the bottom right. Now, I think Dr. Werner would probably disagree that pigs are related to like cows, but I know for just about certain that he, because I've never met a creationist otherwise, would accept that pandas are related to bears, to other bears. And this is a switch between the two of them. Either we see the evolution of herbivory or the evolution of carnivory in these groups. But I was originally going to leave it there and say this isn't unprecedented, and we do have a couple of transitional fossils that show the emergence of the characteristics of, specifically with relation to the teeth, that show these cetaceans are getting better and better at processing meat. But I was going to leave it at we don't have the smoking gun, because we didn't have the smoking gun. But like within the past month, apparently we found the smoking gun for the transition from herbivory to carnivory here. In this piece, a basal representative of cetacea from the Eocene of India, which was published online April 27th, we see a quote here from the abstract. It's meaning the specimens. Unprecedented dental morphology bridges the gap between the shearing molars of early carnivorous cetaceans and the crushing molars of their closest terrestrial relatives. And this is a species called Calicocetus. So I just thought we'd take a little look-see here at the pictures, because I like pictures. That helps me learn better. Here in A, these are top-down views of the teeth of a bunch of different like cetaceans, the new one, and then also an artiodactyl that is just like a land-living deer-looking thing. On the far left here, that's Diacodexis. That's our little deer-looking thing. And in B here, we have Indohyus, who is proposed to be very similar to the ancestor of whales, the last common ancestor between something like hippos and whales. And then C, this is our newest molar from Calicocetus. And then D is Pachycetus. So originally, we had a transition, or proposed transition from B here to D. And that was like a pretty big gap, right? Not unprecedented, I would argue, but it's nice to have C here to bridge the gap between the two. You can quite literally track which cusps are still there and which have disappeared. This little molar is kind of like a Swiss Army knife. It's capable of doing still a little bit of crushing, but this edge here is quite sharp and capable of slicing up meat. So in sum, Werner's first objection, I would say, is unfounded. Transitional species spanning the herbivore-carnivore gap have been found. But even when they hadn't, there are herbivores and carnivores which Werner would accept have a common ancestors, like pandas and grizzlies, meaning he can accept that a drastic switch in diet and the morphology related to it can happen. Everybody's on the same page there, right? Like we all think that that's something that went down. Further, no one says or has ever said that whales descend from hippos, not even the source that he cites. This is a misrepresentation or a misunderstanding on his part. So number two, Pachycetus and Ambulocetus are tied to whales on the basis of the inner ear. And then we're going to talk about like why these guys are proposed to be relatives at all. A lot of this hinges on a video interview that Dr. Werner had with Hans Thewesen. I hope I'm saying that right. Where he has these two really distinct comparisons. Over here on the left is a cetacean inner ear. And then on the right is the inner ear of Ambulocetus. And as Will voiced last time, these two things don't really look very similar to one another at face value. And Dr. Werner highlights this by saying on the left, he's got this text on screen while he's interviewing Dr. Thewesen, all whales have a unique finger-like sigmoid process. And on the right, he says sigmoid process, not finger-like, for Ambulocetus. As is clear, Dr. Werner supposes that the lack of a finger-like sigmoid process in Ambulocetus makes it clear that this animal is not a cetacean. And then, like, why would we propose that it is sort of the natural conclusion there. And this is important because this is that inner ear that I was saying earlier is like the thing that IDs some of these earliest land-living cetaceans. There's three problems with this. Number one, the finger-like sigmoid process, and if you're listening, I'm using air quotes here, is not what defines the cetacean inner ear. And this is super clear by looking at cetacean inner ear diversity. So all of the inner ears that you can see, the tympanic bones over here on the right, belong to animals that are fully aquatic, that no one would disagree are whales. And as you can see, that finger-like sigmoid process is not present in all of them, right? And that's because a finger-like sigmoid process, one, isn't how the sigmoid process is defined. And I listened to Dr. Thewesen in that interview and then asked him directly via email. And that became very clear very quickly. So we'll come back to that there in a moment. Two, the sigmoid process is actually broken in Ambulocetus. And this is something that Dr. Thewesen said to Dr. Werner in the interview that Dr. Werner posted on his website. So he knows that this is a damaged inner ear bone. He knows that it's not like complete. Dr. Thewison told him. But luckily, the sigmoid process is really well preserved in Pachycetus, which live before Ambulocetus, and Remingtonocetids, which live after Ambulocetus. And both of them have the thinner tympanic plate, the sigmoid process, which I'm going to show you exactly what that actually is, and they both show up as finger-like here, even though that's not what the sigmoid process is, but I digress. They do look quite similar. This one here on the left is from a dolphin, and then this one here on the right is from this little Remingtonocetid down here named Andrewsiphius. They both have this protrusion that sort of wraps around that Dr. Werner would propose as that finger-like sigmoid process. They both have a really thick involucrum there on the, I believe it's the lateral side, or excuse me, the medial side. And you can see the same thing down here in the Pachycetus inner ear bone, that thick involucrum. And then this one has that thin tympanic plate, and that will wrap around sigmoid process as well. But the actual trait that defines the inner ear, the involucrum, is found in all proposed cetacean fossil relatives, including Ambulocetus. I mentioned this last time time before last when Will and I were talking, but I pulled that definition there pictured. I took a screenshot showing when I spoke about it, but then here it is again. The clearest trait uniting all cetaceans is a marked increase in the thickness and density of the medial wall of the tympanic bulla. That's the involucrum, one of the two main ear bones located at the base of the skull. And this is talking about living cetaceans. So the involucrum is what unites all living cetaceans, and then it's found again in progressively more terrestrial ancestors. So it's not the sigmoid process, it's the involucrum. And I don't know why that was ever the primary point for Dr. Werner, but the sigmoid process is not, it can't be finger-like, right? That's not actually the definition of the sigmoid process. The sigmoid process is actually a ridge, a tapered ridge that Dr. Werner highlights himself later in the interview, as we'll see here in a moment, because it's a very short interview. So I don't know why he called it finger-like at first, and then he goes around and calls it ridge-like later. But just for comparison here are the tympanic bones, or the bullae, for a cat down here. This has been cut in half. And then for several cetaceans, including Pachycetus, the Andrewsiphius specimen, Eobalina, Squalodon, and a modern fin whale. All three of these guys are, I think, unambiguously everybody would accept are whales, from creationists to conventional scientists alike. And then these two bones here from Pachycetus and from Andrewsiphius, again, are Remingtonocetid, more closely related to, or similar superficially to Ambulocetus and to Pachycetus than what we would consider a modern whale. They look most like these other whales. They don't have the thin gracile tympanic bone that you see in a deer. They don't have this big process coming off the top portion here. And they certainly look nothing like the inner ear of a cat, which is completely enclosed. Here it's been cut in half. So just as like a visual, pick the odd man out, I think it's pretty clear, especially when you do what Dr. Thewison did and just measure where the involucrum is. In this blue line, I've drawn on a couple of them, and a couple of them are from his original picture. I've marked where the involucrum is, just how thick that medial wall actually shows up as. And then over here, highlighted by my cursor, that's how thin it is in a deer or in a cat. So I thought I was going crazy when I watched this interview. I thought I was losing my mind. So I reached out to Dr. Thewison and I was like, hey, I got some questions about whale evolution, and like full disclosure, the reason is because I'm investigating some claims by Dr. Werner. I was like, can you tell me a little bit about the interview process? Can you tell me a little bit about what you thought about how it went, reflections, and can you tell me a little bit about what he says about the sigmoid process, if he's characterizing it correctly? And I got permission from him. We exchanged emails several times to share both what he said and also the picture that I used from him, which was that Andrewsiphius picture last time. He says, Dr. Werner was certainly dishonest about the intentions of his interview, but it was an interesting experience. The way he ran the interview was he would ask a question with the camera rolling, ask him to explain something. Then he would ask the same question in different words, making the interviewee, me, thinking he didn't understand and leading me to simplify the answer. And then he would do the same thing again, making me think he was really dumb, but trying to be gracious and saving some of the educational value by accommodating him in spite of my exasperation. So eventually my explanations were so simple-minded that they would sound dumb to people who did not see the earlier part of the recording. And that, of course, is what he used in his presentations. I should have known better, and I won't make that mistake again. So here's my thing about this. I can understand wanting to keep it educational. I can understand from Dr. Werner's perspective if he's thinking, I want it to be as simple as possible so it can be understandable to the average person. But if you're interviewing someone and editing it, that's gotta go up too somewhere for posterity. So the person who's been interviewed can confirm that they weren't mistaken or misrepresented. And that's how I practice my interviews. And also, for what it's worth, I let the person who I interview approve it before I post it anywhere. I think that's really important for journalistic integrity and for transparency. And then I also asked Dr. Thewison, like, what is the sigmoid process? He says the sigmoid process is an S-shaped fold on the lateral side of the tympanic bone rostral to the external auditory meatus. So that's very different from, like, a fold can't be finger-like, right? Like, those are two different geometric topographies. And this is something that Dr. Werner knows. So if, with your permission, I'd like to just play some of the interview so that people who are watching can hear exactly what he says. We're not going to watch the whole thing. The whole thing is only 2 minutes, but we're going to watch maybe a minute of it, if that's all right. Hopefully everybody can hear it.
Tympanic of a bowhead whale. It's also called the bulla. Basically a bowl-shaped bone with a cavity in the middle. On one side of the bowl, the bone is very thick. That's called the involucrum. On the other side of the bone is very thin, and it's got this crest called the sigmoid process. That shape you find in all modern and fossil whales, including much smaller ones, such as this modern dolphin, where you also see a very thick part to the tympanic. On one side, that's the involucrum, and on the thin side, you see this crest, this wavy crest called the sigmoid process.
So both times here, we've had a sign from Dr. Werner saying that it's the finger-like structure. Let's continue.
So this is the tympanic of Ambulocetus. That's the whole bone. This one is somewhat crushed. Usually there's a cavity in the middle, and then the part on the inside is called the involucrum. On the outside, this ridge is the sigmoid process.
So as you can see, Dr. Thewison said this specimen has been crushed, it's broken. And then you see Dr. Werner says again here on the screen, sigmoid process not finger-like.
Now, is that sigmoid process unquestionable? Because I know that on Pachycetus, there were some questions about that one.
So quickly, he put on the screen, the sigmoid process is the ridge. So is the sigmoid process the ridge, or is it the finger-like structure? Or does he think that it's the finger-like structure in cetaceans and a ridge here in Ambulocetus? I think it's possible that it's the latter, but he asks Dr. Thewison here, as you just heard, is it true that it's questionable here in this individual specimen? And now you can hear what Dr. Thewison says.
It was more like a plate or something. Is this one?
No, this one is as questionable.
He says this one is as questionable. So I was really curious about that. Before we get into what that means, because I asked Dr. Thewison, I'd like to point out that Dr. Werner here has misconstrued what the sigmoid process and involucrum actually are. He doesn't seem to understand or appreciate that the specimen is damaged, despite Dr. Thewison pointing it out. And the reason I say that is because it doesn't show up in this interview and it doesn't show up in his book. He doesn't mention that it's broken, which might be why it doesn't look as ostensibly as it should. And then he also doesn't know why the sigmoid process is questionable in these species. Like, what does it mean when he says that this is questionable? We'll see here in a moment. Dr. Thewison, has extensively talked about the sigmoid process and how it doesn't clock a fossil cetacean. This is relevant to it being questionable or not, as you can see, right here. The sigmoid process has a strict definition and a broad definition. Under the strict definition, Pachycetus and Ambulocetus questionably have it. That's what he means when he says it's questionable. It's questionable that they have a sigmoid process, not that they have an involucrum. That's unambiguous. And the involucrum again being the thing that defines cetaceans, but rather it's questionable that they have a sigmoid process. Under the broad definition of the sigmoid process, both of them do have it. And the definition of the sigmoid process, as outlined here by Thewison in Walking Whales on page 6, he says other features, including the S-shaped sigmoid process or tympanic bone, are present. They aren't unique to whales. Some other mammals have them too. So for anatomists, the ear makes the whale, the ear being that involucrum. What he's saying here, and again, what I confirmed via email, is that currently the literature is using a broad definition for the sigmoid process, in that Pachycetus and Ambulocetus both have it. However, for the majority of cetacean paleontology, the definition of what the sigmoid process is was a lot stricter. So neither of them did, or at least they questionably did, depending on the damage to the specimen, which is why Hewison in his book here and in the interview says, maybe they have it, maybe they don't. This is really important because, one, Dr. Werner has ignored the actual feature that makes them cetaceans, the involucrum, but he's also obscured the meaning of what the sigmoid process actually is. Here I've included a picture from the textbook, I think I sent this one to you, Will, of the sigmoid process in a living whale called the Balaenoptera. I think it's a fin whale. Balaenoptera is usually fin whales and like blue whales. And you can see the sigmoid process is clearly marked. And it's as this ridge, not this projecting finger-like structure. I'd also like to note here that Dr. Hewison in this quote says, all cetaceans have a tympanic with involucrum and no other animal is known to have one. This is all a single quote. And then he also says there's other features that are present in all modern whales and present in no other mammal, such as the blowhole, which is essentially a nose opening farther back on the forehead, but ancient fossil whales don't have blowholes. So this I'm including just because I want to note that Basilosaurus, which again, everybody accepts is a whale, doesn't have a blowhole. And that's kind of important because if you accept that Basilosaurus is a whale and doesn't have a blowhole, then the blowhole isn't necessary to be a whale. So that is here's my blowhole sidebar. Here's when I talked about Basilosaurus and the fact that it has intermediate nares. It doesn't have that dorsal blowhole. As I touched on last time, like when we talked about this, only the neocetes, and I'm sort of repeating what Dr. Hewison here, only the neocetes actually have a blowhole. If a blowhole defines a cetacean, then Basilosaurus, like Dorodon, and like just aren't actually whales, which would be weird if that's something that Dr. Werner thinks is the case, because he says in his book that it's a whale. He says Basilosaurus is a screenshot that I took from, I didn't include the page number here, but I can get it. Email me if you want the page number. He says Basilosaurus was a long and unusual looking whale with tiny back legs. Some suggested that its back legs indicated it could walk, while others think its back appendages were instead used for reproduction. I was unable to find a single person that thought that Basilosaurus could use those back legs to walk. So I don't know where he's getting that from. I couldn't find a citation. And they do have these back legs with an astragalus, like a deer. So regarding his thoughts on Ambulocetus, that's sort of my thoughts on that inner ear thing, the summary being the involucrum is what actually defines whether something is a cetacean or not. That is the thing that's unique to all modern whales, not the sigmoid process. Dr. Werner either does not understand it or he misconstrues it accidentally. His other issue is that he thinks Ambulocetus, being a whale, is really silly, and partially is because its location of its eyes. Again, from his book here, he says Ambulocetus, or he says, when one looks at the above drawing of Ambulocetus, and I've included for posterity the drawing that he's referring to, it's difficult to understand why it's even called a whale. What evidence do scientists have that proves Ambulocetus was a whale? And then he says, according to Dr. Annalisa Berta, an expert in aquatic mammal evolution, Ambulocetus is a whale by virtue of its inclusion in that lineage. In other words, Ambulocetus was defined as a walking whale not because it had a whale's tail or whale flippers or a blowhole. Again, he doesn't think that that's what defines a whale anyways, but I digress. But because some evolution scientists believed it evolved into a whale. Once evolution scientists believed it and it was on the line to becoming a whale, it became a whale. And since it was an animal with 4 legs, it was then called a walking whale. Scientists who oppose evolution are quick to point out that this reasoning is circular and therefore specious. If that were true, he would be correct. But it's not true, because I went and checked his source again, and again, it's not right. And this was a very exasperating exercise for me, because it took me a very long time to comb through all of this while sick, and also on the flight back from France, and this was a trend that was repeating itself. So here he quotes Dr. Berta. I've included a screenshot of his quotation, "What is a whale?" from 1994, and then there's the arrow showing the screenshots that I took of the paper. And disturbingly, as I note here, the sentence after the one that he cites over here disagrees with him, right? He's asking, why is Ambulocetus considered to be a whale? And he says, scientists say it's only considered a whale because they need it to be. It's on the way to a whale, so because of that, it's a whale. Not because of any other like anatomical reason, is I think like a fair next step to what he's saying here. So here's her quote. Ambulocetus is a whale by inclusion, by virtue of its inclusion in that lineage. I started that quote by an underline in purple. And then here's the next sentence. Evidence to support the inclusion of Ambulocetus in the whale lineage comes from derived characters that it shares with modern whales. So it comes from the anatomy. An anatomy, by the way, that Dr. Werner doesn't talk about in the book, which I don't understand why. And then I've included here from that same exact paper, Berta's list of characteristics, physical traits that define cetaceans that can be found in Ambulocetus, including an inflectotympanic that's poorly attached to the skull and bears a sigmoid process, that's your involucrum, reduced zygomatic arch, long narrow muzzle, broad supraorbital process, and teeth that resemble other archaeocetes, like its teeth look like Basilosaurus teeth. So I don't think that that's a fair representation out the gate. The reason why it's considered to be a cetacean is for all of those anatomical reasons. And again, he doesn't go over any of them in the book, and he gets wrong the one he goes over in the interview, which is the sigmoid process. Additionally, he thinks there's an eye problem with the species. He says the eyes of whales living today are on the side of their head. This is also true for proposed hyena-like Pachyena and the cougar-like Psionyx whale ancestors. In contrast, Ambulocetus had eyes on top of its head, more like a crocodile. Some evolutionary scientists now suggest that Ambulocetus may not be an ancestor to whales because of the location of its eyes. If Ambulocetus is not on the line of whale evolution, it could no longer be called a walking whale and would have to be reclassified simply as a mammal with legs. That's not true, right? Like if it's a side branch, then it's still a part of the whale family. It's just not anagenetic. And that's something that is appreciated in virtually every diagram for whale evolution that I could find, including the one on your screen now and the one that I included in my presentation. No one is proposing that Ambulocetus is the specific ancestor of modern whales, at least that I could find. Now, granted, I didn't search as hard for this one as I did for the hippo one, because the hippo one kind of put me off searching this particular subject. But I was not able to find it on a cursory search, and the very first image that popped up for me has Ambulocetus here as not a direct ancestor, but as a cousin, right? So the direct ancestor is not listed a single time. It's not proposed a single time. Instead, you have many cousins that show the morphologic change over geologic time. Is it possible that Ambulocetus is the direct ancestor? Yes, but it would be inappropriate for scientists to propose that it is, because we can't say that for certain. But also, talking about the location of the eyes, I know Dr. Werner accepts all of the pairs of animals that you can see on screen here as related. I know that he thinks that both of these skulls on your bottom left, which I'm highlighting with my cursor, despite their different locations of their orbits and the longer and shorter snout and the different shape of the brain case, I know he would accept those are related because both of those are cats. The one on the left is a Persian and the one on the right is an Oriental cat. I also know that he would accept that these otters on the upper right are related to one another, or that these rodents here on the bottom are related to one another, despite like intense diversity in the location of their eyes. Likewise, I would suspect that he would accept that these bats are related, but I don't know for sure. And there's some serious diversity in those bats there. When I was putting this together, it actually occurred to me how silly I find that proposition, because here on top is Ambulocetus and here below is Basilosaurus. And to me, granted, I have background in anatomy, these two are way more similar to one another than, say, these two cats or these four otters. So in sum, Werner's second objection is unfounded by every measure. The earliest land-living cetaceans like Pachycetus and Ambulocetus have the inner ear features that are only seen in modern whales, the involucrum. And with a broad definition, they have the sigmoid process as well. Dr. Werner just doesn't know that the sigmoid process is defined as a ridge, not a finger-like pokey outy thing, like finger of bone. And when I asked Dr. Thewison that, he was like, what do you mean by finger-like? And I had to send him the screenshots of the video. Given that this is a feature that defines modern whales to the exclusion of all other mammals, it is inaccurate to say that the auditory bulla of Pachycetus or Ambulocetus resembles non-cetacean land mammals more than cetaceans. There might be aspects of it that look more like land mammals than living cetaceans today, but that wouldn't change the fact that it has the inner ear that only whales have. And also, I would expect that something that's still living on land would have some characteristics of its ear that are well suited to life on land. Why would it lose it if the pressure isn't there yet? Further, both his understanding and representation of Ambulocetus in the literature around it is incorrect, according to his own cited sources. Like, I really think there's no getting around that second sentence violating the first sentence kind of thing. Ambulocetus is classification for numerous reasons, from the inner ears of the skull, or excuse me, to the skull and the teeth. Dr. Werner ignores all of these traits, at least in Grand Experiment Volume 1 and the interview on Ambulocetus, and misunderstands the ones that he does mention in his interview with Dr. Kulisin. So, Rhodocetus, this is the big one. Rhodocetus had fins and a tail. Fluke speculated for it. This is overstepping. Why is Rhodocetus considered a whale relative at all? So, Dr. Werner feels that that Rhodocetus' original depiction was inappropriately jumping the gun. Over here to the left, I've included a picture from the Grand Experiment Volume 1. This is the one that Will included as well in his PowerPoint presentation, in his response last time, that shows Rhodocetus with these paddle-like flippers, or at the very least, heavily, thickly webbed hands and feet, as well as a fluked tail. This is important because Rhodocetus is proposed to be a transitional species, and a fluke is something that defines modern whales and like no transitionals, at least that existed at the time. So Dr. Werner is saying, look, they've depicted it as a fluke or as having a fluked tail. Is that appropriate or is it not? Now, this information I actually got for somebody who emailed both Will and I, and it's really been a bee in my bonnet for this whole thing. The timeline for this doesn't make any sense to me, because what Dr. Werner is going to propose is that we discovered later on that Rhodocetus doesn't have a fluked tail. Right, so the initial specimen didn't have much of the tail preserved. And so in this interview with Phil Gingrich, who I emailed, but who did not email me back, maybe I've got the wrong email, but I emailed him a month ago and I still haven't heard back from him yet. In this email, he asks Dr. Gingrich why they depicted Rhodocetus as having a tail. And Dr. Gingrich says, I speculated. So if we may, I'd like to watch that so we can hear it.
When this video series was being filmed on location at the university,
Rhodocetus. So we don't know for sure whether it had a ball vertebra indicating a fluke or not. So I speculated it might have had a fluke.
Scientist Gingrich also acknowledged that the flippers were drawn on the diagram without these fossils.
So, very, what's the word I'm looking for? Incriminating, right? He says that this is speculative, and I think at first glance, all of us have a knee-jerk reaction to that and think, well, that's not appropriate. Why was it depicted as having a fluked tail if we didn't have the tail at all? Why was that speculated? So I'd like to get into that for a minute. So the original timeline, Rhodocetus was discovered in 1994, or rather that's when it was published on. The original description of Rhodocetus, or depiction, I should say, with this drawing, I was unable to find. But I assume that it must have happened sometime between 1994, when Rhodocetus was published, and 2001, when we discovered initial material that shows it does not have a fluked tail, something that Dr. Gingrich and the entire scientific community accepted immediately. So at some point during those 7 years, we discovered more material, and then we found that additional material in 2001. Now, the Grand Experiment Volume 1 came out in 2007, and the interview that you just saw here was in 2009. So both of those happened a significant amount of time after the additional material that shows Rhodocetus did not have a fluked tail came out. Just keep that in mind moving forward here.
Now, he does not believe this animal had flippers. Again, his answer was surprising, since the museum diagrams had flippers on Rhodocetus.
Now, since then, we found the forelimbs, the hands, and the front arm, the arms, in other words, of Rhodocetus. And we understand that it doesn't have the kind of arms that can be spread out like flippers are on a whale. And if you don't have flippers, I don't think you can have a fluked tail in really powered swimming. And so I now doubt that Rhodocetus would have had a fluked tail.
I don't think anybody out there, Will included, although I can't see him, I can't gauge his expressions, but I don't know that anybody is going to have a problem with the idea that you change your mind when new information comes along. I think the problem here that Dr. Werner is pointing out, or at least thinks he's pointing out, is that the fluke was speculated without the material to support it. And that's what went through my head. So I did what anybody would do. I went and I read the original papers and to see what was actually said. What were the actual arguments made? Looking into it, I have no idea why Dr. Werner is so perturbed. I get that he's upset that the diagram is wrong. I have some thoughts on that here in a minute. But originally, Dr. Gingrich thought Rhodocetus had paddles and a fluked tail because the anatomy that they had suggested that it did, or at least that it could. So here is the paper, or a snippet from the original paper from 1994, where he says, one of his authors, whoever wrote this section, says, terminal caudals, or terminal ends of the tail, caudal vertebrae, are lacking in the type specimen of Rhodocetus, and we cannot assess the potential presence of a caudal fluke or a fluked tail. But it is reasonable to expect the development of a fluke to coincide with the shortening of the neck, the flexibility of the sacrum, and the reduction of the hind limbs first observed in Rhodocetus. This idea can be tested when more complete tail of Rhodocetus is found. I think that's really appropriate. This happens all the time in science. You say what you think, you say why you think it, and then you say how you can actually test that idea further down the line. So what was found, and the fact that paddles and a fluke were hypothesized, were based on the available anatomy, and that's like transparent, both in the paper and, as I've included below, in a screenshot from the grand experiment in the exhibit. I mean, they show you what they have, and they show you what's missing. The museum placard reads, when discovered, this fossil skeleton was missing the front limbs, the rear limbs, below the knee, and the end of the tail. So what this boils down to is that Dr. Werner doesn't like that the cartoon that was depicted of Rhodocetus has a fluked tail. And I understand that too, but being wrong doesn't mean being deceptive. This is what they thought it looked like on the basis of the material that they actually had. Further, before Dr. Werner's book or interview with Dr. Gingrich, with Philip Gingrich, was published, the new material came out, right? In the subsequent 2001 paper, the possibility of the fluke was rejected because the new material showed that webbed hands and feet were present rather than flippers, and the fluke was unlikely. Here's what they say from that paper over here. The forelimbs and hands could not be extended as broad pectoral flippers, which would be required to control recoil from undulation or oscillation of a caudal fluke. Hence, it is doubtful Rhodocetus had such a fluke. So this is the 2001 paper. So Dr. Werner's interview and his book were after this publication. I don't understand why it was all included then. It seems to me that he went to the museum and saw an outdated cartoon on the placard and was upset about that, which that's fair, but unfortunately that is ridiculously common because there is no funding for museum renovations. Here's some examples I've seen over the past 3 years. This is when I was at the AMNH, the American Museum of Natural History, in the Human Evolution section. You can see me there. You can see my glasses and my little beanie. And what I want you guys to appreciate is that this exhibit is so out of date that they have chimpanzees, bonobos, orangutans, and gorillas in a different family of animals as compared to humans. Humans are in Hominidae over here to the right, and all the other apes are in the family Pongidae. Now, anybody who's watching this knows that this has been out of date since the 1970s, and this is still what's being proposed at the American Museum of Natural History. I had the opportunity to talk to somebody who works there at one of the AABAs over the past several years, and they were like, we can't renovate it. We don't have the money, right? Like it's wrong, but we have to reprint all of the signage, and they've got like, as you can see, like personalized diagrams and things here. They don't have the money to change it. Likewise, at that same exhibit, we see tarsiers, which everybody knows tarsiers. They've got the big eyes. They're these Southeast Asian living primates that have these really big eyes, and they jump from tree to tree. They eat insects. They're the only fully carnivorous primate. And for most of history, in looking at these guys, tarsiers have been classified as being really closely related to lemurs and to lorises. But then we sequenced their genome, and we found out that they are more closely related. They share more with the New World, or not the New World monkeys, the haplorhine monkeys. So New World monkeys, Old World monkeys, and the apes, right? And so they should be classified as haplorhines rather than as strepsirrhines. And yet on this placard, you can see pretty clearly they're called prosimians, which is the casual word for strepsirrhine. So this too is out of date. And perhaps most hilariously at all, when I was in France 3 weeks ago, I went to the Gallery of Evolution there, and they had a little tiny section dedicated to whales. And this is the screenshot that I took and then used Google Translate on, where they say that whales, their closest living relatives, or not their closest living relatives, their closest relatives in the past are mesonychids, which is also like 40 or 50 years out of date. And so evidently they're not funding museums in France either. because this has also been like out of date in the conventional literature for a very long time. In sum, Dr. Warner's third objection is unfounded. He finds it inappropriate that Dr. Gingrich hypothesized a drawing that was made on the basis of that hypothesis, and Dr. Gingrich turned out to be wrong. That happens, right? He's also upset, rightly, in my opinion, that the museum has not updated their exhibits. Unfortunately, this is common because of funding issues, but interestingly, while I was researching for this, I found out that the Michigan exhibit has actually updated their signage, but the AMNH and Paris have not. So the smaller museums seem to have an easier time, probably because there's less space, updating their exhibits than these larger, more famous ones do. Last one, Basilosaurus should not be considered the ancestor of modern whales because it lived at the same time as modern whales or Neocetes. This is a really easy one. No one's proposing that Basilosaurus was the direct ancestor of modern whales, although they may be, as same with Ambulocetus, it's possible. At least they shared a common ancestor, but I couldn't find anybody saying Basilosaurus evolved into whales. And then I'll end it by just saying, after reading everything that Dr. Warner published in the books that I have about whale evolution and watching all the interviews in the whale evolution updated section on his website, here's just a sampling of specimens that are never mentioned, right? You'll notice some of these are full skeletons. You'll notice some of these, we have multiple specimens of them. And you'll notice that all of these, if memory serves, have been discovered roughly over the past 20 or 30 years. So they're all quite new. It's fair to not include them in the book, right? But I do think the website, which you can update more easily, should probably maybe mention something about these guys. So that's what I have on whale evolution. I hope it's clear where I'm coming from with this, even if you maybe disagree, or I'd encourage you to like maybe look into some of that stuff and see if you disagree, see if I'm off base on it. But that's my take. Do you have any thoughts you want to share on that?
No, thanks for doing that. That was great.
Excellent.
Now I can
Hopefully.
give your voice a break.
Yeah, right. I just drank about half of that. In the meantime, if you will do me, I'll check in once you've had a chance. For those of you who I'm sure are like wondering what Will thinks about that, hopefully you'll take a little bit when you can to like look into it over the next month, and then next time I'll check in and see where you're at on that. Is that fair enough? For sure, definitely. All right, now Will's going to give us bird evolution and his thoughts, and he's. You got stuff to say. I don't know. We correspond in the background, so I'm interested and scared to see where this is going to go. So I'm going to mute myself so you can't hear me talking or coughing. So the floor is yours.
Okay, cool. I love that that way of putting it, interested and scared. I love it. Okay, so here we go. I have been so excited to talk about bird evolution. Before we dive in, this bird, this is a picture I took of a curl-crested aracari. I'm not going to say where because that'll kind of cheapen it a little bit, but I fell in love with this bird. It was love at first sight. I have visited it more than once at this point, but this is an absolutely beautiful bird if you've never seen it. And it has, just because of my own personal experience, become my favorite bird. All right. So I have been absolutely giddy since having a major epiphany after our last session. I cannot wait to share this with everyone at the end of this presentation. And I hope everyone is as excited as I am about it. I do think it will help everyone understand why I'm not yet sold on evolution, and maybe more importantly, how we can get there. All right. I want to quickly shout out 3 people who reached out to me recently as a result of this series with Erica. First, I received this letter all the way from England. So I think that's pretty cool to hear from people across oceans. So this is reaching people all over the world. A neuroscientist actually reached out to me after our last session, wanting to dispute my claim that people have out-of-body experiences. He and I had a chat a few days ago. His name is Dr. Chris Thompson. Here's his YouTube channel. And if you want to hear our chat on this topic, you can see it there. It's the latest video on the live tab of his YouTube channel. I really enjoyed that conversation. He wants to speak again. So I emailed him today saying we can definitely speak again. I love talking about it. And then someone named Carson mailed me some 3D printed skull fossils. This is super, super cool. Here is a picture of what he sent me. Now, I don't understand what these are yet, but he said that they're going to be important when Erica starts teaching human evolution. And once we get rid of my presentation here, you'll be able to see them right here above my shoulder on the shelf. So I've got them there ready to go for Erica's presentation. So Carson, super cool gift. Thank you so much. You're not only encouraging me, but you're also helping me learn, which is awesome. All right. I want to give everybody an update. This entire series is getting very overwhelming for me. When I find experts with varying opinions, I honestly don't know how to determine who is correct. It seems that most people want me to just side with the majority in this situation. I understand why this seems like the logical thing to do, but it's just not me. I've seen the majority be wrong too many times to default to just siding with the majority when I don't understand something. Now, I don't want people to interpret this as me thinking the majority is wrong most of the time or anything like that. As a bit of a health nut, I've especially seen the experts be wrong a lot in the medical and nutrition fields. So my own personal experience certainly has influenced me here. I grew up on low-fat and fat-free food thanks to the experts. That was a disaster. I'm still paying the price for that. I don't fault my parents at all. This was a near universal consensus in the medical and nutrition world that fat is bad for you and fat makes you fat. It was completely false. And a recent knee injury should illustrate nicely what I'm talking about here. So very recently, in the last year, I developed knee pain on the outside of my knee. It was so bad, I was limping. And I mentioned it to my wife, and she said the craziest thing ever. She said, why don't you look for advice on YouTube? I kid you not. She told me to look on YouTube. I thought she was a little crazy. I'm limping. I can't function normally. I struggle to walk up and down stairs. So I did what the experts would tell me to do. I went to the doctor. The doctor checked me out, couldn't find anything, but he said, let's do an x-ray. Let's do a CT scan. So I did an x-ray. I did a CT scan. He said, everything looks perfect. Well, okay, I can barely walk normally. So I then went to a chiropractor who I know does really good work. He checked me out and he said, Will, your knee is perfectly fine. So then I went to Pilates because someone said I should go to Pilates and that will help. Pilates did not help. So then I went back to my wife and she said, why don't you look on YouTube? So begrudgingly, I went to YouTube and I very quickly found a video if you have pain on the outside of your knee. And I started reading the comments, and the comments said that people had been dealing with this knee pain for years. They've spent thousands of dollars, as I have, and this guy solved their problem in a 5-minute video. So this YouTube channel explained that the knee pain is actually coming from a muscle in my hip known as the tensor fascia lata, the TFL. It attaches at the knee, but when it's tight at the hip, it pulls on the outside of the knee. And he gave an exercise that literally resolved my knee pain in 30 seconds. So anyway, these real world experiences are why I'm not just going to be quick to do what the majority consensus want me to do. All right. I didn't know where to start after Erica's bird evolution presentation. So I just decided to start with Archaeopteryx. And for all of you in the comments telling me to not listen to creationists while I'm learning from Erica, I think you should look into human psychology a little bit, because you telling me that just makes me want to do it more. So I watched a few videos on YouTube from creationist channels on Archaeopteryx. Now, to prove to all the haters out there that I'm doing my best to be objective and let the evidence speak for itself, I will gladly acknowledge that the videos were wanting. I didn't walk away from watching them thinking they made a strong case against the evolutionary paradigm, specifically in regards to Archaeopteryx. The best video was from Answers in Genesis Canada, but was still wanting. And by the way, where in the world did Answers in Genesis Canada come from? I've always heard of AIG, but all of a sudden there's Answers in Genesis Canada and they've got a ton of subscribers. Who knows? Now, what stood out to me the most in all these videos was the absence of giving evolution credit for the prediction of a creature like Archaeopteryx. I think it's important to give credit where credit is due, regardless of whether or not you agree with the overall premise. So I will do what I did not hear these creationist organizations do and give credit to evolution for accurately predicting a creature like Archaeopteryx. Now, I would also encourage those who reject young Earth creationism to give credit to those creationists who make scientific predictions that come true. This will go a long way in getting a creationist to listen to you. Now, I'm sure a bunch of people right now in their minds are thinking young Earth creationists don't make scientific predictions. They're not qualified to, they don't publish, yada, yada, yada. To quiet that down and to kind of get you to try to flip a switch in your mind here. One example of this is physicist Russell Humphreys. So in the 1980s, he predicted that Uranus and Neptune would have significant measurable magnetic fields. And this was based on his belief that the Earth was only thousands of years old. I can't find a single planetary scientist who agreed with Humphreys, and it appears he was going against mainstream science all by himself. He published his predictions in 1984 in a creationist science journal, and the Voyager 2 space probe confirmed his prediction in 1986 and 1989, 1 year for each planet. By the way, this is another reason young Earth creationism is not like flat Earth. Flat Earthers don't make predictions, and if they did, they would be wrong. Now, Archaeopteryx. Looking more into Archaeopteryx, I realized that over 100 toothed bird species have been discovered in the fossil record. I cannot currently reconcile this with a young Earth. Please hear me. I am making a huge admission here. I've thought about this a lot, and I cannot make sense of all of the toothed birds going extinct in the last few thousand years. So this is definitely a chink in my armor, a significant one at that. Now, I had a call with Dr. Joel Tay, who is with Creation Ministries International, and he actually watched some of Erica's bird evolution presentation, which I think is pretty cool. I would hope Erica wants people at these Creation Ministries to watch her materials. Now, he has a 3-hour presentation of over 500 slides as to why he does not think dinosaurs became birds. I have not seen this presentation. He didn't share it with me, and we had a very limited time to talk. But he brought two things to my attention, which I think are relevant to our topic of birds and dinosaurs. First, he made me aware of something called the antitrochanter, which I had never heard of before. And number two, he showed me the picture published in Science magazine purporting to show Velociraptor had quill knobs. Now, the antitrochanter is part of a bird's anatomy, and it's not mentioned in a single YouTube video that I could find, and it does not have a Wikipedia page. So according to Joel, only birds have an antitrochanter, and this is a way to tell immediately if a fossil is a bird or a dinosaur. Dinosaurs do not have this, and birds do. Now, here is an article I was able to find on Oxford Academic called The Antitrochanter of Birds, Form and Function and Balance. The first line of the abstract says, the antitrochanter is a uniquely avian osteological feature of the pelvis that is located lateral to the posterodorsal rim of the acetabulum. Okay, that's a mouthful. I already mentioned how this is getting overwhelming for me. Erica is teaching me about acetabulums. Joel is teaching me about antitrochanters. This is very esoteric stuff, and it's very hard to find information on. Erica is an expert. Joel is an expert. What do I do here? I do not have the knowledge or expertise to know who is right. Now, Erica discussed quill knobs in her bird evolution presentation, and Joel wanted to bring something to my attention. He showed me the picture from the journal Science that was used to claim Velociraptor had quill knobs, and then he simply just asked me a question. He said, Will, do those look like quill knobs to you? So here is the picture from Science. It's at the bottom there for people to look this up. A is the Velociraptor bone, and they had to zoom in significantly in B so you could even see what the arrows are pointing to. And I think people will still miss it with these arrows, but there's these tiny, tiny, tiny indentations that the arrows are pointing to. When you zoom in enough, you can see it. Then the article shows a picture of a turkey vulture, and it shows quill knobs on the turkey vulture. You can see those immediately, and yes, those are protruding. Then they show the quills attached to the quill knobs, so you can see how they attached. And of course, they can attach because they protrude out of the bone. So then here is the journal itself. It says, we present direct evidence of feathers in Velociraptor based on the presence of quill knobs on the posterior forearm. I want to ask everyone a question, and I want to give everybody, I'm going to go back and watch the comments afterward. I want to give everybody a chance right now to be as brutally honest with yourselves as possible. I want you to try to recognize your bias before you answer. But I'm just going to ask you the same question Joel Tay asked me. Does B, what the arrows are pointing to, do those look like quill knobs to you? Just answer and try to be as honest as possible. And I think there's only one correct answer. All right, so how do I solve this problem of figuring out who is right, seeing as I will never understand this to the level of experts? I'm sure everyone will tell me to ignore Joel because he's a creationist bad, and listen to Erica because she's not. That's well and good, but have you heard of the BAND? BAND stands for Birds Are Not Dinosaurs and is the name given to evolutionary biologists and paleontologists who oppose the idea that birds evolved from theropod dinosaurs. Now, I fully expect creationists to reject evolution, but when scientists who are not creationists come out against certain claims of evolution, that definitely piques my interest, and I think it should. The big names in this quote-unquote band that I could find are Alan Fiducia, Larry Martin, Storrs Olson, John Rubin, and this guy whose name I'm not even going to try to pronounce. I'm going to be honest with everybody. I don't think I will ever see why people say birds are dinosaurs. I just can't picture myself ever wearing this shirt. I asked AI to make this picture for me wearing this shirt, and I think they did a really good job. And I would never say my favorite dinosaur is a hummingbird. Now, for those of you who are tempted to say that I'm straw manning evolution right now, I'm not. People in the comments of this series with Erica have said things exactly like this. My favorite dinosaur is a hummingbird. But even more so, I recently took my kids to a sauropod exhibit at the Denver Museum of Nature and Science. So we're going to an exhibit about the biggest dinosaurs that have ever existed in this world. And look what it says. They go out of their way to say even this tiny hummingbird belongs to the dinosaur lineage. So no straw man here. I'll never believe that a hummingbird is a dinosaur. I'm sorry. Now, I'm not saying that I won't believe that it evolved from a dinosaur, but it's not a dinosaur, at least in my mind. All right. Now, my wife is a bird lover. So you guys need to know this because this is important for you to understand where I'm coming from. My wife is such a bird lover. She had a bird in her senior picture. So good luck finding that anywhere else. That says something. Now, we actually got married partly because of a bird. So we were dating, and my wife at the time, who was not my wife, was thinking I was not marriage material, and she was pretty convinced I was not the one. And so she devised a test. We were in her basement talking, and we were actually sitting on the ground because that's what you do when you're young. And she said, I'll be right back. She came back with her African gray parrot. So this is a picture of her African gray. I don't even know if she's ever seen this picture. This parrot's name is Solomon. And she set Solomon next to me to see what I would do. She's a bird lover. And so I think in her mind, if this guy doesn't like birds, he's out. Full transparency, I was freaking out inside. My heart was racing, but I played it really cool and it worked. So all of a sudden she's like, okay, maybe this guy is going to be okay if he's handling my African gray like this. So guess what happened after that? Her putting this African gray next to me made me the bird lover. So I actually became the bird guy of our relationship. And I would say I'm now the bird guy in this family. Anywhere we go, I want as many birds on me as possible. I've done falconry in Scotland. I've been with penguins. Any chance I get to be close to birds, I'll do it. And I want as many birds as possible. There's some macaws that I had on me recently. So now I'm the bird guy of this relationship. Now, if you think pulling a rabbit out of a hat is impressive, I can top that. This is a true story. We were on a plane flying over an ocean, and I excused myself to go to the bathroom, and I returned with a parrot for my wife. Okay, true story. That's an eclectus. We'll talk about the eclectus here in a little bit. This is one of my wife's favorite stories of all time in our relationship. Now, for those of you who have been negative toward Erica for doing this series with me, I have something very important to tell you and that you must know. I can't get evolution out of my head. Okay, this is not an exaggeration. Evolution is currently living rent-free in my head. I think about it when I wake up, I think about it during the day, and I think about it when I go to bed. Because of this series, I literally cannot stop thinking about evolution. As I observe the world around me, as I observe my own body, as I observe driving around, nature, everything, I can't stop thinking about evolution. So for the last few weeks, I thought about bird evolution pretty much every single day. And I have two things that don't make sense to me in light of evolution. The first one, I'm calling information. Now, I'm going to use an example of the cuckoo, but this would apply to other birds as well. But the cuckoo is a brood parasite. What that means is they travel thousands of miles. They leave their eggs behind in another bird's nest. So they go and they'll lay one egg in like 50 nests, other nests with eggs. And then after laying their eggs in the nests of other birds, they leave Europe and they fly thousands and thousands of miles to southern Africa. So imagine how far that is. Now, as impressive as this is, there is something even more impressive, at least to me. What's even more incredible is these cuckoos who hatch and are raised by parents who are not their own and not even the same species, they also fly from Europe to southern Africa when they are old enough to leave the nest. They never, ever meet their parents. This seems to me to be something that God programmed into them. And I don't see how evolution can account for this information that cuckoos possess. The second thing is aesthetic beauty. I see purely aesthetic beauty in the world of birds that I cannot account for by evolution. The beauty seems purely gratuitous, which is something that would come from an artistic, intelligent mind. This picture of a macaw I recently took in the Dominican Republic. By the way, yesterday was International Parrot Day, which I'm sure nobody really knows or cares about. It's just an interesting coincidence. And if we just look at macaws for a second, they're just absolutely unbelievable. They look like they were created by an artist. This right here is the eclectus that I brought my wife on the plane. The males are this color. The females are red and purple. Just stunning, stunning birds. Here we have a toucan, such a beautiful bird. There's a different type of a toucan and another type of a toucan. Here's the curl-crested aracari that I took a picture of. Just unbelievable beauty. Here's another different type of aracari. Here's a banded aracari. And then I've recently become obsessed with magpies of all birds. This bird lives in my yard. It feeds at my feeder. It flies around my yard. And when they open their wings, man, they are just stunning, beautiful creatures. We could sit here and look at bird pictures for hours, but I also stumbled across this one. It's a royal flycatcher, and it's just amazing how much beauty we have in the bird world, beauty that seems to be aesthetic, artistic, and not something that would be the result of evolution. Now, let's get to my epiphany. This has been so exciting for me. I can't even tell you. I received an email a few weeks ago from Rebecca Davis. I've mentioned her before. She runs the YouTube channel Examining Origins. I don't think anybody can dislike Rebecca. She's so kind. She admits when she's wrong. She's got unique guests on her channel. She invites people who disagree to come on her channel. She's just fantastic. She emailed me and she said, Will, I really think you need to read a book called Darwin's God by Dr. Cornelius Hunter. Now, I have a rule for myself that I've broken twice now, which is I don't read a book based on a single recommendation. If somebody recommends a book, I will take a mental note. And if a second person recommends it or a third, then I will consider reading it. Erica, I made an exception for Fuzz's book on dinosaur blood and dinosaur soft tissue, which I was more than happy to do. You gave me your copy of the book. We ended up talking to him on his channel. So that one was great. And I'm so glad I read the book. Well, Rebecca got me this book by Dr. Cornelius Hunter, and I decided to read it. And reading this book has literally profoundly changed my life. I have not been able to stop talking about it. I'm not going to be able to fully explain why it's had such a profound impact because it's a 200-page book, but I'm guessing no one in the comments has read this book. It doesn't seem to be well known. It doesn't seem to be very popular. So this is probably the first time you're even hearing of it. By the way, before you throw shade here, this book gave me a new respect and appreciation for none other than Charles Darwin. This book completely changed my opinion of Charles Darwin in a positive way. I had a lot of negative ideas about him, and this book went through the history of Charles Darwin, and I was like, wow, I was wrong about Darwin. So that's actually a good thing in my mind. But I'm going to read a quote, and keep in mind, I can't explain to you why this book has been so profound for me with a single quote, but I am going to explain that why this single quote really latched on to me for this series with Erica. Page 128 says this: often our fundamental assumptions about reality are transparent to us. They are like metaphysical spectacles which influence how we see the world, though we have forgotten we are wearing them. Wow. This grabbed me immediately. This idea that we have fundamental assumptions about reality that are transparent to us, and they're like spectacles that we have forgotten we are even wearing. Now, again, to be transparent, when I read this, Erica, I immediately thought, because this book's about evolution, I was thinking about evolution and you. My first thought was, Erica does this. Erica is guilty of this. And then literally seconds later, I was like, oh, shoot, Will, you're guilty of this. Of course I am. And the more I've thought about it, I think everybody is. I think it's impossible to be a human being and not have fundamental assumptions about reality. And those are going to impact us. So, Erica, when you look at these bones here, which you recognize because I took this from your presentation, you refer to these as a dead ringer. With your spectacles, your metaphysical spectacles, you see common ancestry. When I look at these exact same bones in your presentation from you, and I put on my metaphysical spectacles, I see common design. This is so, so, so important, everybody. We have to understand how we are processing and interpreting the evidence, because the evidence is the same for all of us. So, Erica, your fundamental assumption about reality is that God does not exist, and you are interpreting the evidence via this assumption. Because God doesn't exist in your mind, it had to have happened naturally. And so if you see two things that look the same, they must have come from one another. Now, my fundamental assumption about reality is that God does exist, and I am guilty. I'm also interpreting the evidence via this assumption. So when I see the dead ringer, I'm thinking common design. So when people get frustrated with me for not getting it, they don't realize that I'm looking at the evidence through specific metaphysical spectacles. Here's the problem. They think I'm viewing the evidence through their metaphysical spectacles and are frustrated why I don't see what they see. And on the flip side, I get confused why I'm not seeing what everyone else is saying I should be seeing. And I got my answer from Dr. Hunter's book. You are not wearing the same metaphysical spectacles that I am wearing. So, are we at an impasse here? And the answer is not at all. Not at all. In fact, this is what science is for. Science exists to test hypotheses and either falsify or strengthen a particular explanation. So what will help us progress here is a return to the scientific method. This is fun. As the final experiment guy, I just love getting my hands dirty, doing tests, and concocting experiments to test ideas. As the claims of evolution are being presented to me, I'm going to be carefully thinking of ways to test them scientifically. And if you have any ideas, please let me know.
Awesome. I made a lot of notes for that. I do want to say I'm sure you do the same thing, but I keep chat. I don't look at chat while we're doing these because first of all, I find it distracting. But second of all, it might influence my thoughts, like what comes to my mind when you're saying particular things. And I have a lot of notes here. Is it okay if we maybe just dialogue for a minute?
Sure.
Okay. Because I want to start with something. I find your ending very profound, and maybe not a lot of people will get that. I get that this can be, and I've said this to people who I've recommended our series to in the past, but this is a frustrating series for a lot of people. And it's frustrating on the creationist side, and it's frustrating on the evolution side as well, from conventional science. Because it does feel at times that we're at an impasse. And Will and I, full disclosure, we correspond behind the scenes, and I sent him an email shortly after the last presentation, after I heard his response to the cetacean stuff, and I was basically like, I kind of feel like we're at an impasse. Not in so many words, but I was like, I feel stuck. I don't know how to progress. I don't know how to move forward here. And I think I agree with you. This is what I've expressed multiple times over the course of our series so far. I want nothing more than for you specifically to design an experiment to your satisfaction. And then, of course, that would also be to the satisfaction of the evolutionary community or conventional science and the creationist community alike. And that everybody's on the same page, and then we can then go out and test at something that you've designed. Now, full disclosure, I would also say that many of those have already happened. I would say many of those exist. Archaeopteryx is a phenomenal example of that. Something that was, we both say, here's what we should see, and this is why my presentations have been sort of phrased as they have been. What does evolution propose we should see? And then we go out and find it and see if we see that or not. And there's a lot of opportunities for evolution to be wrong time and time and time again. And yet I feel as though there's a very consistent story that keeps popping up, which is that critters seem to change over time. But that being said, I said this to you, I believe in email in so many words as well, but I think the best thing would be for you to do it. I think that's what's going to be most convincing to you. I can provide the groundwork, but as far as something that's actually going to win you over, I think you've got to work through what you're actually going to find convincing yourself, and then test it. And I think there are a lot of ways to do this. I think you could do Age of the Earth very easily with that. But then again, you're a lot more, I guess, friendly towards that idea than towards evolution anyways. So a couple of things. First, bird was beautiful, obviously. Second, no, how come my viewers never send me 3D printed stuff? That's really interesting that Will comes on here far less than I am here, and no one has sent me any skulls. Of course, that's because my address isn't public, but still.
I will say he said you already have them, so.
It's true. And to be fair, those ones I do already have. I'm struggling I really find your ending profound. And I think, as I said already, and I think I'd rather start with that and kind of work backwards. I have not read Cornelius Hunter's book. I also really appreciate that stance on Charles Darwin, because I just finished working on a documentary that took me probably, with the scripting over a year to make. It's like 3 hours, it's like almost 4 hours long. Some of my patrons have already seen it, but it's going to release on my channel here in the next probably week while I'm gone. The title is something that might interest you. It's called How Science and Christianity Killed Creationism. And the reason it's called that is because it's a historical walk through our conception through time of the age of the earth and of evolutionary theory, because I believe, and I don't think this is controversial, and even if it were, I think that my documentary actually makes a really good case for why it shouldn't be. Evolution was primarily, and the ancient age of the earth was primarily discovered by men of God, and not seen as an opposition to it, which is something you might have run into while you were reading about Darwin. But if you want to appreciate Darwin, it's sort of good for that. But I haven't read that book. I'd like to read it. And I'm not surprised that Rebecca recommended it. Rebecca I think she's awesome. I think she's really sweet. We disagree on a lot of stuff, but as I've said to her in emails, we agree on far more than we disagree. And I think we agree on the most important stuff in life. And I think she's a very kind individual. However, and I've said this to Rebecca via email, and I think she's been quite public about it. She's done some videos discussing this topic. The thing that I struggle with Rebecca is that I don't think that she has a great, what's the word I'm looking for, model maybe for what we should expect if evolution is wrong, right? So I've sat down with Rebecca before on her channel, and what I did is I pitched what I thought was the best evidence for evolution, which is human evolution. And if I may, toot my own horn here, she said what I presented was really good evidence for evolution. She rejects it for other reasons, but my stuff is problematic. It has to sort of be made explicable to understand in the light of young Earth creationism in particular. But we've had a couple of exchanges back and forth, and my big thing is, okay, from what I see, which is myriad of different transitional species linking groups of organisms through time, right? If that's not what we should see from evolution, what should we see, right? And what I'm saying when I say that is, how do we know the difference between common descent and common design? Because we all agree that some amount of change can occur between organisms. That's pretty non-controversial. The question is how much, and where do we draw the line? Like, how is that actually explicable? Because as you showed in the meme, right, those astragalus bones, that's exactly what we should see if whales descend from terrestrial ancestors, right? So how do we know when something we see is common design versus when what we see is common descent? And something that I really was hoping your epiphany was going to be, because it was my epiphany for a very long time, is that it's both, right? It's both. Something you got to know about me, and maybe you don't know this about me, maybe I've not been upfront with that, but I was a young Earth creationist when I was a kid. I grew up in a young Earth creationist environment and went to a middle school that taught young Earth creationism. And then I went to high school, and for a similar reason that you've probably seen many people say before, it was big for me when I opened up a textbook that had evolutionary theory taught in it, and the fossils that I was told don't exist. And I was like, well, did they lie to me, And that was a hard thing for me to swallow. And with great ease, I slipped into theistic evolution. With great ease. And I was a theistic evolutionist for a decade and a half. And I found those two things to be very easy to marry. To this day, I don't think that you have to reject religion to accept evolution, obviously. And in fact, this is something that Charles Darwin said himself to his close friend Asa Gray, who was the biggest promoter of evolutionary theory here in the United States, and who was a fervent Christian himself. In fact, he published works on how these two things don't have to be in conflict with one another, much to the chagrin of Louis Agassiz. But I say that because I want you to know where I'm coming from, which is that my glasses weren't always naturalistic. And in fact, when I accepted evolution, they decidedly weren't. In fact, I saw design in the mechanism. And that's something that is funny, because you'll see this repeated at BioLogos. I thought I came up with it, but people come up with ideas, themselves all the time, and then it's convergent, and more than one people will kind of home in on the same idea. But to me, I looked at evolution, and my epiphany moment was, I can't think of a better way to keep life, big L life, going on this planet. It's a perfect mechanism, right? Life has never gone completely extinct a single time, as far as we know, on this earth. It is a beautifully elegant means by which to keep creatures not just well adapted to their environment, but arguably comfortable within it in a lot of cases. And so to me, I saw design in the mechanism. And I was like, I couldn't see how naturalistically you could get a mechanism like evolution, actually. To me, that was a stumbling block to naturalism, is I was like, I don't get it. I don't get how you could have a mechanism like this that could so perfectly keep organisms tuned to their environments through time, and how you could see these beautiful trajectories of how organisms change, seemingly culminating in humans only once, right? Like the earth is so very ancient, and yet only once you arrive on humans who do all of this stuff so quickly and so magnificently. To me, that was like very obvious. Now the steps that I took away from that occurred over many years, probably 10 years. And a lot of it had to do with looking into how, not how evolution works, but really how like systems chemistry works and things like that. And I would be lying if I said I fully understood it, which is incidentally why I can see design and evolution. Like when people say to me that it looks like it's a design process, I can't argue with that. Things do seem really well designed for their environment, but that's because they were designed by their environment, not for it, or guided within that environment. So I guess what I want to say is that while I wear naturalism goggles, I have not always. And those naturalism goggles were once like the sunglasses kind. You can flip the glass down, and they were my religious goggles as well. So that's, dang you, Will, that's what I thought you were going to say. I thought you were going to be like, so I've come to the conclusion that it looks like evolution happened, but it's necessarily requires a guiding hand. Which if you came to that conclusion, holy cow, I would sing from the mountaintops. I would be super duper psyched, because a lot of people who I've interacted with through the years come to that conclusion because the mechanisms for things like parasitism in cuckoos seem so astronomically unlikely, and yet we so clearly have adaptation in the present, and we so clearly have these fossil lineages that exist. And so what they say is, okay, well, there's guardrails, somebody guiding how this actually works. And, you know, again, I disagree with that for reasons we could get into, but I would be very happy with that as a conclusion. I wrote here that I think his quote is lovely. I think that's true. I agree. And I think anybody who is in the audience watching this who thinks that they don't have a pair of goggles in which they observe the world I think that's silly. Of course, we all have biases. And of course, we all observe the world through our own experiences. I understand that's been hijacked by some people to like try to invalidate entire lines of evidence. But that being said, you can't throw the baby out with the bathwater there. A couple of other notes here. I don't know. How would you feel about this? Did you get a chance to look at the bird presentation that I sent you?
Sorry, which one?
I sent you a second one that had like high quality pictures. Did you get a chance to look at that?
I didn't, unfortunately.
Look at that, and then how about we'll touch base on birds at the beginning of the next time. Does that sound okay?
Yeah.
Because included in that, I have some really nice pictures of like what I think are fairly unambiguous feathers in critters that are very similar to Velociraptor. I will note that I agree with you that what's proposed to be quill knobs are very subtle. However, what I will also say is that I think if you want to convince me that they're not, you would want to find something like you'd need a bunch of flightless birds, because no one's saying Velociraptor could fly. And I would assume that if it had feathers on its wings, that the quill knobs of something like a turkey vulture are going to be way bigger because it has to hold itself aloft on those feathers. So I would assume, just by virtue of biomechanics, that something that is only using the feathers on its wings for insulation or display or balance, that those knobs are going to be a lot more subtle. So I see little lumps. I agree they're not impressive, but I see lumps there. But in my head, immediately my next thought is, okay, well, why might they not be impressive? Why wouldn't they be as impressive as something that flies? And it's like, well, because Velociraptor didn't fly. So I think a really great comparison would be, look at the quill knobs of something like an ostrich, or something like an emu, something that doesn't fly but has feathers, and then you could look at them all together. I haven't looked at that yet. I was just putting
I was shocked that the authors of the paper chose the turkey vulture.
Yeah, that's so strange to maybe it's just because it does clearly show what a quill knob is. I mean, it's like unambiguous. but I would have liked to see more, and I'm sure they're out. Someone has done that. Someone has made that comparison out there somewhere. I will say, if there's a 500 slide presentation about why birds can't evolve from dinosaurs, I want to see it.
Okay.
Because the first thing that I did when you were talking about the, hold on. I have it right here. The anti-trochanter, when you were talking about the anti-trochanter, the very first thing that I did is I put anti-trochanter bird evolution into Google Scholar. And the first paper that came up is one from 2021 titled The Evolution of Pelvic Limb Muscle Movement in Arms in Bird-line Archosaurs, so proposed dinosaurs, relatives of birds. And there's like an entire section in the middle of this thing that's talking about the anti-trochanter, but I have not read it yet, obviously, because I just pulled it up. But I was just curious to see if someone is out there talking about it. So I'd like to read that and see what they say about it. I will say, if you go back and look at my bird presentation, you'll notice that at one point I talk about an irreducibly complex structure, or something that's been proposed to be irreducibly complex in the past. It's a muscle tendon, I think, that runs along, like almost threads the needle through this little hollow in bone that helps birds fly. And it was proposed as an irreducibly complex thing. Like, how could something like that evolve? How do you thread a muscle through, a hollow of bone and end up with something that's capable of flight, especially if it's necessary for the upstroke or the downstroke or whichever it was, but I can't remember off the top of my head. And what I found was, when I looked into it, there are actually two species that have a partially enclosed hollow, or progressively more partially enclosed, that you can see in that presentation. And so to me, when I hear that something is, how could something like that evolve, I immediately think, okay, well, we've got these steps in these other organisms. Do we actually have nothing there or not? I will say as well, I looked a lot into Alan Fiducia and the other scientists who are Birds Are Not Dinosaurs crew. And Alan Fiducia does think that Velociraptor is a bird. So I think that's kind of important. I included a bit of that in the PowerPoint that I sent you. So when you take a look at it, you should see it. But it's interesting to me that there's this entire group of people, mostly it's just Alan Fiducia now. I think, don't quote me on this, a couple of the guys that you mentioned have come over, but don't quote me on that. I know there were one or two, but I can't remember if they were the ones on your list. But Alan Fiducia is not. I read his most recent book and a review of his most recent book. I think it's Romancing the Birds and Dinosaurs, though. And he just calls Velociraptor a bird in it. In fact, he specifically calls it hold on. Actually, is it okay if I share this with you? I think it might really make the case.
For sure.
Additional slides. Hold on. Luckily, again, the mammal evolution thing is relatively short today. It's under 100 slides. Isn't that impressive? Okay, I have a quote from him on, he's in here somewhere. Okay. He calls Velociraptor, share my screen, blah, blah, blah. Classic. I'm always getting lost in my own screen share. Stop screen, and then let's do here, share the screen, window. Oh my gosh. Let's do a new thing where it makes me minimize again. Come on, and there we go. Okay, so this is my bit on Alan Fiducia. This is a bit on, I talk about like his proposal that some of these feathers were collagen, but this is the slide that I wanted to show you. Alan Fiducia has described Velociraptor, the animal that you can see on your screen right here. That's the skeleton, right? We all know what Velociraptor looks like. Even though it's smaller than it was in Jurassic Park, it still is very clearly dinosaurian. He calls it, little more than a secondarily flightless bird. And the reason that he says this is because he thinks that they're like, it's flat out got feathers, right? Like he thinks that this thing is pretty, he thinks that the quill knobs are unambiguous. And I'll show you too, what you can see here. Dinobellidae also has what's proposed to be knobs, which is why I'm so curious as to whether or not these bumps are found in flightless birds. Because if they are, and they also look subtle like that, I think that's a pretty good case that you might just be looking at really subtle quill knobs in something that can't fly. Let me see if I have anything else. Do you have any thoughts before?
Yeah, I'll go back and look. I don't see knobs at all. I see indentations.
Okay, cool. Well, I don't know though. I don't know how they decompose. Like, is it would they, maybe they've CT scanned it and you can see, maybe there's an internal structure that helps. I don't know enough about bird evolution to say. I'll also, okay, a couple things to add. Nutrition is notoriously a flip-floppy science. In my experience too, I've seen that flip-flop a lot, but I will ask you to consider, are all sciences equal in their tumultuous nature? Because I would propose that some sciences you see a lot more mind-changing, like, and flip-flopping than you do in others. That's not to say they're better or worse. It's just to say that some it's harder to pin down than others. And I would propose that in evolutionary theory, you don't see a whole lot of change. It does happen, don't get me wrong, but like most ideas have stayed relatively consistent as more data has come to light. I also made a note about the hummingbird, the AI hummingbird favorite bird. It's not your favorite bird because you showed your favorite bird at the beginning and it was not a hummingbird. Okay, I think that's all I have here. I'm sure I have more that I want to get into, but I'll rewatch this and cover it next time for the bird stuff, and that'll give you a chance to look at the additional PowerPoint because it's got a lot of high-def pictures of the feathers proposed for U. tyrannus, who's like a T-Rex sized critter that's proposed to have feathers. I think it's pretty important. The last thing I'm going to say is this, because I talked about the limit of design and how do we tell the difference between common descent and common descent. I think if you're trying to put these up against each other as like testable hypotheses, you got to have a clear idea as to what we should see versus what we don't. I think you probably agree with that. I think we just all have to like come up with what that is, or like you have to come up with what would be satisfying. I did say when you were talking about how do we get around the common design, common descent issue, my major note here is I said, this is the value of prediction. So you talked about how evolution doesn't get a lot of credit for Archaeopteryx. I think that's true, but I would propose that it also doesn't get a lot of credit from creationist sources for all of the ape men that we have, which you haven't met, but you'll meet later, for Tiktaalik and other tetrapods that seem to span this gap between, you know, these Sarcopterygian fish and like tetrapods. And I think that one's particularly interesting because you'll see this when we get to tetrapod stuff. But Neil Shubin was specifically like, okay, I'm looking for a transitional species to link tetrapods or like four-legged amphibious-looking things and fish, because that's what we think. We think these two things are related. So if they are, what would I expect to see? And he was like, okay, well, if they're related, then we should see something with this particular anatomy, a mixture, a transitional, a mosaic. And some of the features should look like fish and some of the features should look like amphibians. And then he outlined some of the features that he would expect to see. You know, a big flat head with eyes on top, gills and lungs, fins that were capable of some movement, but not a lot. And so then he was like, okay, well, if the Earth is old, I mean, he didn't phrase it like this, but he's thinking if the Earth is old, the tectonic plates haven't always been in the same place they are now. So if we rewind the clock to when we think this transition occurred on the basis of things like the molecular clock and then also the ages of those fish and the ages of the tetrapods, it should be in the middle, right? He's like, okay, what did the continental plates look like at that time? And then he looks and he says, okay, there are a couple of places that are in the right habitat, because you would expect that something that's, you know, ostensibly transitioning to be on land should live in an area that's like swampy or coastal. Like it's not going to be living in the middle of a forest and it's not going to be living in the middle of the ocean. So he finds coastlines that are of the right time and in the right place to be coastlines. And the area that he settled on was Greenland. And so they go out there and they found Tiktaalik, an animal that is of the right time, is of the right morphology, and seems to span the gap. And I don't see a lot of credit given for that either. And like why a creature like that should even exist under a non-evolutionary model if there isn't something that's compelling these critters to adapt to their environment. So I think that there are quite a few. I would argue that the whale transition too was predicted. Not even, it was pitched very lightly by Darwin, but then after that, some people were investigating it a little bit further, and there was a lot going on there. But I think I agree with you that you got to come up with an experiment that you're satisfied with. And anybody who has a good idea for how to differentiate this, please email Will. He's actually way better than me at getting back to people on emails. And I know this because when he responds, I get an email, and it's that he CCs me. And so he'll have a conversation with somebody and I get to see it, but I'm not involved because I don't have time. So I'm very happy with this. I'm much more enthused than I was at last time. So I'm in a better mood. Are you ready to talk mammals?
Yes, definitely.
Awesome. I'm excited for this because I have a bit at the beginning of this presentation that is specifically addressing something you said that I chose not to talk about, the why do we call birds dinosaurs, and how a bird can never be a dinosaur, or like, at least to you, it may descend from dinosaurs, but it wouldn't be a dinosaur. And I have a little bit on that specifically in relation to humans, but I think it will get the job done as far as explaining it. And I think, as you'll see, I could have explained it better the first time, but we're going to try again. Maybe I'll get it this time. All right. We are ready. We're not quite to the Permian yet. Okie dokie. Stop me at any time, as always, because I know I tend to monologue. But if you have questions, please just say halt, you know. Okay.
Will do.
So we're doing mammal evolution today. You guys all know who I am, but here's the slide anyways. There's my background. The purpose of this series is to teach Will or anyone watching what evolution is and why the scientific community is convinced by it, as well as how it specifically applies to humans. What I'm teaching here is a hybrid course of the course I used to teach at my university. It's combined with a little bit more general biology. It's not a creationism debunking series, except what it is, which we did at the beginning of this. But I'm trying to keep the actual lessons pretty strictly science, and that's what we're going to see today. So we are talking about, as you can see here on our roadmap, tetrapods and more. Wrong. We're doing mammal evolution today. And the reason is, as I said, twofold. One, because we had a little bit of stuff to talk about with cetaceans at the beginning, so I knew we were already going to be short on time. And two, because I was sick and because I was also abroad, I didn't have a lot of time to work on my presentation and try to find a good way to like squish together tetrapods and multicellularity in addition to mammals. So I thought I'll boot it. And we'll see what we can do about condensing some of these later PowerPoints or extending the series or whatever if Will's okay with it and we have to, or I'll just cut some stuff out. Whatever we need to do, we'll make sure we get it all in. Because tetrapods and multicellularity are both important, so we'll definitely cover them. Okay, last time we applied the aforementioned concepts of evolution. Specifically, we applied them to birds throughout the Mesozoic and the early Cenozoic. So I've got my little picture of the slideshow up here, and we went through our box ticking. This is the kind of thing that I think is important to keep in mind when developing, a final experiment kind of thing for this, because I would argue, and I think you would probably agree, at least for a lot of it, if not, most of it. You wouldn't agree with all of it, but you would agree with some, that we do check some of these boxes when we're looking at evolutionary theory, what it predicts, and what we see. And now I can't say what common design would predict, right? I can't, because I don't know. It's not been outlined for me. I've not seen something that says, here's what we should see if it's common design and independent creation versus here's what we should see if it was evolution. I can only speak to the evolution side. And I do think that evolution rather eloquently, explains bird evolution, taking all of this into account. So, we do have these mechanisms that explain the emergence of new variations. We do see life form this nested hierarchy and functional and non-functional reads of the genome. We do see the relationships that are proposed in the anatomy and development of living critters. We have a lot of time, evidently, from the geologic column. We see the emergence of the traits that define modern groups show up in the fossil record across that geologic time. And in many cases, we are able to pinpoint the genetic changes or pathways for the evolution of these key traits via theory and experiment. But I want to review for a moment. And you're going to see this and you're going to think, how did she make this PowerPoint so quickly in my 30-minute response? Because it's so applicable to what you were just saying. Last time, Will asked, why do we call humans apes, or fish for that matter? You guys out there have probably all heard, somebody will be like, did you know humans are technically fish? And it's like, that seems absurd at face value. And so it's meant to be sort of shocking. Even more shocking, I think, than saying that humans are apes. And to me, asking this question suggests that an important concept has not been hammered home enough. I have not harped on this enough, or I've not explained it in the right way. And so I'm backtracking to explain this a little bit more in depth. I would like to ask a question. Why do we classify things, right? Here are a bunch of shows that I've seen because I watch too much TV. There are a bunch of different shows from a bunch of different places, from a bunch of different time periods, a bunch of different mediums. And I have seen, I think, most or all of most of these shows. And I enjoyed most of them. We could take these and we could categorize them, right? We could categorize them by genre. We could say, okay, here are our dramas, Breaking Bad, Sopranos, Game of Thrones, X-Files, Dark. Here are our comedies. Here are our animated shows. And here's our reality TV. Or we could say, let's group them by time period. You know, our stuff from the 90s, our stuff from the 2000s, our stuff from the 2010s, our stuff from the 2020s. The reason why we categorize things, though, ultimately, is to convey information. We categorize things because by putting things in boxes, we're able to communicate more effectively with one another. I think that's a good thing.
Hey,
So,
Erica.
Yeah, shoot.
Sorry, I have to say this because it's too funny. You are not going to believe this. Of all of those shows you put up, I've never seen a single episode from any of them except for one.
Which one is it?
X-Files.
That is not the one I would have even picked. How have you not seen an episode of The Simpsons, Will?
Never. Not a single episode.
Or SpongeBob, or oh my gosh.
Not Friends, not The Office, not Breaking Bad, not Game of Thrones.
Are you not a TV guy?
No, I'm not.
Oh my God. Are you a movie guy?
Yeah. I'm a documentary guy. That's my number one.
Okay. All right. Oh my gosh. I can't believe you've not seen The Sopranos. The Sopranos is so good. Okay, you got new homework. We're scrapping this series. Instead, I'm going to assign you shows to watch, and then we'll come back and discuss. That's crazy. Actually, here's my thing. Normally, I'm saying to the audience that, you know, everybody is being unnecessarily venomous towards you, and they are. But for this particular subject, you guys are allowed, you have my permission to roast Will for not watching any of it. That's crazy. That's nuts.
I love it.
You haven't even accidentally seen, you travel so much. How have you not seen House Hunters by accident?
Nope.
It's on all the time. Oh my God. Okay, I'm recentering. Hold on. Okay. Shows, classification. Why do we classify things? Okay, taking a step back. Systematics is the study of naming and classifying life. And the purpose of classifying life is to convey information. This goes all the way back to Linnaeus in the 1700s. Linnaeus was an absolute brilliant person. He was way ahead of his time in so many ways, and I think he's amazing. Like, I cannot gas him up enough. He was the first to essentially say, let's try to categorize life. And for what it's worth, the reason he wanted to do this is because he saw all of the diversity in creation, and he said, I want to categorize life as Adam named the animals. Interestingly, Linnaeus thought that species couldn't change at all. He was a species fixity advocate, which was normal because this took place. His most famous writing here, Systema Natura, was written 100 years before Darwin even stepped on the boat, on the Beagle, to go do his voyage. So Linnaeus is really ahead of his time, categorizing life so that we can better understand it in this age of science, the sort of scientific revolution. Now, what he observed is that all of life can occupy increasingly specific categories, clades, as we move up and down this organization scheme he devised over here that everybody's familiar with: kingdom, phylum, class, order, family, genus, species. The mnemonic that I used to remember it when I was taking like high school biology, because everybody's got their mnemonic, was King Philip came over from Germany stoned. That stuck in my head, but people have their own mnemonics to remember this specific classification system. So every species belongs to a genus, every genus belongs to a family, every family belongs to an order, every order belongs to a class, every class to a phylum, every phylum to a kingdom, and then we've added domains since Linnaeus' time because there's even more categories than the kingdom level. You can think of these like Russian nesting dolls. So the tiniest Russian nesting doll, where it sits, it occupies all of those larger cavities, whereas the largest doesn't occupy any of the smaller ones. They successively nest within one another. So I made this example a couple of times ago, a couple of lessons ago. We have a classification scheme here, a family tree or phylogenetic tree of vehicles. And these vehicles are categorized on the basis of physical similarity. So Linnaeus might look at all of the vehicles that we have today, and he might say, we can categorize them. We can say vehicles are things that people use to get from point A to point B. They're means of transport. That's the definition of a vehicle. And he might say vehicles come in three categories: water vehicles, and you've got land vehicles, and you've got air vehicles. And you might even have ones that span the gaps, but these might be the main three. So all boats are going to fall into your water vehicles, and all airplanes into your air vehicles. And here I've collapsed out our land vehicles a little bit. Linnaeus might say you've got the one-wheel type, which is a unicycle. You've got the two-wheel type of land vehicle, which you might have a bicycle or a motorcycle. And then you've got four-wheel type vehicles like sedans and SUVs and trucks. And the way that these guys are categorized here is by their overall similarity. All land vehicles here are going to have more in common when you take the whole thing into account than any of them is with an airplane or with a boat. They're going to share more in tire type and engine type and the parts that are used, the manufacturer, everything. The whole vehicle taken into account will form some kind of categorization scheme, a hierarchy. We could say, instead of classifying by the whole thing, let's classify by color or by year of manufacture. And you could do that. You could classify them in that way. But that wouldn't change the fact that when you take everything into account, like the tire type and the engine type and the parts that were used and the manufacturer, they're going to form a very specific pattern. And all of the land vehicles, when you look at every molecule that makes them up, are going to share more than any of them does with an airplane. Likewise, a bike and a motorcycle will never share more with a car individually than they do with each other, because ultimately they're built from this blueprint that makes them two-wheeled vehicles. So the father of taxonomy, Linnaeus, wanted to do this with life. He was like, the reason why I want to create this categorization scheme is so we naturalists can discuss with each other. So when I'm talking about a group of animals, you know what I mean. And so he very quickly runs into this problem because Linnaeus, devout Christian, again, the reason why he was doing this was because it was sort of a holy quest. You can find his writings here. He really wanted to categorize creation specifically. But the problem he ran into was that all of the physical characteristics that separated humans from other mammals separated chimpanzees and old world monkeys like baboons from other mammals too. So when he would look at the things that make a human different from a dog, like our hands or our big brains, that also applied to things like orangutans and chimps and baboons. And this troubled him. The reason is because he looked at the way he was categorizing life was based off of physical characteristics exclusively, the muscles and the bones and the organs and the organ systems that were found in each individual animal. He was a big dissection guy, as many of these anatomists were. And so he looked at these categories that he had, like primate, right? Like, what is a primate? A primate is a mammal. And what is a mammal? Well, a mammal has its own given characteristics. And okay, a mammal is a type of tetrapod. Well, what defines a tetrapod? And a tetrapod is a type of vertebrate. Well, what defines a vertebrate? And you can see that this goes up and down sort of the tree of life. But for Linnaeus's part here, he saw that primates were a type of mammal, just as a carnivoran is a type of mammal and an artiodactyl is a type of mammal, that was defined by 5 key characteristics, simplified here. Convergent orbits, or eyes that point forward with really good vision. All primates had really good vision with eye sockets that pointed forward. They all had post-orbital bar or closure of part of that eye socket. They all had nails on at least their primary digit instead of claws. They all had a reduced sense of smell, which was something you could see by looking at their brains. They had teeny tiny little olfactory bulbs. And all of them had bigger brains for their body size than necessary. And so he looked at this and he was like, okay, that's what defines a primate. This also applies to humans. More specifically, when he looked at the hominids, which is the scientific word for ape, he saw that hominids were primates which had no tail, which had really big brains for their body size, which had really short, stiff lower backs, which had long arms for their body size, and which took forever to grow up. And when he looked at the natural world, he was like, okay, take humans out of it. You have this group called primates, and then within primates, you have this group called hominids. And when you take a step back and look at all of the groups within animals and then within mammals specifically and so on and so forth, where do humans fall? And he saw that humans fell with the hominids, with the apes. And this bothered him immensely. And it bothered a lot of people because he published on it and he received a letter from his friend Johann Gmelin. And Johann Gmelin was like, I don't like that you've done this. Because what Linnaeus ended up doing is he said, okay, I'm not going to say that humans are apes, but what I am going to say is that apes have human form. They belong to anthropomorpha, the man-like animals. And so he writes back to Johann because Johann was like, don't do this. This is a bad idea. And he says, it does not please you that I've placed man amongst the anthropomorpha, perhaps because of the term with human form. But man learns to know himself. Let's not quibble over words. It will be the same to me, whatever name we apply. So he's saying it doesn't matter what you call it. You can call it anthropomorpha, you can call it ape, but the physical characteristics are the physical characteristics. But I seek from you and the whole world a generic difference between man and simian, that's another word for monkey, that follows from the principles of natural history. So he's like, give me a physical difference, any physical difference that can separate humans from these types of animals. He says, I absolutely know of none. If only someone might tell me a single one. If I would have called man a simian or vice versa, I would have brought together all of the theologians against me. Perhaps I ought to have, by virtue of the law of my discipline. And I've put the emphasis here. So the point is back in the early 1700s, the world's best anatomists and first taxonomists looked at the natural world and saw unequivocally that physically, at least, humans were animals. They had the characteristics that defined an animal scientifically, and then they had the characteristics that defined a mammal, which is a type of animal, and then they had the characteristics that defined a primate, or as he says here, quadrupedea, or quadrumana, as he says sometimes. And then they had the characteristics that defined the anthropomorphs, and this was something that he was stuck with. And he ended up publishing it regardless, and he did get some flack, but he wasn't saying that humans were something lower. Instead, you can find from his other writings, he said, obviously the difference between humans and other animals is a degree of nobility of the soul and being made in the image of God. That didn't make us not animals, and it didn't make us not primates or apes, but it made us a very specific type of those things that set us apart. That was his reasoning here. And I think that's important because, again, he's saying this as a man of God 100 years before Darwin ever set foot on the Beagle. This structure that he's designed here, these categories within categories, applied to the entire tree of life. And actually, you'll find this interesting, Will, Edward Tyson, who made the same observation that Linnaeus had in the 1600s, made another observation that made a lot of people really uncomfortable. He cut open a porpoise. I don't know how he came into possession of one, but he got a porpoise. It doesn't say what kind of porpoise. It just says he got a porpoise. And he was like, I don't know how to tell you guys this, but this thing is more similar to like land animals than it is to fish, right? He was like, it lactates. He's like, it has a little bit of hair. He's like, the bones in its hands look more similar to the bones in the hands of man than they do for a fish. And he couldn't say that it meant cetaceans and porpoises were mammals because the word mammal was invented by Linnaeus 100 years later. So instead, he just had to publish it and be like, I don't know what to do with this. This is a weird thing. These animals that live in the water that seem kind of smart are like weird. I digress. So to just remind how these nested hierarchies actually work, I've got this cartoon here where I've got 8 different organisms. I've got a paramecium, just like a simple single-celled animal, and a snail, and a fish, and a snake, and a baboon, and a skunk, and a chimp, and a human. And Linnaeus would look at this and he would say, okay, how can I categorize these creatures in a way that makes sense? So first he would say, okay, I know all of them are eukaryotes because every single one of them has a nucleus, right? They all have cells that have nuclei. So they're all eukaryotes because the characteristics that define eukarya are a true nucleus bound by a membrane and specialized organelles. So he would say they're all eukaryotes and everybody would have no problem with that. Then he would say, but not all of them are animals because animals, like the actual kingdom of Animalia as compared to the kingdom of fungi or the kingdom of plantae, he would say the kingdom Animalia is defined by multicellularity, which a paramecium is not, by forming a blastocyst during development, by being heterotrophic, meaning you have to eat your own food, you can't synthesize it yourself. And so he would say paramecium, I think, they're not animals. They're still eukaryotes, but they're not animals. Only the snail, the skunk, the chimp, the human, the baboon, and the snake are animals. And people might say, well, you can't call humans animals. And he would say, but then what are they? Are they fungi? Are they plants? He would say they physically fall into this category. Then he would say, okay, then some of them fall into this more specific group called chordata. To be a member of chordata, or the chordates, you have to have a notochord, you have to have a nerve cord, you have to have a post-anal tail, which is just a little bit of the vertebral column that extends past the anus during development. He would say you have to have pharyngeal slits during development, and he'd say you need to have a thyroid or an endostyle. And these characteristics, and indeed many more, apply to snakes, and they apply to baboons, and to humans, and to chimps, and to skunks, and to fish. But snails don't have these characteristics, right? A snail doesn't have a backbone, but a snake does, and a fish does, and a skunk does, and a chimp does, and a human does, and a baboon does. So he would say snails are not chordates. They're invertebrates. They're another thing. So chordates are over here, invertebrates are over here. Then he would say, but not all of them are mammals, right? Because there are a lot of different classes of life. You've got many of them, and most of them are not like fun ones that we're all familiar with. But class Mammalia is categorized by a couple of distinct characteristics, including milk production and hair and 3 inner ear bones and a dentary squamosal joint. And he would say, these 4 guys have it, but snakes don't have hair. They can't make milk. They don't have 3 inner ear bones. They only have 1, the stapes. And he'd say the same applies to fish. So they're different things. This fish that you can see here is an actinopterygian or rayfin fish. So it would be in a different class than our mammals. And snakes are reptiles. So that's going to be outside of Mammalia too. But keeping in mind that all of these guys, or not all of these guys, excuse me, the snake and the fish still join the other guys in being chordates, and everybody besides the paramecium is in a group called Animalia, and all of these guys belong to the domain eukaryotes. So you can see that we're getting more specific as we move down this classification scheme. Finally, go, please.
Can you go back to phylum?
Yes. That one?
Yes. Is the stuff in the box, what's the stuff in the box on the left again?
So the stuff, I tried to color coordinate it. So for when you go back through this, the stuff in the box is what defines what you have to be in this group.
Okay,
so when
humans don't have a post-anal tail.
We do. Your coccyx is a post-anal tail.
I'll probably push back on that.
When you develop, like actually during development, like when you look at the embryology, you start to develop a much longer vertebral column that is, this is a bit of a crude joke, but there's a joke amongst biologists about a group of animals called deuterostomes. And deuterostomes are defined, one of their defining characteristics is that when they form after conception, the very first thing that forms when you're looking at the mouth versus the anus is actually the anus. And so the crude joke is that everybody starts out as an asshole. But that anus, because it forms, and then the vertebral column is sort of along the side if you're looking at it, in anatomical position there, the anus is above where the vertebral column develops. So you have a post-anal tail during development, and then you also have it during life, like in anatomical position. So feel free to push back on it, but that's a really, really old category. So, but go nuts.
Okay.
The skunk gets booted out of this hierarchy, out of the club, when you reach the order Primates. The order Primates is defined by having dexterous hands and by having binocular vision, so being able to see depth, by having a big brain for your body size, by having that post-orbital bar, and by having nails on at least your primary digit instead of claws, right? So skunks don't have dexterous hands. They have kind of dexterous hands, but they can't do what you and I can do, or even what a macaque monkey can do. They also don't have big brains for their body size. Their sockets are open, as is the case for many carnivorans, and they don't have depth perception like how we do. They also have claws. But baboons and chimpanzees and humans all have these 5 characteristics, and indeed many more, that are what define the group primates. And it also includes some weird stuff like lemurs. Lemurs have these 5 characteristics, and so do tarsiers. But then baboons get kicked out when we reach the family Hominidae. Hominidae, or the hominids, or colloquially the apes, are defined by having really big brains for their body size. They have really slow growth, so they take a long time to grow up. They have a long juvenile period or childhood. They have really broad chests as compared to the skinny, narrow chest that monkeys have. They don't have an external tail, which that's kind of important to consider when you look into the post-anal tail stuff, because chimpanzees also, like the chimpanzee coccyx is like the same size as the human. So if humans aren't animals by virtue of the post-anal tail, then neither are chimps. All apes have long arms for their body size, even humans, right? Our legs are just really, really long for our body size. And all apes have this specific pattern on our molars called a Y5. And then there's several other characteristics that define this too. You could take humans out of it and say what defines apes, and it would still be these characteristics. It just so happens that humans also have them, which is why they ended up in this category and why Linnaeus was so troubled. Finally, humans belong to the species Homo sapiens, right? We're not chimps, we're not gorillas, we're not orangutans, we're not bonobos, we're humans. And humans are different from other living apes, other hominids in our family, because we walk upright, We have really huge brains for our body size, like even bigger than for and a hominid, and then even bigger for a primate. It's like crazy how big the human brain is. We use really complex tools. We take even longer to grow up than the longest that you see in like orangutans, which orangutan babies won't leave their mom until 12 sometimes. Like they take a really long time. And we have little canine teeth. Like we have them, but they're small. So if you look at a human and you say, where does a human fall, right? Humans belong to the species Homo sapiens, but humans and chimpanzees both belong to the family Hominidae. Chimps aren't humans, but they are hominids because they have the characteristics that define a hominid, just like humans do. So we're together in the family Hominidae. Baboons are not hominids, but baboons are primates, and the characteristics that define a primate are also found in humans and chimps. So the three of them fall together in the order primates. A skunk is not a primate, but a skunk is a mammal, and humans, chimpanzees, and baboons all have this characteristics that define a mammal, which is why they all fall into the class Mammalia. Snakes and fish, they are not mammals, right? They don't have hair, they don't produce milk, but they do have hollow nerve cords and a postanal tail, and they do have the characteristics that define a chordate generally, which means they're chordates along with humans and baboons and skunks and chimps. Snails don't have backbones and they don't have nerve cords, but they do have the characteristics that define an animal. They're multicellular. They form a blastocyst during development. And so like the rest of these guys, like snakes and fish and skunks and chimps and baboons and humans, they do belong to the kingdom Animalia, not plantae, not fungi, but Animalia. Finally, paramecia, like the one that I've described here, they're not chordates, they're not like mammals, they're not any of those things. They're their own really offshoot unique thing, but they do share one thing in common with all of these other organisms, and that's that they're eukaryotes. So you can take it forward more specifically like we did with the human, and you can do it with any of these organisms. You could look at a chimpanzee, which is the species for a chimpanzee is called Pantroglodytes. And you could say, what defines a chimpanzee? Pantroglodytes. What makes it Pantroglodytes instead of being a gorilla, right? Or instead of being a gibbon, or instead of being an orangutan, or instead of being a human? And there's a very long list of characteristics behaviorally and musculoskeletally that make them different from all of those organisms. But then you would say, okay, what family does it belong to? And the answer is Hominidae. And then it goes up the list. Or you could say baboons. You know, what's a baboon? It's like, well, you know, Papiocyancephalus. Or Papio-anubis, or whatever. You could say it's got all these characteristics that make it different from all other types of baboons. That's its species. But all baboons belong to the same family, which is a family called Cercopithecidae, right? They're all primates, though, and they are all also mammals, and they are all also chordates, and so on. So you do with any animal in the world. And this is the beauty of Linnaeus's design, because Linnaeus said now we can talk about groups of things without having to list every characteristic that defines every single organism. You could say to be a mammal, you have to have these characteristics. And if you don't have these characteristics, you're not a mammal. So when I say mammal, you know exactly what I'm talking about. And you can do it for everything. It was masterful. And it's this reason why humans are hominids, why we're apes, because we have the physical traits that define apes, whether you consider humans a part of it or not. You could try to add things, but those would be things that make humans humans as compared to chimps or whatever. It would have no bearing on what makes an ape, because the characteristics that define apes are for all apes. They define chimps and gorillas and orangutans and bonobos and so on and so forth, and gibbons. And the same logic is why we are also mammals. So when you look at this list over here on the right, indicated by my cursor with all of these red circles, these guys nest within each other, meaning the same logic that makes you a part of a given family or a given order or a given class applies up and down this tree of life. You can't accept humans as mammals, but reject humans as animals, because animal is all the way up here. All mammals are animals by Linnaeus's convention. So you could take a sort of, like, even Richard Owen, who was like, I don't think humans are apes. And his reasoning, incidentally, was because humans were created in the image of God. It was actually familiar. I was reading about Richard Owen, and it was reminding me of you a little bit. He was a brilliant anatomist, so don't take that as an insult. But he got in trouble because he was like, humans aren't animals. Or he accepted us as physically animals, but the criteria to make us not in the kingdom of Animalia was strictly being made in the image of God. And all of the other naturalists at the time, the vast 99% of which were also Christian, were like, I hear you, and we agree that that is true. But classification for Linnaeus' scheme has to do with physical characteristics, and it always has been. So that violates the convention. And so Richard Owen eventually had to be like, well, that's true. So we'll consider humans as special, but we are still animals and we are still apes. And that's where that Sarcopterygian concept comes from. Because the characteristics that define a Sarcopterygian, even though most Sarcopterygians we think of are fish, is just having a paired limb, like arms or legs, that join the body by one bone. And every human on the planet has that. You could call it, to echo Linnaeus, you could call it whatever you want, right? It just so happens that people associate Sarcopterygians with fish, which is where the colloquial usage of like you're a fish comes from. But you could change the name and it would still be the case that what that thing is an organism that has paired limbs that join the body by one bone, the humerus for us and the femur in the lower portion of our bodies. So that's like the logic behind it. It's not meant to be like an indictment on the human character or behavior or anything like that. It's brute physical characteristics. And if you remove humans from the equation, you end up with the same scheme. It's just asking, where do humans fall once the scheme exists? And that was Linnaeus' whole point.
Well, I'll say this. The toughest sell for me is going to be that humans are animals. I
don't know what to say.
I see the gap as so big, like way bigger than a sauropod to a hummingbird. I see it as way bigger from a human to an animal.
Do you think the issue might be what you consider, like you will consider to be an animal? Because the definition of what an animal is in science and the definition of what an animal is in colloquial usage, like when I'm talking to my friends, right, is different. It's kind of like hypothesis and theory. Like when you say I have a theory, like you would know this talking to flirters, but like when you say I have a theory about something, you don't actually have a theory. Like a scientific theory is different from a theory in common parlance. Right. I think that's what's going on here. Which, if you take issue with that, that's okay.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to process this live, which is difficult. There does seem to be an arbitrariness to this, and it does seem. Yeah, go ahead.
No, you please do. I interrupted you, and I talk enough as it is.
And it does seem that I'm not saying there's a lot of examples of this, but I'd have to look into it. But it does seem that there could be some changing of creatures around if we just change the characteristics, and it would still work.
I would say that if you want to do that, do it. I would say that for someone like Linnaeus, before even the advent of naturalism or like atheism in the world that he lived in, if he saw the natural world and dissected thousands of organisms and couldn't come up with a single reason to pull humans away from apes, let alone animals, which is like a higher classification, I don't think you're going to be able to do it. I think people have been trying for a really long time, but the traits that define animalia, right, are like apply to everything. It's really tough. I mean, again, if you just go online, like here's my suggestion to you, go look at every definition for animal, like scientifically speaking. Like I'm not saying when humans are animals in like the colloquial sense, because like I'm like into all of this stuff. Like I love it and I accept it. But if I tell my friends, right, that I'm going to the zoo and they say, what animals did you see? I'm going to list a lot of critters that aren't humans. You know what I mean? Like colloquially, I know what they mean when they say animals. But at the same time, there's no way there's just no getting around the fact that when this system was devised, when these words were invented 200 plus years ago, the kingdom of characteristics that include humans. Like you could say, I want to call it something else. And many people asked Linnaeus to call it something else because animal just has connotation in common parlance. But that you're going to be really hard pressed to find a characteristic. Like it would be cover of nature if you could.
Explain. I like it. I like a challenge.
You do it. Go for it.
No. Sorry.
Let me ask.
What would get me on the cover of Nature?
if you can find a characteristic that pulls humans, that humans have, that make them not a member of the kingdom of Animalia.
Okay.
Like if you could, and this is why it's hard, because Animalia is already defined. So you have to look at the definition that it already has, and you have to say humans don't actually have this characteristic. You know what I mean? Like you'd need to look at this list here and say, it's a very, this is why it's particularly tough because it's such a big category. You'd have to say, okay, are humans not multicellular? Like we're multicellular. You can't get around that. Like, do we form a blastocyst during development? Yes, full stop. Like, do we have to eat to survive, or can we stand out in the sun and photosynthesize? No, right? Like those are the three big characteristics that define Animalia, and we have them. Like they're really basic traits. You know what I mean? And I get like if you want to be like humans aren't animals colloquially because we're made in the image of God. That's Richard Owen. You know, that's Linnaeus. But if you want to say we're physically not animals, I have to say that's just not true. Unless there's some new way that humans actually aren't multicellular, or we don't form a blastocyst, or we aren't heterotrophic. You know what I mean? Because it's been defined for so long.
Yeah, I have
What do you
to
think about that?
I have to process this, and I have to really think about it, because you're probably right. Like I'm thinking right now, it's totally fine to kill an animal.
Yeah.
It's totally okay to eat an animal. But it's like you can't kill a human, you can't eat a human. So I just have to really think about it some more.
It's kind of like, is it okay to kill a mammal? Like if I said that to most people, you know, there are people out there who define, you would know this better than I, but there are people out there who are like vegetarian, but only for mammals. You know what I mean? They're like, I'll eat chicken and I'll eat fish, but I won't eat mammals. And when they say I won't eat mammals, nobody thinks, oh, they don't eat people, but humans are mammals. Like I don't think you have a problem. You know what I mean? So
yeah,
language is tough, but I'm gonna put the screws to you on this next time, because I'm very curious where you end up on this question. And again, this was well before evolution. Just saying.
Yeah, that's a great point. I don't think I'll be successful on this one. I'll just tell you my prediction right now. But I do think I'll be successful on pulling humans out of apes.
I am very interested in that. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it.
Okay, sounds good.
Cool. All right. So moving on. So we talked about all of this, why categorization exists, what we do with it. Now let's talk about mammals and when mammals actually started. Luckily, this, like I said, this isn't exactly as good as I want it to be, but it's serviceable. So we'll get started. So recall from last time that virtually all major mammalian orders evolved during the Cenozoic. So over the past 65 million years is when we see, artiodactyls, the even-toed, even-hoofed mammals like, sheep-looking things and cow-looking things. And we see the perissodactyls, the odd-looking, odd-toed mammals like horses and rhinos and tapirs. And we see the origination of primates in the past 65 million years, from lemurs to old world monkeys to new world monkeys, like spider monkeys and howlers. And we see the origination of carnivorans, like the dogs and cats that might live in your house and that definitely live in mine. But mammals did not show up 65 million years ago. They evolved long before the dinosaurs went extinct. And I was actually very surprised in researching for this, just how long mammals as we know them have been around. The earliest mammals existed alongside dinosaurs during the Mesozoic, which is something we know because we have so many fossils for them now. And they were also extremely diverse. So there were mammals during the Mesozoic that were filling like beaver-like roles and flying squirrel-like roles and rodent-like roles and mole-like roles. They're digging and swimming and gliding. But almost all of them are small, and every single one of them, at least at present, is smaller than a badger. Over 100+ million years, they stay small. Now, being small doesn't mean they were harmless. I found this terrifying, funny, and sad paper called Large Mesozoic Mammals Fed on Young Dinosaurs, and they found this fossilized mammal with baby dinosaur bones in its belly. So you can see there they've got the body, the appendicular skeleton of this thing, and you can see they've color coordinated here where its meal was and which bones belong to baby dinosaur and which bones are the ribs of the mammal that have actually been crushed during preservation. So these guys were, some of them were ferocious, even if they were tiny. It's a very honey badger kind of situation. So you can kind of summarize it by saying mammals ruled the undergrowth because there was this mystery, and I didn't know about this in paleontology for quite some time amongst the dinosaur people who studied dinosaurs, who were like, there's like most dinosaurs are big. Like there are a couple of small dinosaurs, and they would say most of them are birds, you know, but they're almost always these big, charismatic, large dinosaurs. And so for a long time, people were like, well, maybe it's because it's hard to fossilize. Like it is. It's hard to become a fossil when you're small because your remains are so easily crushed and scattered to the wind and scavenged. But then we started finding all of these mammal fossils, and they realized that the reason why dinosaurs primarily stay big is because they can't get small. There's already a mammal doing that role. There's already a mammal filling a beaver-like niche and a mole-like niche and a flying squirrel-like niche and a squirrel-like niche. To the extent that now we have hundreds of species of mammal known from the time of the dinosaurs, and not a single one of them at present is bigger than a badger. Some of them preyed on dinosaurs, and some of them were the prey of dinosaurs, and some of them ate dinosaur eggs. It's a menagerie of itty-bitty mammals. Now, today's mammals are really, really diverse. You've seen this slide before. You know, we've got the Sirenians and the Proboscideans and the primates and the Perissodactyls and the cetaceans and the carnivorans and the artiodactyls. But all of these mammals, as wonderful as they are today, share the same basic setup. You know, they've got a vertebral column and a skull filled with teeth, and they've got 4 limbs, and those limbs follow the same pattern of 1 bone in the upper arm or leg, 2 bones in the lower arm or leg, and then a bunch of bones for the wrist or ankle, and then your digits. They all follow the same rule. All of them have that post-anal tail. All of them have a rib cage, and so on and so forth. But in the past, as you've seen this slide before too, mammals were even more diverse than they are today because you have the virtue of time. You had calicotheres like this guy on the bottom left, which is like a knuckle-walking gorilla horse. It's crazy. Its closest relatives are modern day horses and tapirs and rhinos, which we can tell by looking at its teeth and the details of like its development and its vertebral column. But it looked like that, which is insane. We had marsupial lions like this thylacoleo here, who had these teeth that were basically like a pair of scissors. Like you can see, it's got these massive blade-like premolars there on the side that lived in, you know, ancient Australia. You get these weird elephants like Platybelodon here on the bottom right, and you've got these like polar bear plus sized hell pigs that are, you know, called entelodonts, like this guy Andrewsarchus, that were carnivorous. And you have very weird looking, kind of human-y looking, upright walking apes. Very weird mammals. Most of them are gone. But what's a mammal, right? Like I say, we've got mammals in the time of dinosaurs. We've got mammals now. They're all diverse. Some are big, some are small. But what actually makes a mammal? Living mammals are defined as tetrapods, which tetrapod has its own definition that we'll talk about next time, which typically have these defining characteristics that distinguish them from amphibians and from reptiles and from birds, etc. Mammals have hair. Mammals make milk. Mammals have 3 inner ear bones. Mammals have a dentary squamosal joint, which we're going to talk about that more in depth here in a second. But it basically means you have one single jaw joint, and that jaw joint is created by the articulation or the contact of the dentary, or for humans, the mandible, and the squamosal joint up in your brain case / face. And this is true for all mammals that are alive today. Mammals have a secondary palate. You can feel this yourself if you press your tongue to the top of your mouth. Anybody out there can do this. The secondary palate is what separates your nasal cavity from your oral cavity. So you can breathe theoretically at the same time as you have your mouth like you're eating, right? Heterodonty, or different types of teeth for different jobs, also defines mammals. We have a rounded brain, which I'm going to talk about what that means in a second, and we hold our legs beneath our body. We also are warm-blooded, and we give birth to our young rather than laying eggs, and I've put an asterisk there because everybody's screaming at the screen. What about platypus and echidna? What about the monotremes? Yes, most mammals do live birth, but not all of them today do. Hair and fur is obvious. We're covered in this very interesting integument. It's not a feather, it's not a scale. Instead, we have these tiny little filaments that come out of our skin that are made of keratin, and they keep us warm, or they help us feel the world around us in the case of whiskers, or they protect us from the sunlight in the case of head hair for humans, or a lot of back hair for a lot of other critters. Hair is important. We also produce milk, or rather females of our species produce milk to nourish our young when they're first born. And what's really cool is that even platypus, which lay eggs, produce milk. And they do it in a very important way that we're going to talk about later. We have 3 inner ear bones. This is interesting to a lot of people, but like most animals don't have 3 inner ear bones. We do, and it gives us exceptional hearing. We have the malleus and the incus and the stapes, and what they do is they touch your eardrum on one side and they bang on the oval window on the other side, and that's what helps transmit the mechanical sound waves into a processable signal for your brain. In reptiles, they've got one single inner ear bone here, their stapes, and that's why their hearing isn't quite as acute. There's that dentary squamosal joint that I was talking about. So in a mammal, you can see that the dentary, or what we would call in humans the mandible, the jaw, articulates only at one point there with the squamosal bone, whereas in reptiles, their dentary or jawbone is composed of multiple bones, and it is the articular bone that articulates with the quadrate that allows them to open and close their mouths. We have that secondary palate. Here you can see this cross-section of like what I think is a dog. There's the secondary palate, highlighting it with my cursor here by waving it fast because I forgot to make it big before this session. But you can also just feel it yourself. You can just touch your palate with your tongue on the roof of your mouth. Mammals have a single temporal fenestrae, which is something that I didn't include, I don't think, in that previous list, but did I? Yeah, I did. I just forgot to say it. Mammals have a single temporal fenestrae, which is a hole that is behind your eye. Now, you might look at this and think, I don't have that as a human, and I've seen a dog skull, and they don't seem to have it, and cats don't have it. They actually do. You can feel it yourself if you put your fingers on your cheekbones. Your zygomatic arch, or this bone here that's formed by the zygomatic in the front and the temporal bone in the back, is that fenestra. It's just shifted outward, and it acts as an anchoring point for your jaws, for your jaw muscles, specifically the masseter, which runs through that fenestrae. Fenestrae is just Latin for window. So it runs through it so that you can open and close your mouth and chew. Whereas diapsids, which is our other major group here, I'm not really going to talk about anapsids, but diapsids is our other major group. They've got 2 holes behind their eye socket. And diapsids are going to be birds and reptiles, your dinosaurs, things like that. Those guys are all diapsids. Mammals are synapsids, and anapsids are weird, and we're not going to talk about them. Mammals have different types of teeth for different types of jobs. This is something that I feel like not a lot of people are talking about. Not a lot of people are talking about how cool heterodonty is, but like run your tongue over your teeth. You've got grinding molars in the back. You've got shearing premolars. You've got piercing canine teeth, and you've got chisel-like incisors. And when you eat, you use those teeth to process different consistencies of food and during different stages of eating. Or you don't bite with your molars, you bite with your incisors, and then you kick it to the back of your jaw so that you can chew. Reptiles can't do this, and really birds can't either. And the reason is because either they have no teeth at all, or they're homodont. Homo means same, dont means tooth. And so what this means is that all their teeth look the same. They can't tackle different jobs. They don't really need to, because mostly they just bite, rip, and swallow. But they don't have the teeth to do the job if they wanted to eat something like grass or leaves. Here's a comparison so you can see the different types of teeth in a side view of this dog skull there on the left and of this cow skull there on the right. And if you look at that crocodile at the bottom, or alligator, I think it's an alligator actually, all those teeth look the same. They're big square looking cones. Mammals have an upright body posture compared to a reptile. So here on the left, you can see the cartoon of the front view of 2 different animals of a reptile versus a mammal. And then you can just see it with this bearded dragon, right? They hold their legs to the side in a sprawling stance, whereas mammals hold their legs beneath them. Mammals have a round brain. This was interesting to me. I didn't actually know this, but you can actually see the emergence of the brain shape in mammals show up through mammal evolution, which we're going to see here in a minute. But compare the shape of a human brain or even this rat brain to a crocodile or even a goose. Crocodiles got this long tube-like brain that is stretched out to fit in their very small brain case, whereas mammals have larger brains for our body size, as do some birds, and so you can afford to fill it with a larger, rounder brain. Mammals are endothermic. We're warm-blooded. Incidentally, so are birds, because endothermy, it doesn't actually mean that your blood is warm. It means that you can maintain a consistent internal temperature. So if you take a lizard on a cold day, they can't move very much. They literally require their environment to heat their bodies so that they can engage in activities. This is why lizards don't tend to live in cold places. Whereas mammals, we heat ourselves with our own bodies, right? Which is incidentally why mammals have to eat all the time. We can't just, like a snake, have one meal for the entire month and then lay around. Our metabolism gobbles up energy so we can keep ourselves warm at a consistent temperature in any environment, with exceptions. You're not going to survive outside on Mount Everest or anything, but you're going to do pretty well. And the same is true for birds. Birds have independently evolved endothermy for their bodies as well, but they do it in a different way. Finally, mammals give live birth, asterisk, because platypus lay eggs, and so do echidna. So today, there are three major groups of mammals. You have the monotremes. This is going to be the smallest group of mammals here. You've got echidnas and duck-billed platypuses. Then you have your marsupials. These are your pouched guys that mostly live in Australia with a couple of exceptions. And then you have your eutherians, the true beasts, which is going to be anything that gives birth placentally, that has a placenta, amongst other characteristics. But in the past, there used to be even more mammalian groups. So this is a gigantic family tree of major mammalian groups. Here's monotremes, here's marsupials, and there's placentals in those red boxes. Everything else doesn't belong to any of these living groups. It belongs to its own distinct group, which is crazy. I was like, there are physical characteristics that define each of these groups to the exclusion of the ones that live today, and I have no idea what they are. But the first crown mammal, that is to say the first mammal that is related to all of these living descendants today, lived about 165 million years ago, which is a long time to be underfoot of the dinosaurs. So let's put it in a familiar form. Here's our extended timeline there on the left. Crown mammals, or mammals that have a living relative, are there in red, 160-ish million years ago to present. And the very first eutherian mammals, or placental mammals, are in the form of Jeremiah at 160 million years ago, or Cynodelphus, which was the first marsupial, and it lived about 125 million years ago, or Entynolophos, which is the first monotreme that lived about 120 million years ago. So we do have the first relatives of living groups today alive, like when the dinosaurs were still walking around. Again, they don't get bigger than a badger until the asteroid impact event. All these animals check the mammal boxes and their respective additional group boxes too. So Jeremiah has the characteristics that define a mammal, and it also has the characteristics that define a placental mammal specifically. Same thing with Cynodelphus, it's definitely a mammal, and then it's also specifically a marsupial. Same thing with Tynolophos, definitely a mammal, specifically a monotreme. So mammaliforms are a different group that includes mammals. It's kind of like when we were talking about how like the concept of all birds being dinosaurs, but not all dinosaurs are birds. So there's your mammaliforms. It includes the living mammals, but it also includes oddballs that are not related to living mammals directly. These are going to be like your flying squirrel guy, Agilocodon, or Castorocata, who's your beaver, your Jurassic beaver, even though it doesn't have any characteristics of a rodent. Myopatagium, Docofossor, these guys are filling roles that are really familiar, but when dinosaurs were around, and again, they're tiny. Mammaliforms, which are not crown mammals, don't leave any living descendants. Technically, you would call them stem mammals, but like you really don't need to know this vocabulary. I'm saying this for the pedants in the audience. But they didn't just live alongside dinosaurs, they evolved alongside them too. So if mammals lived alongside dinosaurs, when did they first appear? We saw that our crown mammals have been around for a long time, mammaliforms even longer, and these proposed mammal-like reptiles even longer still. Mammals are defined, or rather as defined, by the most earliest appearing characteristic that we see in all modern mammals, the dentary squamosal joint, show up 205 million years ago with this tiny little creature called Morganeucodon. And these earliest mammals have the traits necessary for being mammals, even though they aren't modern mammals. I know it's kind of confusing, but the best way that you can think of this is that the dinosaur extinction event killed a lot of mammals too. And so the ones that we have today are the descendants specifically of the survivors of that impact event, even though there were lots of mammals before that. It was kind of like the pruning of the tree. Morganeucodon, which you can see on your screen there now, was like the size of a rat. It was little. 205 million years ago. So we're talking about early portion of the Mesozoic, earlier section of the Mesozoic. They have hair, they make milk, they have 3 inner ear bones, they have a secondary palate, a single temporal fenestra, they have different types of teeth for different types of jobs, as you can see in this picture of the fossil. Their legs are directly beneath their body, which we know because we have a lot of little skeletons belonging to this guy. They have round brains, which we know because you've got their skull. You can see what the inside of their brain looks like, or what the inside of their skull looked like, where the brain sat. They were warm-blooded, and they probably laid eggs. Now, I know what you're thinking. How do we know that it had some of these characteristics when milk and usually hair don't fossilize? And also warm-bloodedness doesn't fossilize. Like, it's not like you've got the metabolism of this thing sitting on the table. And I'll tell you how in a second. But first, I want to tell you what the one primitive characteristic of Morganucodon is, which is that it has 2 jaw joints. It has the jaw joint that mammals have, the dento-squamosal joint, and it also has the jaw joint that reptiles have, the quadrate articular jaw joint. Well, I'll show you that in a minute when we look at that. But first, I want to talk about like one of the kind of most important things that define mammals, which is the auditory ossicles, those 3 little inner ear bones that help you hear. You can see in this little GIF here how that actually works. Mechanical sound waves hit your ear. They go in, they start banging on the eardrum, the tympanic membrane. And because those 3 tiny inner ear bones are attached to the tympanic membrane, they start jiggling against each other, right? Racketing against each other. And that last one there, the stapes, is actually connected to the oval window, right? And the oval window is connected to your entire vestibulocochlear system, which is what allows you to transmit the actual mechanical sound waves into something your brain can understand. It's crazy. And all mammals have the ability to hear this way. Other animals like reptiles, they only have 1 inner ear bone, and that's the stapes, meaning they can't hear as well as mammals can. What's really cool is that the 2 bones that we have that they don't, they actually do have those bones. They're just not a part of their inner ear. They are a part of their jaw. If you remember when I said that they have more bones that make up their jaw or their dentary than we do, those extra bones, 2 of them, are the inner ear bones that mammals have, which is like, how could we possibly know that, right? And how could that possibly happen? How do you end up with jaw bones becoming inner ear bones? It's crazy. We know that the jaw bones that they have are mammalian inner ear bones thanks to embryonic work on mammals, living mammals today. So this is a picture of an adult rat kangaroo. So it's a type of kangaroo called a rat kangaroo because it's small. That's what it looks like. I think they're very cute, but some people think they're ugly. And this is a bearded dragon, right? Hopefully you can see with my cursor, in green is a big jawbone. That's the dentary. There it is in the mammal versus in our reptile. And then you have the malleus, incus, and stapes in these colors here, in purple, light blue, and dark purple, as well as, or I should say pink, light blue, and purple, as well as much larger counterparts in the bearded dragon, also in pink, light blue, and purple. And they're in contact with the quadrate. There's your bearded dragon. This is what a newborn rat kangaroo looks like. Now, when I say newborn, if you'll recall, marsupials give birth to like teeny tiny jelly bean-sized babies that then have to crawl from the vaginal opening to the pouch, which is usually close, but not as close as I'm sure they wish. And then they do the rest of their development in the pouch. That's how marsupials grow. And so in this newborn rat kangaroo, it's like the equivalent of like a very early mammal, like eutherian placental mammal that's still in the womb. And as you can see, the organization of its jaw bones looks much more similar to this bearded dragon than it does to its adult form. Not identical to either, but more similar to the bearded dragon than to the rat kangaroo. You can see that this long light blue is in direct contact on the inner side of that green, just like it is with the bearded dragon. And then directly contacting that blue is that light pink. And then you've got the highest bone, which is that purple. It's the same general configuration in this bearded dragon. And this is a fossil mammal relative called Thrinaxodon, which has a very similar configuration to both the newborn rat kangaroo and the bearded dragon as compared to the adult rat kangaroo. It's not identical, but it's very, very similar to the degree that scientists who have done work on this since this study came out have said it's truly remarkable how well the developmental stages of our extant possum model organisms, so they used a possum, which is a marsupial, instead of the rat kangaroo, but same general group, matched up with the transitional fossils. This makes our study organism, the gray short-tailed possum, a fantastic living model to aid in the understanding of the development of long-extinct taxa. So that's a quote from an interview that he had with Claudia Lutz, and then there's the paper he's talking about. And we have a quote again from the interview where he says, "This would initially seem improbable, except that when we performed functional testing of the genome of these animals," I'm adding that part, "we showed that this connection between the middle ear and jaw can actually be preserved or broken by relatively minor changes in the expression of a single gene." They were able to get the modern mammal configuration here that they were messing around with in early like possums and things like that, just by futzing with the genes. And they again, it's not identical, but it's, I think, quite striking. Here is another paper, or the abstract, I suppose, from that same paper that, just if you're curious, you can read, where they talk about the specific genes that they were playing around with to get this effect, in case you're curious, but I won't read it because you can read it yourself. I really, really want to show you this animation that I made because I'm proud of it, one, and two, I think this is insane. I didn't know, like when I first researched this a decade ago, I don't think that the fossil record for mammal inner ear evolution was this good. Maybe it was, and I just wasn't looking in the right places, but I want to show this to you because I think it's nuts. So this, what you're looking at on your screen, is an animal called Gephyrostegus. It lived 310 million years ago, a really long time ago, and it looks like a lizard, except it's not a lizard. It's not a reptile at all. It's a synapsid. And you can tell because if you were to take the skin off of that thing and look at the skull, it has a single opening behind the eye like a mammal, not like a reptile. But we'll talk about that later. That's what its jaw looks like here at the bottom, just so you can see where the different bones actually are of the dentary of the jaw. And I'm just going to move through slowly and then fast backwards so you can see. There's Haptodus, 299 million years ago. And then pelycosaurs like Dimetrodon, 308 to 260 million years ago. And then therapsids like that Gorgonops, 275 to 225 million years ago. And then Procynosuchus, which is a therapsid, from 260 to 253. And then Thrinaxodon from 247 to 251. And then Probellisodon from 235 to 221. And then Morganucodon, who we already met, 205. And then Asiorictes from 109 to 77, and then Notharctus, who was after the dinosaurs 50 to 40 million years ago. So to take it back, Notharctus, you can watch as these bones shift to their current position. Never in some crazy major jump, always tiny little steps at a time, but each, according to the author of the paper that we just went over, offering a tiny benefit in the ability to hear, which I was like, that's crazy. So the rounded brain is next. What the hell is a rounded brain? This is an alligator's brain. I told you it was kind of tube-like, and hopefully you can see it looks kind of like a tube. That's an actual alligator brain there at the top, and a caiman brain there at the bottom, but they're close relatives, so they look really similar. That's a mouse brain. Mice have round brains that look more similar to humans than they do to alligators. And this is Hadrocodium's brain. Hadrocodium is a close relative to Morganucodon, and it has a brain that looks more like a mouse than it does like an alligator or like a caiman, which makes sense because it's basically a mammal. Now I said that this thing probably had milk, and there's a reason why we think that, but I want to talk very briefly. I know that there's a lot of text, but I'm actually going to be pretty brief about it, about how we think milk evolved. So mammary glands and milk are thought to have evolved from apocrine glands, which I think that's the same group that sweat glands come from. And the reason we thought this initially was because of their similarity in structure and how they actually secrete, like how milk is secreted and how sweat is secreted. It is not identical, but there are similarities that made people say, okay, maybe these two things are related. So you can see a comparison of a submandibular gland here versus a mammary gland versus a sebaceous gland. There's similarities, but they're, again, not identical. And then there's their sort of cross-section of what they look like when they are actually secreting. Proposed by scientists is this idea that you get a mammary gland from essentially an apocrine gland, which sounds kind of crazy at first glance, but we actually have a really interesting kind of living transitional species here in the form of platypuses. Because platypuses, they nurse their young with milk, but they don't have nipples. They sweat the milk out of patches on their bellies. And those patches are called mammaliposebaceous units. That means, like, that word is a combination of mammary gland, the sebaceous gland, which is an oil gland, and then lipo is like a fatty gland. Submandibular maybe is what they were getting at there. And that unit combines mammary glands and sweat glands and hair follicles. And in platypuses, the hair follicles that are present on these patches help wick the milk up towards the mouths of the baby. So it's not just like pouring out of their bellies, like running down their sides. The hairs kind of angle it upwards, so it acts as like a pseudo nipple. It's crazy. I couldn't find a video. I wanted to play a video, but there wasn't really a good one. So I had to settle for this image of these platypus babies nursing from their mom. And an even weirder, more primitive version of milk comes from this creature that you see on your bottom right. That's a caecilian. It's not a worm. It's an amphibian. It actually has amphibian anatomy inside, and it has a little tiny mouth with little tiny teeth. It's crazy. And these guys sweat a nutrient-rich fluid for their babies that has some biochemical similarities to milk, which I thought was crazy because I didn't know amphibians did that. I'm not saying this is what milk and mammary glands evolve from. I'm just saying it's weird that this is a thing that exists. I wanted to share it. But milk is really unique. Milk is not sweat. Sweat is not milk. Milk is very special, and it has unique proteins that no other secretions actually have. It's full of caseins, which are not found in any shape, form, or fashion in non-mammals. However, other mammals of the protein family that caseins belong to are found in other non-mammals, including frogs and lizards. And in them, they're used with repairing mineralized tissue like bones and in creating eggshells. So the idea here, as argued by Oftesel there on the right, is that because these things belong to the same family, you essentially have a duplication of one of those genes that is then neo-functionalized into its milk production, and the stages of that are preserved in some of our living animals, like in platypus. I wanted to research this more, but I didn't have a lot of time, as I said, so we'll have to leave that there. I also want to say on record, I don't think we have a complete answer yet. I think we have a lot of intriguing ideas and experimental support for how lactation evolved, but I think the when and the specifics of the how are still in flux. But here's the big question. How do we infer lactation or nursing at all from the fossil record? There's three ways. The first is if babies show up a lot at a time and if they grow up really fast. And the way that you can tell whether they grow up fast or slow is by cross-sectioning their bone and looking at essentially bone growth rings to see if it's quick or if it's slow. You can also tell if something was probably breastfeeding if it has only two sets of teeth. And the reason is because one of the reasons why mammals don't replace their teeth continuously is because you don't want to have teeth when you're trying to nurse. That is bad for everybody involved. Finally, you have to have a secondary palate to nurse. The suckling action, like actually trying to draw milk into your mouth, if you're a nippled mammal, requires that secondary palate to create suction. So if you don't have a secondary palate, you can't nurse. So the idea is if you have mammals, fossilized mammals with only two sets of teeth that grow up really quickly and that have a secondary palate, it's likely that it was capable of nursing, which means its mother probably produced milk. Not a guarantee, but it does seem to map with the other characteristics that we find in these animals. That's why it's an inference. Morganucanon, who I just mentioned, has all of these hallmarks, which is why it's proposed to have been capable of breastfeeding its kids, but probably more similar to how platypus do it. Cynodonts are the next big group. They include all mammaliforms and they include all crowned mammals. So kind of like all humans are mammals, all living mammals are cynodonts, technically. And the first cynodonts were some of them are going to start looking less mammally. Here's one of them. This is called Probanognathus and its relatives. These guys lived from about 235 to 221 million years ago. And you'll notice that they've got quite a few primitive characteristics here. The first one is that they probably weren't totally covered with hair. And there's a reason why we think this that I'm going to tell you in a second, because I haven't told you how we infer hair from the fossil record when it's not preserved in the fossil. We also don't think that they can make milk because they don't have they don't check all 3 boxes. We know that they had the quadrate articular joint, which is the reptile jaw. They do not have the mammal jaw, but they do have a secondary palate. They do have the single temporal fenestra, or that single window behind the eye. They have different types of teeth for different jobs. They hold their legs beneath their body instead of sprawled out to the side like amphibians or lizards. They have a round brain. They were warm-blooded, which I'll tell you how we know that in a second. And we think they probably laid eggs, but I'm including that at the bottom just so you know that like live birth shows up pretty late in the game for mammals. This is Thrinaxodon. Thrinaxodon I've included here because Thrinaxodon, you'll notice, is also still very small. Right? Like this thing is like a weasel size. And Thrinaxodon, we have so many of these things, we don't know what to do with them. They absolutely litter the fossil record. They're like the rats of their age. These guys are interesting because they probably did have fur and they definitely had whiskers. And I'll again tell you how we know that in a second. We don't think they made milk. We know they had one in their ear bone. They didn't have the true mammal setup. They have that primitive lizard-like jaw joint. They have a secondary palate, though. They have a single temporal fenestra. They have slight heterodonty, so some of their teeth are doing different jobs. I would say that it's probably like pretty significant, especially compared to what came before. They've got a tube-shaped brain. They've got legs beneath their body. They're warm-blooded, and they probably laid eggs. And part of the reason we think that is because the sheer amount of babies that these guys could have at a time. Here's a picture of that secondary palate. So on the far left is a dog. There's a dog skull from below. You can see the teeth, and there's that hard secondary palate. Here's a bunch of Thrinaxodon palates, and you can see that their palate is not in communication with their nasal region, except at the back of the throat, just like with the dog. And then here is a lizard's mouth. So you can see that it's open there, right in the center, and the opening in the back creeps up forward. They have like a perpetual cleft palate is how it's sometimes described. But the brain of Thrinaxodon is tube-like. So here's a comparison, again, that same one from before, mouse, hydrocodium, a later mammal-like mammal, I would say, and then you have your alligator and your caiman, and then there's sad Thrinaxodon's endocast. This is a scan, might be an x-ray, of the head, and you can see that it's got like a very tubey-looking brain. It's depicted here in cartoon form by Steve Brissett. So how do we know they had fur, or at least whiskers? The reason is far simpler than you think. If you have a dog, you'll notice that your dog has lots of whiskers, and your cat does too. They've got whiskers that poke out directly at the front of their muzzle, and they have whiskers that poke up usually by their little eyebrows. And the reason those whiskers exist is because those whiskers allow an animal to tell a lot about its surroundings without having to actually touch its mouth or its face to it. So they can put their head down and actually get mechanical feedback about whatever it is they're sticking their head into, a hole or a hollow or whatever, if they're foraging, and they can use that to like figure out what's going on around them. It's why basically all mammals have whiskers and why it's one of the only things that sticks around in whales. And we know that Thrinaxodon had whiskers because those whiskers in the muzzle and in the eyebrows, they're innervated. The only way that they can use those to actually tell what's going on around them is because they have nerves that connect to them, to the pits where the hair actually sits, because a whisker is a thicker kind of hair than the kind that's on the body. And so when the hair is triggered, it triggers the pit, the nerves in the pit, and that sends messages to the brain. So what we can do is we can look at these skulls, and if they have pitting on the nose, we know they had whiskers. So some cynodonts had whiskers, but not all of them. Their muzzles of like Thrinaxodon and the like seem to have the same like muzzle pitting and innervation that living whiskered mammals have. So it's a pretty safe bet that they at least had those, but we can't say how much that extended to the rest of their body, right? Like we know whiskers are hair, but they're a different kind of hair than the kind that covers the rest of your body. So we can't say for sure that these guys were like furry. And then here's a cool paper that talks about like different major groups and the innervation that we see there. I have evolution in action feathers here because it's supposed to say hair, but I reused this basic section of the slide from the bird evolution PowerPoint because scales, hair, feathers, these guys all derive from the same embryonic structure, from these placodes, which are thickened patches of embryonic skin. And so you can see here in the bottom left, you've seen this figure before, but it shows which genes signal to create an odontode or a scale or a feather or a hair. So these thickened patches are either going to become those destinations depending on the specific signals that are tossed down the line to them during development. Like after conception, you trigger a huge cascade of developmental signals that, like dominoes, trigger all of these other signals. And that's how you get development of an organism after conception actually happens. And this is one of those. So to quote again from, not to quote, but to quote myself, I guess, the evolution of each of these integument structures boils down to relatively few actual changes. And scientists have shown this, as you can see again in the bottom left. Like we know what signals give us each of these integumentary structures. And one thing I really like, since we're talking about hair and secondarily feathers, is that the idea is that those kind of come from scales. Not really, but like they share some scales. And there was this cool paper called Reptile Scale Paradigm, Evo-Devo Pattern Formation and Regeneration. And what they showed is that there's like a lot of diversity in reptile scales. So you can see some scales look like what you would consider to be a traditional scale, but here in F, highlighted by my cursor, you can see this tiny, wispy hair structure. That's a scale, but it looks like a hair. And this is the pit organ of some reptiles. So the idea is that not only can you get diversity from these placodes, but you can get diversity within the structures. There's not one type of scale, and there's not one type of feather, and there's not one type of hair. And all of these descend, if you will, or can come from a biochemical signaling cascade that we can influence. If you'll remember, we were able to turn chicken scales into feathers on their legs just by changing how these things express. But one thing you might have noticed is that everything we've talked about is tiny. Like everything we've talked about until the extinction of the dinosaurs is small. Why? Why stay small? Staying small and nocturnal, which is something that we can glean by looking at the size of the eye sockets of these things. All of these mammals, you'll notice, have like itty bitty eye sockets, meaning they had itty bitty eyes. They weren't known for being visually acute because the size of the eye is usually related to how well you see or how much you're trying to see. And this makes sense. Like if you're small and you go out at night, you're going to avoid most of the dinosaurs. And so like it seems like most of the mammals that existed alongside the dinosaurs were like on board with this paradigm of staying out of sight. Be relatively inconspicuous because dinosaurs will eat you. But that doesn't answer the question of how they got small in the first place. It can explain why, for the entirety of mammals, for the 100 million years that they shared the earth with dinosaurs, why they stayed small. But that doesn't explain why they got small in the first place, because they weren't always small. I would like to tell you about the worst mass extinction that ever happened. A lot of people think that it was the dinosaur mass extinction, but it wasn't. The worst mass extinction was way worse than that. And it's called the Great Dying. That's the nickname that it got from paleontologists. This mass extinction is called the End Permian. It happened about 250 million years ago, and unambiguously, it is the worst mass extinction of all time. It killed over 90% of all plants and all animal species on the face of the planet. It happened when Pangaea was the supercontinent of the Earth, and it happened for a very specific, horrible set of reasons that was very unlucky and has not happened since and did not happen before. This is the only time it's ever been this bad. There are sort of several reasons why this happened. And I will add that the reason why we know it was this bad is because just like the iridium layer for the dinosaurs, where there's this layer of like asteroid dust effectively, and there's dinosaurs all before it for hundreds of millions of years, and then afterwards there's not a single dinosaur that isn't a bird. The Permian is that, but way worse. The reason why we have that number of 90% is because 90% of all species disappear at the Permian-Triassic boundary. They're just gone, right? Like, and in between is a whole lot of mess. So here's the mess. The first thing that happened that caused the Permian mass extinction was probably the explosion of Russia, which is like crazy in and of itself, and associated superheating. Here's how it went down. As I've said to you several times before, we know that the continents are moving beneath our feet now, and we can dial it back in time to see where their position was 10 million years ago, 100 million years ago, 500 million years ago, whatever. When we dial back in time our current continental position, we get Pangaea, right? And we also get something very odd. There's an area on the planet today called the Siberian Traps, or the Tunguska Basin. And it's this huge coal seam, right, or what's left of it, and flood basalt. Flood basalt is a very specific type of slow-moving lava or magma. And it covers this area that's like approximately the size of Russia or the continental US, take your pick. It's very, very big. Here it is on a modern map. That's the extent of the Siberian traps. All of this is flood basalt, and again, what's left of a big coal seam. And so what happens is when you wind it back in time, that big flood basalt area is directly over a hot spot. And again, it's filled with coal. And so what effectively happens is this coal seam that we've measured to be about 12 kilometers deep is directly over a ridiculously volcanic region of the Earth's mantle. And so like that explodes, right? Like the coal specifically catches on fire, but the force of this from underneath the coal causes what is effectively a mass explosion, as outlined by explosive eruption of coal and basalt and the end Permian mass extinction. But it doesn't end there, right? Like we have the remains of this flood basalt, because you've got like this big opening in the earth effectively, and then just nonstop lava. Like today we have 2 kilometers thick of flood basalt. It would have been like a veritable, it would have been a continental flood of lava. But because we're talking about an area that's so volcanically active, you don't just stop once you blow a hole in the surface of the earth. Lava and magma keeps coming out. And so this volcanism proceeds to last for about 2 million years, which we can again gauge by looking at how this basalt actually comes to the surface and expands outward, as well as radiometrically dating subsequently closer to the middle of where this region was. The estimate, and the reason this is the estimate you'll see in a second, for how much carbon was released into the atmosphere by this volcanic eruption is 10,000 gigatons, which for reference, the guys did the math on this. I don't think it was Ogden and Sleep, but it was definitely Peter Brannon. This is like the equivalent of double the amount of carbon that you would release into the atmosphere if we burned every single fossil fuel that we are aware of in one day, right? Like it's a massive amount of carbon. It's just unreal how much carbon went into the atmosphere. So, as you probably know, like carbon is a greenhouse gas. You need some of it in the atmosphere to keep the Earth warm, to keep all of our atmosphere all of our temperature or heat from escaping into space. But too much of it hugs the heat to the planet. And so what ends up happening is the temperature just ratchets up. All that carbon in the atmosphere insulated the planet and heated it up to 140 degrees Fahrenheit in places on the land and 104 degrees Fahrenheit in some parts of the ocean, which, if you will recall, we can get ancient temperatures via isotopic work, right? We can look at the ratio of things like oxygen 16 and oxygen 14 to figure out what temperature it was when those isotopes were locked away, for lack of a better term. So it gets really hot, right? Now, the whole planet isn't this temperature, but these are the heat waves. It's getting really, really hot in a lot of places, and the ocean is like the temperature of a soup. That temperature causes a lot of wildfires. It's common knowledge that in really hot, dry places, wildfires break out really easily. And once they break out, even if it's just by chance, by like lightning striking, a shrub, they don't go away if it's really hot and dry. And so these wildfires just tear across the landscape, again, preserved in the fossil record, and also recreated by the simulations that we run with some of these numbers. And the carbon increases, the carbon in the atmosphere, this is something that not a lot of people know, but acid rain, the reason people were so scared about acid rain in like the 90s and in the 80s is because acid rain like is a real thing. It happens when you get a lot of carbon in the atmosphere. It actually slightly changes the pH within clouds. Again, I don't know the specific meteorological like pathway for this, but more carbon in the atmosphere is associated with a higher pH for the rain that falls down. Most of the time it's fine, right? But you can't increase the pH of the ocean by 30% without killing a lot of animals, right? And that's what we get when we, again, run the numbers and run the isotopes for this. But it gets even worse than that, because when you heat up the atmosphere and when you increase the pH of the oceans and kill a whole lot of things, algal blooms happen. And algal blooms, specifically the microorganisms that live during this time period, and algal bloom is just when a lot of things die, they'll decompose, and the algae that will help decompose them like eats them up and releases their own gases. And because they're eating so much, they reproduce really quick. And so you end up with too much algae too quickly. And sometimes that can basically suck the oxygen from the water recapitulating the effect and creating like a runaway death spiral. We see this to a much, 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 much smaller degree in the Gulf when fish kills happen. We see in the Permian a gigantic algal bloom, and the specific type of microorganisms that are involved here are releasing hydrogen sulfide as a byproduct. That's what they do today. Hydrogen sulfide is a neurotoxin, which means in the places where this was happening like really, really badly, the air itself would have been toxic to breathe. Add to that the fact that there is so much carbon in the atmosphere and so much aerosolized carbon from the Siberian traps, which are continuing to just belch this stuff up from the belly of the earth, that the ozone layer gets basically seared out of existence for a minute. Like the ozone layer can recover, but at this point in time, the ozone layer was seriously damaged. And it's something that we know because the pollen grains that we have at the end Permian are irradiated to hell and mutated, like hideously mutated. You can see that in the bottom right here, where we have a comparison of end Permian fossilized pollen, and then there's a normal pollen grain, and then this is during the mass extinction, the malformations. And then underneath, they decided to run an experiment where they took normal pine pollen and then they mutated it, they irradiated it intentionally, and they get the same result. So we know that there's a ton of radiation happening on the surface of the earth and that the ozone layer is beat to hell. That's not good, right? Like a lot of this stuff is happening. You can check out each of these papers that I'm linking at the top to like, because this sounds like catastrophically fake bad, but this is the worst mass extinction for a reason. Even worse than that, though, is, as you're probably also aware, when it gets warm, hurricanes tend to get worse. Tropical storms tend to increase in power just by virtue of how hot and cold air and hot and cold water interact with one another. My brother-in-law is a lineman, and so he can tell you that like hurricanes are seemingly getting a lot worse right now because they have to go down to Louisiana and repair power lines all the time. This guy you can see on your screen there in the upper right is Lee Kump. He does a lot of geochemistry stuff. So he took all the data from all that stuff that I just told you about, and he plugged it into basically a weather simulation to see what would happen. And the types of storms that would have been generated at the end Permian due to the temperature and just due to the massive outgassings that are occurring over in Siberia, what at the time would have been the northeast portion of the supercontinent of Pangaea, cause hypercanes in the simulation. So these are like, a hypercane is technically like a super mega hurricane. It's like the size of a continent. It has like 500-mile-per-hour winds. And this thing would have been able to like cross the continent of Pangaea without dissipating, unlike current hurricanes, which dissipate over land. It would have been really, really, really bad, like catastrophically bad. This is a graph that should show you the extinction occurrences of just the taxa that we know of right now. And as you can see, the end Permian has this massive, massive spike here compared to the end Cretaceous, which is like double, maybe not double, but probably like 40% more, bigger than the end Triassic, bigger than the end Ordovician, bigger than the end Devonian. It's bad. And this is like your percent of occurrences for, I believe this is a specific group of taxa, but I can't remember which one. Remind me later and I'll send you the paper that this comes from. Diversity plummets after this, right? This mass extinction doesn't happen like in a day. It actually happens over the course of looking at the rocks about 60,000 to 100,000 years. And it takes 30 million years for life to recover after this. It is just that bad. So that brings us back to why are mammals small during the time of the dinosaurs? Just like with the KPG, the dinosaur extinction event, the survivors of the Permian were all small-bodied animals with adaptations for burrowing. And we know this because their bodies are kind of built like stocky burrowers, and sometimes we find them in burrows still. Being smaller is beneficial in rough times. And the reason why being smaller is beneficial in rough times is because, one, small animals don't eat a lot. They don't have to eat as much as larger animals do. They can eat other animals that are known for surviving, like cockroaches, other insects, things like that. They can dig easier. Burrowing is actually easier the smaller you are, so they can actually wait out bad weather like dust storms and heat waves. Smaller animals are metabolically more likely to hibernate, which means they can actually not just wait it out, but like wait it out for like a month or two at a time. And they reproduce faster. Like Phrynaxodon, that individual I was telling you about earlier, they would have like their lifespan was like 1 to 2 years. That's the estimation for some of them, for how fast they grew up and then when they reproduce. Like these guys are like rabbits. And we know in the case of some of the survivors that this tendency persisted. This is Cayentotherium, which is a critter, a mammal or mammaliform, I should say, that was found in a burrow with 38 babies. These are the skulls of its babies that it was found with. 38 little babies with the mother. So they had a lot of babies at a time. And this whole concept seems like very just so. I think it could seem just so. I think it actually makes a lot of sense, but I could see how it could seem just so, which is why Richard Twitchett here, as well as some others, have investigated the role of body size and survivability for mass extinctions and for local extinctions alike, and published on it. It actually has its own name, the Lilliput effect, like from Gulliver's Travels. Getting smaller helps you survive. And it turns out, if you look at any of the mass extinctions, you see the same pattern play out over and over and over again. Big animals die because they have to eat a lot, and because they eat each other, and because they have to move a lot. Whereas small animals, and they reproduce slowly too, so when they do die, they can't replace themselves. Where small animals eat very little, burrow a lot, hide out, sleep a lot, and they reproduce super, super quickly. So even if they do die, they've got like 100 babies that they've produced in 1 year. Small was the secret to success for early mammals, is the moral of the story. So when we look at the grand scheme of things, the end Permian mass extinction happens and it kills off so much life, a lot of the life that we're about to talk about here next. And the survivors are all small. The predecessors of the dinosaurs were small. The crocodilians that survived were small. Everybody was really, really little. And then it's just kind of an arms race to see who can get kind of big, kind of fast. And that favored the archosaurs and the dinosaurs, which sort of locked the mammals into staying small for a really long time. And we know that in part that's the reason, because the second the dinosaurs are out of the picture, the mammals explode in diversity and get huge. But as I said, this is not always the case. This was not always the case. Here's a picture showing a human there in gray and a couple of different types of synapsids. So these are the guys that come before the cynodonts. They are more closely related to mammals than they are to reptiles. The stem ones are, and they could get really, really big. First, we'll talk about the therapsids. They show up for the first time about 274 million years ago. Here you can see two gorgonauts sparring. These guys could get to be like the size of tigers or larger. They were really, really big. The first therapsids evolved before the end Permian mass extinction, and they had a lot of characteristics that are recognizable as mammals, but also a lot that made them, or not as mammals, but as like relatives of mammals. And then they had a lot of characteristics that were very non-mammally. On the plus side, they could also get a lot bigger. So here are therapsids. Here's when they first show up. There's three major groups of therapsids that I want to talk about. The first are the dicynodonts. These guys have sparse to no hair. And I'm thinking probably they were hairless. Sometimes they're depicted with like a little bit of hair, but I think the argument that they even have whiskers is like pretty tenuous. They don't have any of the characteristics associated with milk production. They only have one inner ear bone. They don't have the setup that modern mammals have. They don't have the mammalian jaw. They don't have a secondary palate that's limited to these guys that come later. But they do have a single temporal fenestrae, I should say. They have heterodonty, so they have different types of teeth to do different types of jobs. They have a mix of postures. Some of them were capable of standing more upright like how mammals do, and some of them had that more reptilian sprawling stance, and some of them had the mammal-like characteristics in the hind limbs, which were more beneath the body, and the reptilian form in the front. They had a tube-shaped brain, and they're argued to have semi-warm blood. Well, I'll tell you what that means in a second. Then there's the Gorgonopsians. Hopefully you can appreciate they also got really, really big. Some of them were like tiger-sized. They've been argued to have whiskers. I don't know how that's held up. I tried researching a little bit before, but it was one of the last things that I got to. But I do remember hearing, like you can almost see on this specimen here, I think that's damaged. They've been argued to have some of those pits that would have housed the whiskers. But they didn't make milk. They had the primitive setup for the inner ears. They have the primitive joint for the jaw. They don't have a secondary palate. Single temporal fenestra, heterodont teeth, so their teeth are doing different jobs like a mammal. Again, they have a mix of different postures. The brain is tube-shaped. I was going to talk about the heart here, but I'm going to save that for another time. And they were also argued to be semi-warm-blooded. And then there's the dinocephalians, who, again, these guys are also more closely related to mammals than they are to like dinosaurs by virtue of the characters that define mammals and the characteristics that they have and dinosaurs lack. But some of them got huge, as you can see by this little human silhouette and a bunch of these big hulking brutes over here. These guys, again, are no hair, no milk, no modern setup for the ear or the jaw, no secondary palate. They did have that single window, that temporal fenestra. They had different teeth for different jobs, mixture of postures, tube-shaped brain, semi-warm-blooded again. Same story. Lots of diversity in these therapsids, though. Here's just a slide that illustrates what I mean when I say posture, right? So here's the sprawling, the semi-erect, and the erect, and you can see a lot of diversity in how these guys held their bodies. They also have different teeth for different jobs, which I think is just obvious from looking at the skulls, right? You've got these big saber-like teeth on the side and more incisors on the front and more crushers in the back. Same thing for Estematosukis over here, or for Moschops at the bottom. So how do we actually tell whether or not a critter is warm-blooded or not? The evolution of mammalian endothermy or warm-bloodedness is interesting, and there are a lot more proxies to it than I thought previously. So actual warm-bloodedness, like fully fledged, the type that we see in us, isn't going to show up until after that big mass extinction. But some of these stem therapsids are like on their way towards having warm blood, as I said, semi-warm-blooded. And this is deduced by several different proxies. One, the inner ear. So these are your semicircular canals. They exist in your inner ear and they help you keep balance. And what this paper found is that there's a relationship between the shape of the inner ear and these semicircular canals and whether you're warm or cold-blooded. Smaller semicircular canals are associated with warmer bloodedness because endolymph, the fluid inside those canals, has specific temperature requirements for specific sizes. So they argue that you can see this decrease in size of these semicircular canals as you move from more primitive therapsids to more derived ones. And then here's the living comparison at the top. Likewise, you can deduce warm-bloodedness from fibrolamellar bone. I think I'm saying that right, which is a specific type of bone that you lay down when you're growing up really, really fast. And it's common in endotherms, but it's really, really rare if present at all, in like cold-blooded animals. And so what we see is endothermy showing up, or like these types of fibrolamellar bone showing up in some of these earlier therapsids. And there's the reason why. The reason why fibrolamellar bone looks the way that it does in endotherms is because in bones that have basically to transport, not bones, but like bones that are associated with blood that manages a lot of oxygen uptake for like really active animals, the cells in general are going to be smaller, and the blood vessel channels that preserve in the bone are smaller as well. And so there's a direct relationship with that and the size of the red blood cells, which is related to the oxygen uptake. It's a long story, but I'm doing my best here. Finally, oxygen composition can be measured directly in some of these guys. So these scientists thought that they would do some isotopic work on these therapsids. And so they took a bunch of bones and teeth that were like nobody was doing anything with, and they crushed them up. And then they looked at the ratio of oxygen 16 and oxygen 18 in them, because the relationship between those two isotopes, if you will recall, tells you a lot about the temperature. So it can actually tell you the temperature at which that bone grew. And so you can go like bit by bit and see what the temperature was in the animal's body, more or less, when that bone was laid down. And if that temperature is consistent, that tells you that the animal is keeping that internal temperature itself, right? It's not subject to the environment like a cold-blooded animal. And so these guys did that for a bunch of different therapsids, and they found that fully fledged endothermy doesn't show up until the mass extinction is over. Finally, the synapsids, or the pelycosaurs, these guys show up 306 million years ago. Like therapsids, they're big and they're really primitive. In fact, you would be forgiven for mistaking them for dinosaurs, and many people often do. This guy is not a dinosaur. This guy is a synapsid. It shares more physically with mammals than it does with the dinosaurs like T-Rex, but it still ends up in like the little dinosaur fun tubes. Dimetrodon, here are your synapsids. Dimetrodon and Edaphosaurus are argued to be synapsids, again, sharing just a scant hint towards these mammals, primarily because they have that single hole behind the eye that only modern mammals have, and things leading towards modern mammals today, that single temporal fenestra. That's like the dead ringer characteristic for early mammals, since only modern mammals have it, as well as basic heterodonty. So they have different teeth for different jobs, but barely. Like they have longer teeth in the canine area for piercing and more stubby teeth in the back for grinding, but they're not like bona fide canines and molars. This is the most primitive synapsid that we have. This is Archaeothyris from 306 million years ago. And this thing is argued to be a synapsid based off of, again, that very slight heterodonty and that classic temporal fenestra behind the eye. And if mammals evolved from these mammal-like reptiles, and if mammals and reptiles share a common ancestor, the expectation that evolution sets is that as you move back in time, the ancestors along either lineage are going to look more and more similar to one another. So this would be one of the most primitive things that was kicked along the line towards mammals, but of course is not anywhere close to a mammal itself. So the summary of the stages of mammal evolution are synapsids, slightly more derived than synapsids are the therapsids, slightly more derived than the therapsids are the cynodonts, and then the mammaliforms, and then the crown mammals. But if you put this into a tree, just like we did at the very beginning, just like all humans are hominids, and all hominids are primates, and all primates are mammals, and all mammals are chordates, and all chordates are animals, and all animals are eukaryotes, all crown mammals are mammaliforms, all mammaliforms are cynodonts, all cynodonts are therapsids, and all therapsids are synapsids. So it's like a nested hierarchy again. So this little diagram right here shows where the synapsids go off on their own and eventually yield the mammals. On the other end, you have those diapsids from the beginning, the sauropsids, like dinosaur opsid, that are going to end up being the reptiles and the birds. And way, way, way earlier on, you have the amphibians kicked off on their own route. So the last common ancestor of the synapsids and the sauropsids is somewhere around here. But what's way back here, right? What goes at the beginning? What was the first, what came before all of this, at least as proposed by evolutionary theory? If we see the characteristics that define mammals and that define dinosaurs, reptiles, birds, and amphibians show up slowly through geologic time as I've proposed, well, that's only going to get you to something that looks vaguely like a salamander, right? And that's where the question of where do tetrapods come from comes. So I would say if the support for the origin of such a diverse class is blatant, what is out of reach for these evolutionary mechanisms? And so that is the last thing that I have for you. Phew. How are you? I need some water.
Yeah, overwhelmed, but good, as always.
Good.
Lots of good information. Again,
this one,
all of it new.
You're going to get me on this one probably. I'm going to have to bone up on my mammal stuff in the meantime too, because I felt, like I said, I felt kind of rushed on this one. So I'm not as familiar with what might be the counter. So actually, before I get some more water, I wanted to say this. You said that you saw a lot of people who were like surprised or like telling you not to look at the creationist counters to this kind of stuff. Mm-hmm. One, I assumed that you would from the very beginning, because like, why wouldn't you? If you're a creationist, you're going to look at the creationist responses. But two, do it. You should do it. You should see what they're saying, and I'll give you my best counter to it. Like, I want to hear what they're saying and give my best response. So I will be right back. I'm going to get some more water and pee. I would say don't look at chat, but you might. I wouldn't do it though if I were you. They're nasty and they're rapscallions.
I'll probably engage with them while you're gone. All right, now's your chance if you want me to engage with you in the chat. I am on StreamYard, so I don't know how updated it is. Okay, so just a test. 90 says Will looks at the chat 90% of the time. You are talking, Erica. That is false. Let's see. Somebody said hi. Someone said that I am actively retarded. That's very nice of you. I love it. Someone said I'm a presuppositionalist. I love how you guys just make stuff up. I'm definitely not a presuppositionalist. Never have been. Someone thanked me for having an open mind. You're welcome. It's more open than you could imagine. Okay, someone asked, what's my favorite dinosaur? I don't have a favorite dinosaur, but it's not a hummingbird. Someone asked if I play Animal Crossing. I do not. I don't play any games. I don't know what Animal Crossing is. I'm trying to keep up here. Okay, Will, have you realized a lot of creation scientists aren't exactly honest like Werner? No, I have not. Again, there's a weird fascination with Kent Hovind, which I don't understand. I like to listen to guys like James Tour. I'm forgetting names all of a sudden. Oh, brother, I'm forgetting names, but I'm talking about like the top, PhD guys. That's who I think people should be working on debunking. Coco Rosley is my biggest fan, everybody, so you should know that. Always commenting whenever I'm on a YouTube channel, so they follow me a lot.
Okay, I'm back. Let's do this thing. We got numero uno. Let's see. Is chat behaving themselves? Probably not. They're so bad.
Yeah, it's all right.
It's all right. Okay, we got number one, $10 from Retro. Let's see, Retro Radcat. Will might enjoy Beasts Before Us by paleontologist Elsa Pansaroli. Mesozoic mammal origins are often overlooked but riveting as an evolutionary tale, beautifully presented and reads easy like a novel. I've actually not read that one, and it's been on my list for a while, so I'll have to add that.
I have not heard of it either, so add it
Hold
to
on.
my long
Will,
list.
you should read Beasts Before Us. Now you've got 2 recommendations, so you have to read it. From Dr. Dorzman for $5. No question, just saying, confronting all this new information honestly is commendable, Will. Happy to buy you a sandwich next time I'm in Denver.
Sounds good. I'm picky about restaurants, but I'm happy to have lunch with you.
You could buy him a piece of beef.
Yes, that sounds great.
We've got from Cereal Bowl 7038 for $10. Why might the radiocarbon dates for the ancient Near East disagree with the historical records? The consensus of ancient Near East historians is that radiocarbon dates are wrong. Or that the radiocarbon dates are wrong.
I didn't know this.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure what they're saying here.
We might have to
historical record. Cereal Bowl, feel free to clarify if you'd like. I don't know. I think this is for you. So, anything you want to say?
I don't think it is for me personally. So hopefully, now, by the way, Cereal Bowl, if you want to clarify, you don't have to send another super chat. We do want to understand and we do want to answer. So if somebody could watch the chat and save it if they respond, that'd be great.
I've got it. My chat is like way behind. Hopefully it'll show up. Okay, we'll try to keep, and if not, comment or email one of us and we can be clarified at the beginning of the next one. From Rossi for $10, Will, do you see the fact that all life shares DNA as evidence of the creator? If we had instead found DNA to not be shared among all life to be evidence against the creator?
Yeah, that's a really good question. I would say the answer to the first question is yes, I do. If we had instead found DNA to not be shared among all life to be evidence for or against the creator, I would probably say for as well. I think people are going to be not like that. And so something I'm going to tell everyone, which is a change I'm having in my own life. I think everyone needs to actually think about this, whether you're a theist or an atheist or an agnostic, is I'm starting to realize that people have a tendency, and this includes theists and Christians and everybody. I think we have a tendency to think in our minds of who we think God is. And for the atheists, they're thinking, and the agnostics, they're thinking who God should be or would be if he existed. And I think that this is problematic. By the way, people are saying my sound is bad.
It's fine on my end. How is it now? We keep on. Hold on.
Yeah, everybody in the
Muffled,
comments are saying
mic
that my
problem.
sound is
Oh,
bad.
now better.
Okay. I almost wonder if it's because you're not muted. I don't know.
Let me mute myself.
Okay. So anyway, what I was going to say is that I think this is a dangerous position to take, no matter who you are, which is trying to decide who God is or who he should be or who he would be, as opposed to allowing the evidence to speak for itself. So that's why I answered my question the way that I did. Because I believe God exists, which I'm very certain of. It's one of the things I'm most certain of, regardless of whether he chose for all life to share DNA or for DNA to not be shared, is his prerogative, and it wouldn't have any bearing on whether or not he exists.
I think that has bearing on that central question that I'm going to keep coming. That's going to stick in my brain is trying to find a way. And what I want more importantly is to hear from you, like how we find this way to distinguish between dissent and design if everything's on the table for design, like how can you actually parse it out? Or can it be? Which I think is, from your perspective, that's a tough one, I mean, that's, again, we talked a little bit about this at the beginning, and we've been a little bit public in our discussions on this, but that's where Rebecca and I clash, is like, how do we actually find a way to differentiate between these two hypotheses? From Two South Park Geek for $5. Thank you very much. Eric, I love your art and would totally buy a sticker pack or something. Also love the series. Thank you for doing this. You can buy stickers of my art on Redbubble, but they're not all on there, and I'm trying to move to a personal store, but that's taking forever. But thank you for your kind words. From Prism Fox 9 for $10, got tons of respect for both of you. Eric, your walkthrough video of the Ark encounter was one of the first videos I came across as a Christian with questions, and I now accept theistic evolution. Thanks, I love to hear that, and I'm super glad that you found it helpful. That video was very fun to make. My mom brings it up all the time because she was my companion for that one. We got from occasionally successful Comrade Will, based on your comments about mutations, I recommend Robert Sapolsky's Molecular Genetics Levels 1 and 2, as it covers some of the mechanics of how mutations function at the DNA level.
If you want to mute, I'll respond. I will finish Erica's lectures first, and then I'll consider other lectures, but thank you so much.
We have from Mista Sand from Mista Sandman for $4.99. That's all good and well, but when is That's a given going to explain the evolution of the platypus? I am afraid I am probably not going to do that. I can't do every critter. I would love to, but I don't know very much about the evolution of platypuses or monotremes. We have for $20, question for Will from Pinky Finger 2119. I'm interested to know whether or not you find the evidence for evolution is stronger, equal, less than the evidence for the resurrection. I would also love to hear your explanation for either of the three options.
Okay, definitely the evidence for evolution is less than the evidence for the resurrection. I think that's obvious. We had eyewitness testimony of the resurrection. We have written record of the resurrection. We don't have any of that for evolution. I spoke with somebody recently who used a term I wasn't familiar with. I think he called evolution a historical science, which was interesting. I have to look up what that means. And then you said, I would love to hear your explanation for either of the three options. I don't know what that means, if the stronger, equal, or less is. So anyway, that's my answer. It's definitely less. It's also difficult to see because it happens so slowly, whereas the resurrection happened over a 3-day time period, the whole thing. So yeah, it's definitely way less than the resurrection.
I disagree with you on that. No surprise there. But what I would posit for that, for thinking is that, or for consideration, I guess is a better way of putting it. I've been doing this for too long. eyewitness accounts and written accounts can be, and I would even argue are often wrong. So that doesn't mean they are, but it means that you have to weigh it against some kind of, and I'm not saying that I don't know enough about the resurrection to say. I'm saying like in general with like court and with the archaeology in general, they're often wrong or exaggerated. I took Egyptology when I was in undergrad. It was just an undergraduate course. But there are a couple of famous examples of historical records of famous battles that pharaohs have been involved in, or it's the same with the Romans, where they'll talk about the battle and how incredibly they destroyed their enemy and how they reigned victorious. And then you'll find the exact opposite account in the other culture, right? Or maybe a muted version of it. And these are cases that you had thousands of witnesses on either side of either of these armies, and then you had the event recorded as completely contrary by opposites, because people are people and we tell stories as our memories are flawed, and then sometimes we lie. And so I think you have to take it not with a grain of salt, but you have to have some kind of external way to ground it. And maybe the resurrection has that, I'm not sure. So I just...
Can I say something?
Yes.
In response? Okay. This is obviously off topic, but since it was brought up, I want to mention it. We have confirmed resurrections today that people can verify if they are open to it. And so this is a similarity with evolution, right? Evolution will look at a mutation that is observed today and then say, if this happened today, we think this happened in the past. And that makes logical sense, right? So we do have confirmed resurrections today with people that are alive that you can talk to. You can talk to the doctor. You can talk to the patient who died. And so if you're willing to hear it, we have the same thing, which is something that happens today that we can say this probably happened in the past.
You're coming in a little staticky every now and again, but I think it'll be okay. We'll put a pin in that. We can come back to that. I'm in a good mood for today. I'm not gonna, and I, for all I know, I don't know very much about except that of what we've really discussed off via email. I don't know that much about NDEs outside of those conversations, so I don't know what the support is for it. I would just counter that when we're talking about a quantity thing, there might be a difference here, but we can agree to disagree. From East Point Pictures for $10, I think mine was one of those emails that got buried. Almost certainly. It's every email I'm very, very behind. Hoping to interview you for a documentary celebrating science. No rush. Just interviewed Professor Dave, but need your modern age voice post-Borneo. I'd love to get something on the books. Just maybe I'll answer emails on the plane if I can get some Wi-Fi. From Petite Flower 5259 for $5. Will, do you think birds are insulted by being called dinosaurs? Would you not love them if they were dinos?
I'll let you mute out. Obviously, I don't think birds can be insulted. I would still love them if they were dinosaurs. Actually, I'll tell you guys a funny story. Some people might not think it's funny. I have bird nests all around my house. They love to make nests on and in my house, and my wife hates it. And so if she finds a nest, she will throw it on the ground. Now, she's not going to throw a nest on the ground that has eggs in it, but if she finds them making a nest, she throws it on the ground. So I've got this weird relationship with birds in my yard where I try to hide the nest from my wife. And it's like, okay, bird, you and I are good on this one, and I'm not going to tell my wife about this, and we're going to be good. And fortunately, we have a nest right now in the gazebo that she missed and has babies in it right now. So that's fun for me.
I love that. I wonder, I have an interesting take. I think some animals can be insulted, but that's for another time. And we will never know. As your whale presentation when you were watching them went, we can never know for sure if we're not on their heads. But okay, let's see. We have from Diesel Problem for $5. I don't know who this is. They say, Duffy, you've called yourself a polar explorer. Would you like to retract that claim?
I have zero memory of calling myself a polar explorer, so I don't know what they're talking about.
We have two. Okay, I'm going to do both of these super chats in quick succession. Will, I'm going to tell you this. I'm not your boss. I'm not a huge fan of AI myself, but my audience is really not a fan of AI. And so you've got two people not happy about the AI. We've got Ratsicle fan for 2 rupees. For the love of Dino, please quit using AI. And then we've got another person who says something similar, Glenn Pixie for 199. Avian dinosaurs are against AI. So I thought you would want to have a minute to say your piece if you want.
Yes, happy to. I don't understand this attitude toward AI. It's kind of strange to me. I don't fully understand AI at all. I don't understand LLMs, but I do know it is a tool that can be used for good. Obviously, like all things, it can be used for bad as well, just like the internet. But yeah, I'm definitely not going to stop using AI.
We have a super kind $20 donation from Junesville. Thank you very much, my friend, for supporting this conversation. We also have for $9.99. Hello? Why is this not showing up? Hold on. The heck? Is it me? Will, are you still there, or am I out? Did I disappear?
I'm still here and I can see you.
Okay, sweet. I was just clicking on a bunch of different super chats, hoping one of them would show up. Okay, this one is from J. Lou Bell for $9.99. Question for Will. AIG Answers in Genesis recently acknowledged that velociraptors had quill knobs. Yes, they look like proto-quill knobs to me. Look for avian ulnae between those time frames.
I'll let you mute. I wasn't aware of this. I don't really watch a lot of AIG content. I'm not saying because it's not good, just lack of time. But if you want to send that to me, happy to watch it.
Okay, we have from, I missed this one earlier, from Pathologic for, I don't know what this currency is, 50 PLNs. You're coming at you, did God also program dolphin mothers to teach their dolphins only to sponges?
I have no idea what this question means. I apologize. I don't know if this is talking about a kitchen sponge or a sponge in the ocean. No idea. Sorry about that.
I can clarify this. There's a cool thing where dolphins, when they're pregnant, are less hydrodynamic, so they can't hunt as easily because they've got their baby bump. And so there's a species of dolphin, I can't remember off the top of my head, where the females, when they're pregnant, they spend more time foraging in coral reefs. And so to forage for specific like spiny urchins and things like that would hurt their mouths, they'll poke their nose into sponges so that they can crush their prey without hurting their faces. And this is a skill that mothers will teach their kids so that they can use that skill too, but they'll only teach their daughters and not their sons because they know that their sons are never going to be faced with that, with pregnancy. And so they teach their daughters only, which is really cool. So I think they're asking you if that behavior is like programmed into them.
Got it. Thank you. I would say yes. Where I'm struggling to understand from the evolutionary perspective is where this information comes from. To me, information comes from a mind, and so I'm not seeing where random mutations that are so small and have such a small impact on the creature are going to do the equivalent of complicated GPS to travel thousands of miles across the globe.
To that end, we talked a little bit about this, but not as much with behaviors and the mutations PowerPoint, but we did talk a little bit about how small changes can lead to like really big physical changes. But you could just have theistic evolution. I don't know. Maybe it's guided in the direction to make that happen. We've got Renee Reborn over and over and over for $10. Will, I actually know about how cuckoos know what they are. They often have a more nocturnal sleep schedule as fledglings, and at night they fly out to fields and congregate with other cuckoos. If that's true, I didn't know that.
This feels like a joke to me. I don't know. If it's not, I apologize. The main thing I was blown away by is that these cuckoos never meet their parents, and they're raised by different birds of different species. And then as soon as they can get out of the nest, fly to South Africa from Europe, which is where their parents are. So that's what I'm interested in.
From a similar topic as earlier on AI, we have Jesse Thomas, Wadlington for $5. As a person in grad school for comp sci or computer science, I would say be incredibly cautious with AI. It's practically an automated and sycophantic Ask Ouija Reddit.
So I appreciate the thoughts here. What's interesting is I only used AI for this session for 2 images. One was to show me in a shirt that I wouldn't wear, and the second one was to tell everybody that evolution is living rent-free in my brain. So I didn't use it for any of the other stuff, so it's just interesting to me.
We have, some of you guys, man. Look, I'm not an AI. I don't like AI very much either. I think it has its uses, but I'm not a big fan of it or generative AI. But you're spending money. You can ask any question you want. I'm sure Will knows that you guys don't like AI. If you want to spend money and asking about AI, be my guest. But I think you can ask better questions. From Blackmore 278 for $5, what does Neptune or Uranus having magnetic fields have to do with young Earth? Venus and Mars don't have fields and are more similar to Earth.
So this is a great question that I have no idea what the answer is. All I know is that this was brought to my attention sometime in the past, and I've never forgotten it, as an example of a young Earth creationist making a prediction based on young Earth, going against the scientific mainstream, making the prediction public in a peer-reviewed journal. It was a creationist peer-reviewed journal, by the way, not secular. And then he ended up being right. That's all I know. But if you want to look it up, it's Russell Humphreys.
I have a buddy who I know knows more about this than I do, and I know has talked about this specifically, but I don't remember what he said about it. I'll look into it too and either email you or have something at the beginning next time and give my thoughts. I'm not an astronomer. Okay, we have from Petiole Reads for $20. Will, read Birds Are Dinosaurs and Humans Are Apes. What does "you can't evolve out of a clade" mean to you? I think there's a fundamental misunderstanding of what we evolutionists mean when we say that. Hopefully it got a little clearer. I think this was sent before we did this month's lecture, so maybe the beginning made that clear what "you can't evolve out of a clade" means, but I digress.
Okay, so my issue with Birds Are Dinosaurs and Humans Are Apes doesn't really have anything to do with "you can't evolve out of a clade." So based on previous presentations from Erica and today's presentation, these clades seem like they are built on taking shared characteristics of organisms and categorizing them. The reality is we have millions of characteristics. So to me, it's a good thing. It's helpful and it's easy to do. If you have millions of characteristics, you can take 6, 12, whatever, and say, we're going to categorize these things in this way. I'm just thinking off the cuff here, so this is probably not going to be a good example, but what if I made my own characteristics? Or what if I pushed back and said, I am going to say that you cannot be a mammal if you lay eggs, right? That's not going to change the stuff that much. We're only going to remove the handful of 4 or 5 different types of echidnas and the platypus. And so it's like the arbitrariness there is not a big issue for me, but I do see it and I do consider it. But again, I think classifying things is so helpful. My issue with Birds Are Dinosaurs and Humans Are Apes is twofold. The issue with Birds Are Dinosaurs is I feel like the word bird has lost its meaning and the word dinosaur has lost its meaning. If we look up the definition of a bird, it's not going to apply to a dinosaur and vice versa. My bigger issue is this Humans Are Apes thing. I see how apes act. I see what apes do, and I just am not okay saying that humans are apes. I do think that humans are incredibly unique, and I think we're incredibly unique intentionally by God's design for various reasons. And so that's my pushback there.
I could talk a lot about this. I'm not going to, because the last 4 lectures of this are just human evolution. So I will just say we will cross this bridge when we come to it. But I will also say, I really think a lot of this is a semantic thing, personally, because I think words have a colloquial meaning and they have a scientific meaning. And when those two things are the same word, but the meaning is different, you come up with a problem. Theory is a classic example. Scientific theory versus I have a theory about who ate the last cookie are not the same thing. My idea of who ate the last cookie as a theory is not on the level of gravity. You know what I mean? Like I didn't do an experiment, so it can be kind of tough. Okay, we have from GK Pseudo for $10. Erica started off this series by saying she's not presupposing that God does not exist, and that I think that's supposed to be there are believers who accept evolution. I think this was at a specific part of the presentation. I'm going to co-sign this. I think that's still true. I think that you can have goggles that are naturalism goggles, for lack of a better term. I mean, what we're really talking about here is just the biases that all people have. But I would also say, and the same is true for religious folks of any religion, for that matter. But what do you do with somebody who's a theistic evolutionist, like somebody who accepts evolution and is religious? What goggles are they wearing to interpret the evidence? I think that's a question that's kind of important.
Yeah, let me respond to that. I agree. And that actually intrigues me. So an atheist accepting evolution doesn't intrigue me as much as a theist accepting evolution. It's similar to what I said about evolutionists and paleontologists who reject that birds are dinosaurs, right? When someone that you don't normally think is going to take a position, that is what really interests me. And so, I have friends who are theistic evolutionists. And so I'm like, okay, there's something there for sure. And I just have to figure out what it is. So I am definitely open. But again, we do all wear glasses. We do all have biases. And I don't think the goal should be to eliminate those. I think the goal should be, are we taking them into account and remembering that we have them on?
Okay, there's some really good super chats here. We'll get to them. There are a lot of people who are like really interested today in paying to talk shit, basically. And I'm happy to refund you your money, but as I said at the beginning, I'm not going to read a super chat that's just saying that that Will is in a cult. I'm not going to do that. I'm sorry if that makes you less of a fan of me or whatever, but I can disagree severely with Will's perspective here and not break from, I guess, the theme of the conversation that we're trying to have. I mean, my job here is to teach evolution, so I'm not gonna read some of these ones that are pretty intense. Again, I'll give you your money back if you want, but please do not pay to talk shit. I'm asking nicely. Okay, we have from G3 Rain 1 for $5. This is true. Funny intro. Half an hour in, the main presentation hasn't even started. So much for avoiding 5-hour streams. We will avoid a 5-hour stream. I am sure of it today, but we did not make the 4-hour cutoff. From Nethosaurus for $20. Hey, Will, if I recall correctly, you mentioned you were planning to watch these live streams with your family members. What has that been like? Have you got any interesting insights from children or spouse? God bless.
Yes. So it's been interesting. My oldest is 17. Okay. And then they go all the way down to 5 years old. So it's been difficult, as you can imagine, for the younger kids to understand what they're hearing. My 17-year-old graduated on Saturday. And so she is not in a mood of learning right now. She's in a freedom mood. I'll say the person in my family that has received the most from these is my wife. And my wife is so brilliant. It's crazy. I love her so much. and I appreciate what she has to say. She just gets things. She understands this world, especially humans, way better than I do. And so she actually has opinions on not just what Erica is presenting, but on who Erica is as a person. And I quit in the past trying to figure people out because I always got them wrong. So anyway, she really, really respects Erica. She has a very high opinion of Erica and believes that Erica is one of those who is being completely honest about the information and about the data. Who she's not, gonna not look at something that doesn't agree with her. She would be open to changing her mind if evidence was presented. And so anyway, that's been the best for me is my wife watching.
She's just nice to me because we hung out and had meat together in Denver. She's great. She's super sweet. And I think that, yeah, no offense, Will, but you got really lucky with I don't think I have to tell you that, though. Okay, we got, moving on. From Southern Skeptic 543 for $4.99. I emailed you about Answers in Genesis admitting that velociraptors had feathers, as well as many other raptor-type dinosaurs that had them. Can you address this?
Thank you so much, Southern Skeptic. I did get your email and I did watch the videos that you sent. I apologize for not responding. I've been slammed. I'm going off of memory here, so if this isn't good enough, please send me a follow-up email. But it was very strange. The video you sent me was a guy presenting, and he makes a joke, what sounds to me like a joke at the end. And so it felt like you were interpreting that joke as like, this is AIG's position. I couldn't even tell if he was serious about what he said. So my two thoughts were, is this being misinterpreted? Was it actually just a joke? Because I think at the end he had people raise their hand, and then he's like, oh, you just said velociraptors had feathers. So that's one thought I had. The second thought I had was, if this guy was actually saying that and it wasn't a joke, I didn't see anything in the talk, and I watched, I think, the whole thing. If it was like an hour, I think, or more. I think it's possible that he doesn't speak for AIG as a whole, and so maybe one guy in there has this position. So anyway, again, I did get your email. I did spend a lot of time on it, so thank you. And if that's not good enough, shoot me another one.
I also got this email. I was CC'd on this email, and I remember reading it. I watched Southern Skeptic's video about this a long time ago, but it's been a minute, and I haven't rewatched it. Once I am caught up on emails, which I promise is going to happen very, very soon, I will be involved in all of. You will receive an email from me, and I will give my 2 cents as well. And for this type of thing, if we continue to have a conversation, we'll touch on it next time at the beginning. Okay, we have from Shunyata00 for $15. I have a small fleet of commercial 3D printers at your disposal, guys. Happy to remedy your lack of prints from fans, Erica. Be careful what you wish for, my friend. And thank you very much. Okay. This is from Patologic. This is a little, I think this is a little sassy, but I think this is a good question. And so I think it's fair. And it might just be the terseness that text conveys. From Patologic for 100 PLNs. Will, is it going to repeat an experiment that has already been done and concluded evolution is happening, or is the best explanation of biodiversity enough of a proof, or do you plan on digging up a new transitional species? So I think they're asking, like, what for you, for evolution in particular, would be, do you have anything bouncing around that hasn't already been done that would do it for you?
Okay, so this is a really good question. And I tried to say this in my presentation, but I probably didn't do a good enough job. I don't have to do this myself. If it's already been done, great. What I'm saying is when these ideas are being presented, like these specific body parts are similar, I'm saying, okay, let me back up. When I had my epiphany this month, which is, again, bigger than I've explained, it goes much deeper. But when I had my epiphany this month, I actually started realizing I need to better understand the scientific method. So I actually spent a little time on the scientific method. And what I found I loved, it actually made me love science more. And that was this. They said true scientists try to falsify their ideas, literally try. And when they try and fail, that makes their ideas stronger. Then they encourage others to try to falsify their hypothesis. And when others can't, now the idea becomes even stronger. And I was like, yes, 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 this is good. So when something is being presented, which could be something from today, something from any of these sessions, where we're seeing these similar anatomical features, I'm like, okay, how do we test if those mean that they came from one another? That's what I'm saying. So if there is a test, or if it's already been done, great. If not, I'm willing to do something. I just don't know what it is. I have to fully understand this before I can come up with something. It took me, this is going to sound silly, but it took me 2 years of going back and forth with flat earthers to come up with the final experiment. You have to really understand something before you can come up with a good experiment.
I will add to that, I also love that about science. And that's something that in my doctorate, they have tried very, very hard to instill in us. I'm biased because it's my program, but the idea is that you shouldn't be trying to make your statistics work for you. You should be trying to force it to work against you. And then if it still is standing, then that's great support that you're at least on the right track. And doesn't that remind you just a little bit of that quote from Linnaeus that I read, where he says, he's talking to his friend and he's like, somebody give me one reason why humans and apes aren't in the same group here. They share all the physical characteristics. I can't think of one that doesn't link them. Do you have one? Because I think, but behaviors are different. So we'll get there. Just food for thought. We have from SJF Zahn for $20 on aesthetics in birds. Males that can support big, vibrant displays are usually able to acquire the most resources to support those displays, making them a good partner. Look up Bateman's principle for why it's usually males.
Okay, so this does not make any sense to me whatsoever. I'm not trying to be difficult, but I don't see why a big, vibrant display would make them able to acquire the most resources. I don't get that at all. So I look at, birds of prey. They have no problem acquiring resources. These colors that I see, like the macaws, where it's all yellow on the inside, it's all blue on the outside, that just seems gratuitous for me. So I'm not seeing your point, unfortunately.
I'd love to foray into sexual selection, and I need to circle back into it anyways, because we never did. There is something to be said here, but we've also been here for a long time. So in the interest of expediency, I will punt that to another time. We have this is, again, a little bit intense, but I think it's a fair criticism that I want to give you. I want you to address it if you want. From J. Lou Bell for $9.99, Will, you cannot look at two examples to determine common ancestry. It's not just two things look alike. You need through lines from ancestors to descendants and small changes over massive timescales.
Okay, so I don't think I'm saying that it's just two examples. I'm just trying to use the examples that I'm hearing. For the whale evolution piece, the involucrum seems to be kind of the linchpin there, and that's just one thing. So I do think there are examples of evolution that are being presented to me that are really, being made off of one or two things. But I do understand that there's going to be examples with other things, and I think that's great.
I will add, I can't help myself. It starts as one thing, right? Like the very first one has the one thing, and then it's two, and then it's three as you move through time. Because if it was five things right off the bat, then it wouldn't really be that good of a transitional, right? It would just be a different thing. Like you'd be able to say there's such a clear difference between these two things. That slow acquisition of one, then two, then three, then four, then five, all persisting as they're acquired is the point. So the involucrum is a through line, and so is the astragalus, the ankle. But the involucrum is one of the first things, is the first thing, I would say. but then it's joined by all these subsequent additional characteristics that make the case. If the involucrum wasn't there, if it wasn't one characteristic, how would you even tell what the first relative looked? It'd be possible. Okay, you have another one from Southern Skeptic 543 for $4.99. I'm sorry, I don't mean to like cut you off and like force myself to have that sort. If you want to say anything else, please just say, and I'll give you the mic. Okay, from Southern Skeptic 543 for $4.99. Will, the earliest birds like Archaeopteryx didn't have an antitrochanter, yet they clearly had wings and feathers. So are they birds? I didn't know that because I didn't know what the antitrochanter was specifically. If that's true, that's really interesting.
Okay, so I am so bummed. I don't remember. I just don't remember whether or not Archaeopteryx has an antitrochanter or not. So I apologize, but I will say this, so you feel like I'm giving you a good answer. After my conversation with Joel Tay, I did walk away feeling comfortable that what he was saying was correct, which is that birds have an antitrochanter and dinosaurs don't. So
we'll look at it in the meantime and circle back. Okay, we have from Bill Branham, 7722 for $20. Erica, I've been in email conversations about Rhodocedus with Dr. Gingrich over the past couple of weeks. I just forwarded you his email address, subject line Gingrich email. Thank you very, very much. I'm sure that I was not the only one who emailed him after last time, so he probably just got randomly bombarded and was like, I'm not answering all of these. So I don't blame him. Thank you for sending that. I will reach out again. Okay, we have from Southern Skeptic 543 for $9.99. Archaeopteryx has every trait that defines an animal as a theropod dinosaur. It is a theropod for the same reason T-Rex is, yet it has wings and feathers. Isn't it therefore both a bird and a dino?
Okay, so let me think about this for a second. Man, I wish I would have looked into this some more. I believe, okay, there's something going on with the pelvis of birds, and I'm so bummed that I'm not going to remember this, but they can't splay out like this, and I don't remember if that is relevant here. I'm trying my best, you guys, to take in an absolute ton of information while I'm also trying to have my own life here on the side. So I apologize. Southern Skeptics, since you've emailed me before, I will commit to giving you an answer to this via email.
Sweet. We've got from Serial Bolt 738, Clint Laidlaw, that's Clint's Reptiles, thinks Velociraptor could maybe fly. I've not seen this.
Okay, so I didn't know that. I like Clint. He's a super smart guy. He's a super nice guy. I do enjoy his content. I don't know. I am confused with Velociraptor. And again, it's my ignorance. It's no one's fault. But I just believe because Jurassic Park came out when I was like 10 years old or something, or 12 years old or something, that Velociraptors looked like what they were in Jurassic Park. So I'm a little bit confused now hearing some different things. So it sounds interesting. I don't think if a Velociraptor could fly that would necessarily prove anything, but it would be super interesting for sure.
I think they, well, you know, that's neither here nor there. We've got, let's see. We've got Aaron Mark, 9366 for $10. Will, why are certain characteristics shared across very different kinds? Hair, milk, pregnancy across bats, whales, cows, but not across certain similar kinds, bats versus birds versus dolphins versus sharks?
I don't know what kinds are, so that's the first problem here. In terms of certain characteristics, you know, I see no issues with common design here. I also see issues with evolution here, right? Like bats and birds evolving flight separately. I know I do this too, so I'm not being a hypocrite, but one of the issues I have with evolution, which makes it difficult, is if it happens this way, it's evolution. And if it happens the other way, it's also evolution, right? So if, flight evolves and they're not related, then it's convergent evolution. If they are related, then it's common ancestor. I also actually didn't even mention this, which I probably should have. I spent just a little bit of time trying to understand how feathers would even evolve in the first place. And that seemed very not like there really isn't a good reason for that. So that seems a little bit strange to me. But again, I didn't have time to spend, and I was more interested in my epiphany than that. I do think dolphins and sharks are interesting. I can't prove this because I don't know enough about their skeleton, but I do think it's possible that if dolphins and sharks were discovered in the fossil record and extinct and we never knew about them, they would be considered related based on evolution standards of fossils.
That is definitely not true, because sharks don't have skeletons. They have jaws and they have their teeth that will fossilize, but the rest is totally cartilaginous. And they don't have, all bones in their arms at all. Like, they don't have any bones in their fore. Like, they just have a little pectoral fin that's there, whereas the whales have like the full arm skeleton. But we're going to talk about this with tetrapods.
Well, so a trace fossil would potentially show the dorsal fin of each, and so that's more what I was going for.
Like an impression? Gotcha. Okay, moving on. All right, it's June 1st. We got from Emmy is online. Happy Pride Month, everybody. Erica, you rock. Thank you very much, and happy Pride Month indeed. We also have similar thought here. We got a solitary crow for $1.99. Happy Pride Month. Protect trans kids. Co-sign, and I can't believe we actually made May the month that we missed instead of June. It's funny how that works. We have from One God Is Nowhere, $5. Where can we watch the Fuzz Rana discussion? You can watch it here on my channel once I post it. I was supposed to record like an intro for it, and then I was planning on doing this right when I got back, and then I got sick, so I didn't get around to it. But I will be doing that shortly. I might even be able to do that. No, it's probably going to be a minute for that. It's probably going to be like at least until I get back, unfortunately. I need to tell Fuzz that too, because I just got laid up. Thank you for the donation. From 10-06040 for $1.99. Nothing, just a sweet donation, but then I think they probably meant to do this as well. Same person for $4.99. Will, with what you understand so far about evolution, if humans did evolve from a man-ape thing, what kind of evidence would we expect to find?
This is a good question. I don't know what a man-ape is, for starters. This is difficult. We're not at human evolution yet, but I've been thinking about it ahead of time, and I'm curious about people who just look different today, humans. There are, people who have very pronounced, brows, and I've heard evolutionists even say, they probably, if they were found today, might be considered a transitional, even though I saw them in the subway or whatever. So yeah, I don't know. This is a really good question that is stumping me right now, which is what kind of evidence would we expect to find? That's a good question that I'm going to have to put a lot of thought into for sure. Because again, there are assumptions being made, which is, similar anatomy means, similar ancestry. And so I don't know, it doesn't have to mean that, right? So yeah, that's a good question, and I'll think about it some more.
We got from Vandal to, I forgot my own rule that I was only doing $5 super chats, but I already started doing this. So we're just going to have to speed this up. We're going to speed this up for real, Will. You look like an horrible ghost, Erica. Yeah, I know. I'm lit by white. What can you do? From Southern Skeptic 543 for 499, would a dog breed that was bred to not have any limbs, tail, hair, or eyes still be a dog? If yes, then you can lose traits and still be in a group.
Yeah, so I'm trying to picture this, which is fun for me. A dog without limbs, tail, hair, or eyes. I don't know if I would recognize this dog, but yeah, I would say that it would still be a dog. I don't think we can. I don't think I'm saying that if you lose traits that you're not in a group at all. I do, again, have very strong feelings about calling humans animals. That's probably my biggest one. I have very strong feelings about calling humans apes. And again, there's something intuitive here, right? Which I think people in the science world don't like, which is fine, but you're going to have to realize that intuition is going to speak to a majority of people. And the intuition here, just so Erica can have a heads up and you guys can think about it, is I have been around apes and they just aren't humans and humans aren't apes. When I look at what they do and how they act, there's just such a difference there. I don't see why we should put them in the same category. So
We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. We've got, I think this is a good question. We've got from Aphila, hey, well, I think you should interrogate why your knee-jerk reaction to the information that doesn't make sense to you is to push back rather than ask for clarification, such as post-anal tail.
yeah, so I think anybody that's been watching this series can see that I don't have knee-jerk reactions. I'm telling Erica if I'm gonna have pushback because I know she cares about getting information to me that she feels like might help me change my mind on things or to get, go into it. And so I can elaborate, she can elaborate more into what she's saying. So I don't see myself as giving knee-jerk reactions. The post-anal tail was just the one that stood off the page to me, which is why I said something. Because I was like, wait a minute, I don't like there even in Erica's own pictures, the creatures have tails in the pictures and the human doesn't. And I was thinking to myself, I don't think we have a tail. And so I'm gonna have to look into this one some more. But I believe what I heard was that, supposedly there's some sort of a tail in the womb, which again is going to open up a huge can of worms, which is if we're going to be able to make these lists of things just based on something that looks like something in utero, that's getting me further away from feeling like this is solid. So anyway, those are my thoughts.
I'll include a picture of this is what's so annoying. If I was home, I have my skeleton and I can just show you where the post-anal tail is, and you could just be like, oh, that's it, because the coccyx is like right there, and in anatomical position for what you define as a post-anal tail, it's behind the anus, but I'll show you another time because I don't have my stuff. From Grain 1 for $5, do you consider sponges to be animals or not? Those are way more different to typical animals than humans are.
This is a good question, and I don't have an answer. I've never thought about it. I guess it would depend on the definition of animal. So what I have in my mind as an animal, I would not put a sponge in there, but that doesn't mean I can logically back that up. But yeah, what I have in my mind with an animal is something different. So I would say no, but I'm totally fine being wrong there.
Keep that in mind when you're challenging yourself to come up with a way to define animal physically that doesn't include humans. It'll be really interesting because I think you're going to find it's a lot easier to exclude sponges than it is people. This is an interesting one, similar vein from Petite Flower 5259 for $5. You can kill and eat an animal, but you wouldn't kill or eat your pet. That's an emotional distinction.
Yeah, I'm not sure the point they're making. Saying I wouldn't kill my pet is false. I don't even know why you're saying that. Everybody puts down their pets, which is killing them. So we just recently put down a dog. There's no good time to put down a dog. It's totally fine. He was a great dog, and he was 15, which is a very good age. But we killed him. That's what it is. It's when you put down your dog, you're killing your dog. He was alive. He was eating. He was relating with us. He had health issues though, and so you're just trying to decide how long do we want to let him live in pain. We're trying to figure out how much pain he's in. I also would kill my pet in a heartbeat, if it was self-defense. My wife had a dog, and her dog attacked me and bit me, and it was a massive German Shepherd. Her dog also bit other people, and so they would keep it in the yard and tell everybody don't go out there, and then it bit her sister. And when that happened, they were like, okay, that's the end. The dog was perfectly healthy, perfectly fine, but then they killed the dog. And so I wouldn't like I ended up being okay, her sister ended up being okay, like it was fine. But if a dog was attacking me or even a stranger, I would kill that dog. If it was my pet, I would kill my own pet. In terms of eating your own pet, I wouldn't do that because I don't know anybody that eats dogs. But if I was a farmer and I had a cow and I had a relationship with a cow, I would eat the cow.
We have from the Baron Lewis 86.9 for $5. Hey, Eric, I have a 3D printer. I was wondering where you find good 3D models for primate skulls. Also, shout out Will. It's cool you're still here. Go on Morphosource, go on Sketchfab, and go on AfricanFossils.org. Those are great, great sources for you. Okay, we have same vein. Oops. We have from J. Lou Bell for $9.99. Will Linnaeus was classifying anatomically by dissection and skeletal characteristics. Humans are animals and apes, and genetics has largely confirmed Linnaeus with a few delightful surprises.
Yeah, so I want everybody to hear me on this. This is important. I agree 100%. We can classify things based on whatever characteristics we want to classify them by. That's not what I'm pushing back on. So if someone comes to me and says, Will, no matter what you think, animals are classified by skeletal characteristics. Okay, great. So you're ending the conversation, and you're right. If there's this objective standard that animals have to be defined by skeletal characteristics, then yes, that makes humans are animals. What I'm saying is I'm pushing back, and I'm saying I love animals. I spend so much time with animals, both in the wild and at zoos and in the ocean and in the forest and everything. I had a friend of mine texted me this morning, like before 6 a.m. And he's like, Will, I have 2 bears in my backyard right now. And I was like, I'm on my way. Unfortunately, I didn't get to see them, but he took a video of them. And it's like, I love animals. Like, I just want to watch them and I just want to observe them. But what I'm saying is that I see humans as so different from animals that I struggle personally to say humans are animals. That's it.
We can talk more at another juncture on that a little bit, but appreciate it. We have from this one, actually is for me, from Matthew Genek 4260 for $20. I like that you mentioned Linnaeus as an example of inklings of common ancestry becoming apparent before Darwin, but it should also be mentioned that evolutionary thought occurred in numerous ancient civilizations. This is true, and it's very interesting which ones, because the connection of humans to the rest of the animal kingdom is far more common in places that have monkeys that live there natively, endemically. That's the word I was looking for. And I'm going to talk about that and those people when we get to human evolution, but you should be ready for my video on the subject of the history of all this, because I talk about people like Ibn Sina and things like that and their contributions to this then, but well met as well. Okay, we've got from Studio 102 for $5 Australian. Thank you both. Petition for Erica and Will to do a fortnight-long watch party where we all rewatch every episode together before the last episode. Not a chance, but thank you, and that's very kind. We have for $5 from Zeland22 for $5. I already said that Erica's arguments are strong and firmly evidence-based literally every time. Will's are not. What could this mean for evolution? I want you to have a chance to respond to this.
Yeah, this seems like a very subjective super chat, and it might be true. I don't understand all the hate I'm getting, to be honest with you guys. It's funny because I really don't have anybody that is happy with me on either side. So the people on the creationist side don't seem very happy with me for doing this. And they don't seem happy that I'm being honest with the evidence that I'm being presented. I can tell everybody that I see holes in young earth creationism that I didn't see, that I would not have seen had I not done this with Erica. And I'm not hand waving those away. I'm not closing my eyes. It's so funny, man. People are calling me a grifter, and it's like, where am I grifting? I don't understand what I'm getting out of this. So anyway, I do care about truth. That is why I'm here. I do want to know what the truth is. And so that's really all that matters when it comes down to it. And I, again, see that evolution is way stronger than I ever knew. I'm learning things that I was never taught. And so I haven't made my decision yet. Obviously, everybody wants me to have already flipped, but that's just not the reality. I have a will, and I'll make that decision if and when I am convinced that that I'm wrong and that evolution is true. I might even become convinced that I'm wrong and I don't agree with evolution, and maybe there's a third option out there. I don't know, but I am staying true to my commitment to Erica, which is to do this for a full year. I'm staying true to learning all of it, not just some of it, and I'm gonna be here till the end.
I don't understand the grifter stuff either, and I've expressed this in my comment section and to some people who have emailed me. What's the grift? I don't understand what money. Will doesn't have a platform anymore. Like, I don't understand what he's getting out of this. And if he was grifting, he could have done it. Why does he keep coming back? Like, I don't understand. I get, well, I've expressed this to you. I get being frustrated. I've been frustrated many, many times, and I've expressed this to Will in depth, about where I'm frustrated and why I'm frustrated with him and with myself. And I've tried to adapt as I've been doing this. But he keeps coming back. And I do think that he's trying to get a handle on this and get a handle on what he thinks. But you guys have all heard for yourself every single time. This is all new. And I don't think you can expect somebody, I certainly wouldn't expect somebody to change their mind overnight on anything, even if it seems incredibly obvious to me. There are things that seem incredibly obvious to Will that aren't convincing to me. And that's just the way of things, right? I mean, that's why I'm teaching this, is because I want it to be clear why evolution is convincing to the scientific community. And that's what we're doing. And we're going to do it until we're done. But I don't get the vitriol for this project in particular. It's very demoralizing. I will say that. From Zanel22 for $2, only 5:30 likes or something. Yeah, like the stream if you like the stream. You should like the stream. D20 for $4 Canadian super sticker. Thank you very much. We covered this a little bit, but I'm going to read this in case you have some extra thoughts. From Design Song 1 for $10. Will, since relation through common design rather than common ancestry implies the existence of original designs, how do you know when you've been presented with an original design specimen?
Yeah, another great question. And the brutally honest answer is I don't. Common design and original design, there's a significant difference there, right? I know I've said this before, but I just want to reiterate it. I'm very confident about God's existence. I'm actually going to be on a channel in 10 days with an atheist high school teacher in England talking about the existence of God and trying to defend the existence of God. And so I'm confident of that. So I'm trying to reconcile my belief in God's existence with what we see alive today, what we know was alive based on the fossil record, what we know about genetics. It's very difficult to do this. So anyway, yeah, I'm thinking about a lot for sure. And I am, again, very open to being wrong. I already know that I'm wrong about significant things, and I will admit those publicly, probably in our last recap session, but I am keeping a list of things. Erica knows that. And I think this whole thing is going to be a positive for sure.
We have from Super Wood Putty for $10. Hey, Will, are you familiar with the concept of an ecological niche? It's kind of like a bunch of folks settle a town out west, and suddenly you need a store and a doctor and a railway. Niches open up. I don't know if he's not familiar with that. I need to cover it. But
so I am not familiar with this. It's starting to make sense based on what you wrote. So very good writing it up with that example. But no, I am not familiar with this at all. So happy to learn.
I'm making notes as we go. Okay, this one's just for me, and this is I hate puns. From Warriors Waldo for 20 Canadian dollars. I'm only reading this because it's $20 and I can't beat you up personally. I can't wait till you're both on Skeptalk and I can share this pun. I can't see the force through the trays. I didn't think of it. Now to ask Force the absurd story that had to happen to make that pun work. I'm sure he'll be willing to, I know he'll be willing to tell you. We have from J. Lou Bell for $9.99. First time catching this live, but it's so fun, but it gets expensive. Yeah, you give it a lot of super chats. Proud to be a supporter of this endeavor. Be well, both of you. Until next time, thank you for being there, or for being here. From Gray the Malkin for $10. Will, since you don't accept any geological dating methods, I don't know that that's accurate. How do you even interpret the ages presented here?
Yeah, this is a really good question, and I'm a little bummed because I was going to email Erica about this when I had time to think about it. And so now you're forcing me to say it right now. I'm still going to email you, Erica, okay? But there's a picture that you show that I don't buy. And it's not that I am confident it's wrong. I just haven't seen enough evidence yet, and I don't understand it enough. And it's the layers picture that you show. It's got like a truck on the top, and it's got all the different color layers. You showed it today. So to answer the super chatter, when I hear about these ages, I still have a big question mark in my mind as to how is that age being determined. And so I've heard a lot of answers, and they might be true, but I don't think they are. Meaning, I don't think, like, for example, there might be a layer that has a volcanic layer above it and below it, and they can radiometric date both of those and say that this layer in between happened in between those two. Okay. That sounds great. And I think that there's truth to that to some extent, but I don't think that that's happening with every find that's going on. Someone emailed me in the last week or two stating that they went on a dig and that the dig was at the surface and that it was considered either the Cambrian or the Precambrian. And I'm just like, what in the world? And I was like, and of course I can speculate and I'm sure someone's going to say, well, the Cambrian got pushed to the surface, but I'm like, are we sure about that? So I do have issues with this still that I need to work through. And something tells me that these layers a lot of the time are being labeled just based on what's being found in them versus actual dating and other things. So that is my answer to what you said.
We can talk about this another time too, because I'm mostly familiar with radiometric dating as it pertains to human evolution. But I actually have a perfect answer for you here, because the site that I work at is surface collection, and we radiometrically date layers. So I'll be able to explain how that actually works with the geologist that I know, but I can explain it. So good stuff. From Xandor for $5, will get off this stream and watch Sopranos this instant, young man, or at least The Wire. Shaking my head. I agree.
Yeah, I apologize. I'm not going to be able to do that. I'm so sorry. Yeah, I just like my family. I'll tell you this. My family's disappointed with me because I used to be a movie guy, and we used to sit down as a family and just enjoy movies. marathons and stuff like that. And I don't know what it is, but the older I get, the more I want to learn. I just love learning. And so these movies are fiction and I just don't get a lot out of them. I did watch a fiction movie with my family last night called Triangle, which I actually thought was good. If anybody's ever heard of it, it's a kind of a psychological thriller. And none of us understood it, which was fun. But I read about it and I was like, okay, that's actually a really cool twist going on there. But I just really want to learn. So I'm reading or doing documentaries or watching YouTube videos, trying to learn. That's what I'm doing.
Okay, I don't know what this currency is, and I don't know if this is accurate, so I'm just going to read it and let you answer it. We have from Guy IW2QH for 15 of this currency, talking about the Earth's age. 2 months ago, Will said his new position is I don't know. Saw from recent discussions he reverted back to young Earth. What has changed?
Okay, so this guy has been obsessed with this, and I don't understand why. I was on a YouTube channel called Apollo the Original. And the reason I went on there was to counter lies from Flat Earth Dave. Flat Earth Dave was on his show and said so many false things that were so brutal. I had to fly to LA to clear them up. During that conversation, the host wanted to know what position I was coming from. And I told him I was coming from a young Earth position, which is true. So that question wasn't, hey, Will, give me your background on this. And then I have to explain to him why I used to be young Earth, why I now say I don't know, and who Erica is. It was all about Flat Earth. And so he just wanted to know where I was coming from. And so what I said was accurate. This isn't like some grand conspiracy here.
Didn't think it was. We have, this is a good question for me, from Louis Perez Q5P for $10. Erica, what would convince you that God exists? I think this is an awesome question. I've been asked it before hosting on Skep Talk, and really people will ask me, like, they'll give me examples of things and then ask me if that would do it. I'm pretty open about the fact that I think there are a lot of accurate things in the Bible, archaeologically speaking, and I think there are also things that are either not true or are exaggerated. At least that's my understanding, my limited archaeological background. But I think it's a historical text in many ways. And I think that there are a lot of good things in it, and I think there are a lot of not so good things in it, which I've also talked about on Skep Talk many times before. But if I'm being perfectly honest, it would be an experience, right? Like, it would be a personal experience. I know myself, and I think most people very much underestimate how much personal experience matters in the decisions that we make. But I try to be really introspective, and I try to read a lot and watch a lot about theology and different religious perspectives. And I try to be open spiritually and to spiritual experiences of all types. And I think a personal experience that was compelling to me would convince me. Outside of that, I've also been very open about the fact that I don't think science has anything to do with proving or disproving God. I don't think it has any business in that, because I'm a very much a Gould, non-overlapping magisteria kind of person. I think philosophy is important and asks important questions, but it's not something that you investigate with science. It's different tool sets for different things. So yeah, I think I would be convinced of a God by a personal experience that I found compelling. A very unlikely answered prayer, or an impressive dream that violated everything I thought I knew, or being spoken to, or whatever. Like, I think that would do it. A road to Damascus kind of moment. I think that would do it. I would also say that there's a difference between God in general and a specific God, like the Christian God, or a God of Hinduism, or something like that. So that would be a second layer that I would want to investigate. And a personal experience might jump over that and like push me further in one of those directions, or it might not.
Hey, Erica. I think your answer is fair for sure. And I actually think you can have a personal experience, but I also would say that it's not guaranteed. But I do want to say this, which is I tried to post a comment and it won't go through. I don't know if that means I'm blocked by a mod or something, but someone asked who my conversation is going to be with on the existence of God. They asked if it was culture cats, and the answer is yes, it is culture cats. And Erica, I don't think I have to say this, but I think you would enjoy that conversation, but I have a feeling you're going to watch it anyway.
Of course I will. Absolutely. I don't know what's going on. Mods obviously don't block Will. He's the guest on the show. So if that's the case, somebody please fix it for me. I'm pretty pleased. We have from Smitty1647 for $2. Would you do an art collab with Chesh? Of course I would. I love Chesh. From Jimmy R. Page for just $10, just for the heck of it. Thank you very much. We have IA Figure 91 for $2. Studies show Heidelberg interbred with early sapiens. It depends on what you classify as Heidelberg, my friend. But we will also cross that bridge when you come to it. From the Feared Avocado for $10. Bless you and your infinite patience, Erica. You are a treasure on the modern internet. It doesn't take patience. I love it. I love these conversations, and I love hanging out with all you guys. We have from Lolot for Lolot2576 for $30 Australian dollars. Possibly stupid question. What if an animal loses defining traits? If a mammal no longer lactates, for example, does it get dropped off as one of the defining mammal traits? What if multiple traits are lost? This is an awesome question, and it's something that paleontologists and taxonomists have wrestled with. This is why when you're looking at the characteristics that define a group, you very rarely pick one. It's usually a suite of characteristics that define a group. The involucrum is one of the characteristics that define cetaceans, specifically with relation to the modern ear, or to the inner ear, but there are many characteristics that define them among extant mammals too. So this is why you have multiple. This does harken back to what we were talking about earlier about if you lose something, does that kick you out of the clade? From a cladistic perspective, it doesn't. From a grudistic perspective or a phonetic perspective, it might, but that is very uncommon as a means by which to classify animals these days. It's a very sort of 1700s, 1800s kind of perspective where you're classifying things by what they are instead of taking into account where they came from, I suppose. But this is a really good question. We have from Ratsicle Fan for 5 this currency. It's not a tool that can be used for good. It is mechanized art. That is an AI thing. Sorry, Ratsicle Fan. We've done the AI thing. Will, if you want to talk more about AI, feel free. I do think that generative AI is profiting off of the work of many, many, many people who have not been paid for it. But I do think we've talked a lot about it. Yeah, and this same thing. I'm going to kick this to Will to answer both of these at once. You guys know I agree with you. I just don't think it's as on topic as we could be for this kind of stream. Like, I'm sure we could have a conversation about AI another time. But if you want to, I'll read them. AI is a plagiarism machine and hurts the environment. So, Will, do you want to talk about AI? You're welcome to, if you'd like.
Okay, I do want to talk about AI. And again, please, I'm not an expert in AI, just like I'm not an expert in evolution. Here's what I can tell you. My wife used AI because our hot water heater was broken. And so she took a picture of the hot water heater and she put it into AI and she described the symptoms, and it literally solved the problem with the hot water heater to the point where we could fix it ourselves. So anyway, it's so powerful. I'm not trying to plagiarize people. I'm not trying to hurt people, but it's definitely a valuable tool. Okay, sorry, you gotta mute now. Okay, cool. Do I think birds are more intelligent than dinosaurs? So birds are incredibly intelligent. I have no idea how intelligent dinosaurs were. So I don't know how we can know that. So I don't know what to say. How about this? I think they're both intelligent. I can't hear you, by the way.
This is why I thought I muted, but I hadn't, because I keep hitting the wrong part. From My Blue Heaven 86 for $10. Will, you said you are not a presuppositionalist. What is the definition of presupposition?
So the fact that I am going to fail this definition miserably should prove that I'm not a presuppositionalist. If I recall, I think I read a book on it like 20 years ago, maybe 15 years ago. No, it's got to be 20 years ago. I believe it was from Jason Lyle. And I just don't remember. It was something along the lines of, we can't even. I don't remember. I apologize. To me, it's a weak argument. It was, which is why I've not thought about it. But it's a weak argument for God, and to me, it's kind of like a gotcha argument for God. And I was like, how is this going to be helpful? Like, even if it's true, it's not going to convince everybody. It's not going to convince anyone. So, yeah, again, I've not thought about it. I've heard people call people pre-suppers, and I just don't know. I just remember thinking this is not a good argument, and this is not going to be successful in converting people.
We have from Ratbat for $10. Hi, Erica. Would you ever make a video on your transition away from theistic evolution? Mine happened when I became an atheist and no longer needed to force God where it didn't belong. I'd love to hear your experience. I've talked about it a couple of times. It has nothing to do with science. Really, it has very little to do with history either. It's like a class. I'm like a problem of evil kind of person, and divine hiddenness and these kinds of things that I have questions about, posing questions that I thought in my head are original, but like philosophers have been wrestling with for centuries. It's the classic story. Yeah, maybe someday I'll get into it. It's, that kind of stuff is pretty personal, but I don't mind getting into it at least a bit. We have from, Lord Degree, 1 for $10. Question for both. Is it possible that outside of the Bible, there's a human-centric bias that we struggle with non-intelligent processes, since we are effectively more intelligent primates? I'll go first because my answer is quick. I think there is. I think that we see design and patterns all the time because we're really, really good at finding them. I'll give you an example. My parents have a white pine floor that has the wood grain patterns all in it, and I see so many pictures in these wood grains, right? Like nobody designed that wood to look like that, and yet I see, snails and Sid the Sloth and like all sorts of crazy things in the wood grain by virtue of it being a pattern, and my mind tries to make sense of it. So I think there's an element of that doesn't. I would argue that doesn't mean it doesn't necessitate that there aren't any intelligent processes, but I do think it has to be taken into consideration when we find things that we try to figure out if they're designed or not, like a stone tool, for example.
I still think that I made some good arguments for teleology, going back to our second session, I believe it was. And obviously, biases exist. What I would say here is that patterns, I have no issue with there being no designer for a pattern. When it comes to what I would call a machine, that is where I'm going to struggle. When it comes to taking things and putting them together to make them into something new and to do something different, that is where I see design. I know this is not on topic with evolution, which is actually something that I was not taught by creationists, and I wish I would have been, but it's the, life, the origin of life. I think this is one of the strongest arguments for God, for sure. I don't think there'll ever be an explanation for the origin of life. These, it's the most complex machine that we can imagine. And so when I hear questions like this, I immediately go to origin of life. I've set that aside in my conversation with Erica, though, because it's not relevant. Evolution starts with life. And so we have to start with life and go from there. And I think that's completely fair.
We have from, this is an interesting question. I think you've answered this before, but I'm feel free to answer it again. From Omega Croc 2928 for $4.99. Will, do you think if God made the natural world to look like evolution transpired, but in fact it didn't occur, would that make God deceitful?
So two answers here, right? People make a big deal about this whole thing about God being deceitful. Number one, deceit isn't inherently wrong. That's number one. So I have studied lying and deception more than anyone I've ever met. And I actually think I came up with something novel when I was doing it, which won't really get anyone excited here because it has to do with the Bible. But I can't even find people who can define what a lie is. They just can't. Or their definition would include jokes, which they don't consider bad, right? Like so many jokes are deceitful. So anyway, I do push back on this whole idea of deceit being always wrong. You can deceive for fun. You can deceive for a surprise. You can deceive for a joke. You can deceive the enemy. And you can also deceive in a bad way. But I'll also say this, which is that your question is asking about an interpretation. And so I think that is going to be the best answer for your question, which is that if we are interpreting something that God did wrongly, that's not God's fault. I have a very radical faith and trust in God. And so if I'm misinterpreting something he's done, that's on me. And I do trust that if we don't fully understand it, we will eventually. If this world, this universe was not so complicated as it is, it would be very boring. And so the beauty of it is that we have been studying this universe for as long as humans have been around, and we're still trying to figure it out, and we're still discovering new things every day.
Friendly reminder, guys, if you are super chatting to say something that's like shitty, again, I'm not going to read it. So if you want a refund, email me and I'll give you a refund. But there are super chats that I am skipping because I don't think it's appropriate. So I'm just not going to read them. We have from DoomB2 for $5 to Will. I think this is true. If you have the mindset that people aren't evolving, then what's your thoughts on the adaptations are specific to the Bajau, the Moken, Sherman? These are people groups who have adaptations to where they live, in case you're unaware, I guess.
So again, I'll be honest, I've never heard of the Bajau, the Moken, or Sherman, so I'm excited to learn about them. I wouldn't say that I'm of the mindset that people aren't evolving. I definitely see changes happening. It's this question of how far can you evolve and how much can you evolve. So I want to be clear there. I think Charles Darwin and everyone since is noticing and discovering and observing something that's happening in the world. And it's true. It's definitely true. Microevolution, I think, is a good term. I love when people say that microevolution is a term created by creationists. It's just false. That comes from the science and from the journals. But yeah, it's definitely true. And so the question becomes, how far can this go? And that's what we're trying to figure out.
We have, and I'm going faster because I'm trying to get us done because we passed the freaking 5-hour mark. So I'm zooming. From Josh the Goods for $5. I'm answering this because I don't know what happened because I don't read the chat outside of super chats. If my mod banned you because they think you're wrong, that is trash, but I don't think that's what happened because I don't think my mods would do that. But email me and I'll look into it. We have from Scientific Origins for $5. Oh, Will, I used to be Christian YEC, but now I'm a complete atheist. I absolutely love evolution and biology. The information ecosystem on evolution is polluted. If you want to answer.
Cool. So thank you for telling me this. I would say this. Evolution might absolutely be true. That's why I'm here. But I would tell you on the atheist piece, I do think that the case for God today is stronger than ever. And I'd encourage you to hear me make my case on June 11th on Culture Cat's channel.
We have from Japawi8958 for $19.99. Will, you criticize flat earthers for rejecting science without understanding it. What part of evolution do you feel you understand well enough to reject, and why does scientific inference fail here but not elsewhere?
I wish I understood this question better. I don't understand evolution well enough yet to reject it. So I'm not sure exactly what they're asking, but I am starting to understand it more. There is a lot of speculation in evolution, I will say that. And so I don't think that that means it's false at all. But I am coming at it from a standpoint of, because this is the past we're talking about, there is speculation that we have to employ. Maybe that's what Chris Thompson meant by historical science. And so I'm holding that carefully here, the speculation piece. And why does scientific inference fail here but not elsewhere? I don't understand that question. It's interesting when creationists get something wrong. I feel like you guys jump all over them, but when science gets something wrong, it's like a time to celebrate, because this is how science gets better. So that is a little bit of a weird thing that I've noticed. And again, I actually think, you guys, that science is about trying to falsify ideas. And so I actually think that the attitude that sometimes you see me have is not a bad thing. I think scientists should try to falsify other hypotheses. And if they do, great, then we've learned more. So
We have from SJF Zon, re-bird aesthetics again. The displays are a sign of success in gaining resources, like a Rolex that you can only afford after you make decent money. I'm going to circle back to sexual selection one of these days, but in the meantime.
yeah, so this still doesn't make sense to me, right? So I'm thinking about the I wish I remember what it's called. So frustrating that I'm losing my mind, although it is past my bedtime. But the picture of the red macaw that I showed, I don't understand how gaining resources is going to create that what looks like a painted, beautiful bird. What made me think of this, by the way, which I didn't state, is I have bird feeders on my property, multiple bird feeders with 4K cameras. And I just love it. Like I do have a relationship with the birds on my property here. And I have 10 different birds that all show up here. And what's interesting is that all of the trees are green on my property. All of them are. And I don't have a single green bird that comes. And I started looking at them and I was like, there's a yellow bird, there's a red bird, there's a black bird, there's a blue bird, there's one with a design. And I'm like, all of these birds look different and they all live here in the same area. And so that's what got me thinking about it in the first place. And so I do see, again, gratuitous beauty that I can't reconcile currently with my understanding of evolution.
Sexual selection, circle back around. This next question is similar to one Seed Design Proponentist 2005 for $5 asked earlier that I saw and accidentally skipped because I'm scrolling on the side here. So I am going to use the second one and hopefully it will answer both kind of at the same time because they're both kind of similar. And I'm a little curious about this as well. From Josh the Goods for $10, Will, does the exposure to so much new information convince you that at all that maybe the basis of what you currently believe is incomplete? Are you wondering what else you don't know?
Yeah, great question. I don't really think I need to be convinced. I know it. And so I've thought about this in other areas. I've told people in the past that I am frustrated because I wish I could learn everything, but you just can't. A dear friend of mine used to tell me that the definition of an expert is someone who knows more and more about less and less. And at the time I laughed, but it's true. I'm frustrated because if you want to become an expert in something, you're now sacrificing knowledge in pretty much everything else. To be an expert today requires so much time, so much effort, and you really are not going to have time to do anything else if you want to rise to the level of being an expert in that thing today. So what do we have to do? We have to do our best, right? I've said this before. My priorities are my spiritual health, my physical health, and my financial health. So that's what I've spent the most amount of time on. But even those, my knowledge base is incomplete. And there's always going to be more that I don't know than I know. So I'm just doing the best that I can. I'm going to make mistakes. I'm going to be wrong about things. But as long as I am open to hearing something that contradicts what I believe and truly have an open mind to consider it, I think that's really the best you can do.
I co-sign that, obviously. Talked a lot about that many times on this show. This is a funny one for 10 pounds from EEE Boy TVR. Isn't it weird to think you're the missing link as all life on Earth, as is all life on this planet? Long live cyanobacteria, 3.5 billion years and still going. Thumbs up. Long live indeed. From Xandor for $5. Eric, I hear you can't outgrow your ancestor, but if a mammal evolved to lose all the traits that define a mammal, wouldn't it cease to be one? It would phonetically, and it would gradistically, maybe, but cladistically, which again, this is a struggle for us as we define things as humans, attempting to define a very dynamic world that is always changing. You kind of have to pick a species concept, not a species concept, you have to pick a basis for how you actually consider organisms and how they're actually classified. So yes, you're correct from a phonetic perspective, which we'll talk about probably not next time, but the time following. So I guess tune in for that. It would be very, very hard to define or to identify a mammal that had none of the traits of a mammal. That's where genetics would have to come in. And if it is the case in the fossil record that there are organisms like that, they would be very difficult to identify. I don't even know how you would do it. Fortunately, I can't think of an example that this has happened that you know of with extant or still living critters. From Where is Waldo for $5 Canadian, evolution expert teaches a YC evolution on YouTube. Yeah, I'm sure the comment section will always be chill. Thank you, Jillian Wren, for modding. Yeah, agreed. Where is Waldo? We have from, I'm interested in this. This is your area. I think you'll be interested in answering this one. From KLBJKO for $10. Why are eyewitness accounts and written testimonies for the resurrection only counted in Christianity, but other religions' eyewitness accounts and written testimonies mean nothing?
So this question is assuming that I've said this, which I haven't. You'd have to present what you're referring to for me to address it. But I will say that one of my main arguments that I have that I haven't fleshed out yet. And by the way, I have books I want to write. I have documentaries I want to make. I have so much I want to do, and I just can't do it. I can't do any of it. It's really frustrating. But this one is a book I've wanted to write for a very long time, well over a decade. But again, it's just going to take so much time because I don't want to write a book that has mistakes in it. But this is one of my main arguments. And for those of you who know Paulogia, who's on YouTube, he and I have had many backs and forths with each other, which you could go find on YouTube if you want. He made a special video about me once, which I still get a kick out of. I used this argument with him, and I could not believe his response. My argument is this. The levels that people go to reject the historicity of the resurrection, okay? Because again, we do have eyewitness accounts of the resurrection. For people that say that the Gospels are not eyewitness accounts, that's not true. All of them aren't, but they certainly include eyewitness accounts. We also have, people who were changed by the resurrection of Christ and whose lives were changed. And we also have archaeological evidence. And so when you put all of this together, the lengths that people go to reject the resurrection, if we apply those arguments, the exact same arguments, we'd have to throw out all of ancient history. When I brought this up to Paulogia, he said, Will, I don't care. He said, that's fine. Let's throw out history. So I'm okay with that answer because I don't think people are going to be willing as easily as he is to throw out history. And I will mention one other thing too, which is as much as I like Paulogia and would have a conversation with him, he used an AI filter to give me a speech impediment to make me sound dumb. And if anybody thinks I'm lying, email me and I'll send you the email I sent him calling him out on this. I recorded when I originally spoke to him, so you can compare the two. And he admitted to me that he did use an AI filter on my voice. He claims that it made me sound better, but you can clearly hear that I have a speech impediment, which I don't. And people in his own comments on YouTube were making fun of me for having a speech impediment.
Surely that was an accident. I know Paul. I don't think he would do that on purpose. You really think he did that on purpose?
All I can say is when I heard the YouTube video, I was like, who in the world is this? I know my own voice. I've heard it a million times. And so I can't speak to his motives, but I will say that he did confirm it. So
I talk to Paul somewhat, not regularly, but I host with him sometimes. I'll ask him next time. I'll report back. I don't think he would, but I guess he could. Maybe he'll be like, yeah, I did it just to mess with him. Who knows? We have from Guy Cool Spore 2 for $5. Do you know you've been copy pasting the part of your description calling every episode the first in the series? Also, do either of you wear wigs? Will you wear wigs? No, I didn't know that I was doing that, but I will try to fix that. I usually throw these streams up relatively quickly in a panic when I realize it's not up in time. And so I need to change that. You're right. My bad. Thank you, Guy Cool. From Where is Waldo for $5 Canadian. If you want to know about extinct humans, well, check out Stefan Milo. You'll be hooked. Stefan Milo rocks. But he's going to learn about that here. We have from Wiz the Sugoi. Will, you don't have a favorite dinosaur, but do you have a favorite sauropsid? Animals with 2 temporal fenestrae, such as birds, dinosaurs, and all lizards alive. Now, I'm sure he has a favorite bird. Love your openness to all this.
So sauropsid is a new term tonight, so I can't have a favorite sauropsid yet until I look into this some more, but I do appreciate the encouragement.
It's the bird from the beginning. You know it. We've got Answers in Genetics Anthropology for $19.99. This stream is a great surprise for my birthday. Someone may have already asked this already, but Will, do you have a favorite extinct animal you've learned about so far, or one you are especially fascinated by?
So I am very fascinated by extinct animals in general. One of the things that I have had my eyes open to with Erica is how many extinct animals there are, which I think is important. I don't have a favorite, but I will tell you that I don't know why, but I do like dinosaurs. Dinosaurs fascinate me big time. I mentioned this before. I forgot to show Erica when she came to Colorado, but I found a T-Rex tooth in the Hell Creek Formation. And I'm going to go back to the Hell Creek Formation this year to do another dig, and I'm hoping I'll find something much bigger. But I do like dinosaurs. They fascinate me. I don't fully understand why they're extinct, but I would love to see them alive, which would be amazing.
Loving dinosaurs is the most defensible position of all time. They're awesome. We have from the Q Breaker $5. Erica, has your opinion on whether Homo naledi did cave paintings changed? Mammals rule it was cave carvings, and no, I still think that is just elephant skin dolomite, but we'll also get there in like a million years. From Aussie Indians for $5. Hi, sorry this is late. I'm an hour behind. Will, I look forward to seeing you attempt to boot Homo sapiens from Hominidae. Good lecture, Erica. Yeah, I'm excited too. Or from Animalia. That's the one I'm more interested in. We have, this one's for you, from Lord Degree 1 for $5. Follow-up from my last question, human bias. Why is complexity necessarily proof of design or intent?
I don't think I said complexity. What I'm talking about is the rearranging of parts to accomplish something that wouldn't be accomplished naturally. I gave examples in our second session. If you want to go back and look at those, the one that I've never heard an answer to is crop circles. And that's a very simple one. Everyone knew that the crop circles were designed, but no one had ever seen a crop circle before. And so my question is, how did we know that those were designed? And I think the answer is obvious.
This one is a slam of me. Erica should totally invest in a mic that doesn't pick up that much background noise, requiring such aggressive suppression, and some ear/headphones. All true. In fact, I think I have decent quality, all of those things. I just am not educated enough to know how to use them properly. So the issue is definitely mine. This one is from Where is Waldo for $5. Second to last super chat. Will, your audio glitched tonight and sounded like that. That doesn't sound at all like Paul. So I don't think so either, but I'm going to ask him. I'm just going to ask him point blank and be like, my friend Will said that you made him sound dumb on purpose. Did that happen? And see what he says.
Yeah. So again, I I am happy to provide everything. So I will provide the email conversation that I had with him. I will provide the original audio, and I'll provide his filtered audio, and you guys can all make the decision yourself. But it was definitely something he did. And again, I didn't recognize my own voice. So it was that bad.
I definitely buy that. I know he uses a filter to clean up audio, so I definitely buy that it happened. I don't think he would do it to make you sound stupid. That's my opinion. But I'm going to ask him and see what he says. From C to Science Proponentis 2005 for $2 Canadian is the last one. Scholar consensus is no eyewitness accounts. Fact. This is difficult for me to read. C Design Proponentis. I'm going to let Will answer it if he would like, and then I'm cutting off super chats because I'm tired.
So again, I'm not going to be big on appeal to consensus. I'll admit I don't know what the scholar consensus is. I don't know what this is referring to specifically about eyewitness accounts, but I don't think anybody is going to disagree that Matthew was an apostle and a disciple of Jesus and was with him here on this earth. I have an interesting take, which is highly controversial, but I think it's almost certainly true. The TV show The Chosen actually shows this in their TV show, which I think is awesome. They did not get it from me. I don't even know if I've ever said this publicly before, but I do believe that Matthew started writing his gospel while Jesus was alive. So when people are dating gospels and trying to say that they were written so far after Jesus, it's just not true. We have these manuscripts, which we date, which is fine, but those are copies, right? The type of person Matthew was, the fact that he was a tax collector, the fact that he had to keep meticulous records back then, it makes perfect sense to me that he was writing these things down while he was with Jesus, and the gospel came later based on that record. So anyway, chew on that. It's again, chew on that from the perspective of evolution. Okay. I am not saying we have a gospel record that we can date to the time of Christ. I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying it makes logical sense that Matthew would have started writing down what was happening while he was with Jesus. Maybe he didn't even have a plan of writing a gospel. And so that is the type of hypothetical arguments that evolution uses. And I think it's totally fair to use it here as well.
Folks, a lot of stuff to talk about that we'll probably talk about a little bit more next time. That's the last super chat, and I'm tired, and I know Will's tired, and this was supposed to be a short one, and it ended up being the longest one, as is classic. I should have knocked on wood. I shouldn't have said that, but it was on me. As always, I have a blast with these. Our next one is going to be sometime in July, probably the beginning of the second week would be my guess. I get back from Borneo on the 1st. Give myself a day or two to recover from jet lag. So maybe the second half of the first week. I'm going to be working on the PowerPoint actually as we are traveling, because I have quite a few days like in the car doing a lot of flying. So we'll be doing tetrapods and multicellularity and like a little bit of human behavior, hopefully, so I can keep us under a year for all of these. I don't have to add an extra lecture, but Will and I can talk about that in the background. With that, do you have anything else you want to say before I sign us off?
Nope. Thanks again, everybody. And I look forward to seeing everybody next month.
Take care. And I'm ending the stream. We're ending the stream. It's ending. It's ending. It's ending. It's ending. It's ending.